The defendant's shameless defense was so infuriating that I literally died. So why did I transmigrate into this world? Su Wen stared at the cramped office before him, less than 10 square meters. Empty instant noodle cups stacked everywhere like modern art. He let out a long sigh. In his previous life he had just won his 1000th case, a perfect record, 100% success. Along the way, he had publicly torn apart the opposing side's shameless arguments, angering them so badly that they vomited blood in court and collapsed on the spot. 10 years, 1,000 cases, not a single defeat. Within the legal circle, he was known as the Breaking Bad lawyer. No matter how tangled the facts or how hopeless the situation looked, Su Wen could always carve out a flawless defense from the most unexpected angle. Money followed naturally, more than he could ever spend. He had been planning to retire early, charter a yacht, open champagne, enjoy life, and then luck struck. The moment he stepped outside, everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he had become Su Wen once more. Same name, very different life. A down-and-out lawyer. The only consolation was the original owner's looks. A face on par with Edison Chen, obsidian dark phoenix eyes, sharp and striking. But looks alone did not explain how things had gone this badly. As Su Wen absorbed the original owner's memories, the truth emerged. This body's previous owner was also remarkably unlucky. After finally obtaining his lawyer's license, he had taken on 2 cases. Both sent his client straight to prison. The first was a petty theft case. The client had stolen a used electric bicycle. The amount involved was under 1,000 yuan, first offense, minor circumstances. The original owner dismissed it as a formality. At most a public security penalty, he said confidently. Say whatever you want, I've got this. Encouraged, the client confessed enthusiastically. Not just to stealing electric bikes for resale but to organized fraud, gambling at casinos and scamming people because anti-fraud apps made it hard to cheat these days. The result? Fraud charges, 15 years in prison. The original owner became a joke among his colleagues. The second case was even worse. A consumer rights lawsuit. The client claimed he had repeatedly bought counterfeit goods online and in anger sued hundreds of merchants at once. Determined to redeem himself, the original owner pushed forward. Then the bomb dropped. One of the merchants wasn't selling fake goods, they were selling counterfeit currency. The client had spent 5,000 yuan to buy 8,000 yuan worth of fake cash. The judge brought the gavel down. 3 years, sewing machine included. 2 cases, 2 disasters, from rising star to walking bad omen. No one would hire him. Even free representation scared clients away. He was fired by his supervisor, Yang Wei, for failing to meet KPIs. His girlfriend, Cheng Yao, who worked at the same firm, broke up with him. The next day, she moved into Yang Wei's villa, bags packed, designer clothes on, gone without a backward glance. With no options left, the original owner burned through his savings and opened a tiny law firm. Good Luck Law Firm. Less than 10 square meters, half a year passed, not a single case, no consultations, no complaints drafted, nothing, useless. Su Wen scoffed. He had lived 2 lives and had never seen someone waste opportunities this badly. The second case had obvious problems. The evidence list was prepared in advance. How could a counterfeit money seller suddenly appear in a consumer lawsuit? Someone had clearly set him up. And as for Cheng Yao, she moved into Yang Wei's villa immediately after the breakup. Anyone with eyes could see what that meant. The original owner endured it all in silence. Su Wen would not, but first there was a more pressing problem: food and shelter. Revenge could wait, survival came first, and to make money. All he needed was a mouth. Ding, congratulations, host. Lawyer emotion exchange system successfully bound. By using professional legal knowledge to influence others' emotions, you can obtain emotion points, exchangeable for rewards in the system shop. Su Wen stroked his chin. Nice, even without a system he could climb back to the top. With it, even better, no one walks beside him at the peak, because the peak belongs to him alone. He cleaned out the office, tossed the trash, and powered on the old second-hand computer. Then he opened Douyin Live. The stream had barely started when viewers flooded in. Handsome face, lawyer title. The chat exploded. Wow, so good-looking and a lawyer, I'm done for. Isn't this the guy who sends all his clients to jail? Su Wen skimmed the comments calmly and saved every ID that tried to smear him. Online defamation cases were easy, then he smiled at the camera. Public insults and fabricated defamation violate public security regulations, he said lightly. Detention up to 5 days, fines up to 500 yuan. Civil compensation included. Thanks to not eating cilantro for the generous rocket. Silence, then notifications flooded in, resentment +1. Resentment from not eating cilantro, +100. Su Wen smiled. Free legal consultation, connect anytime. And feel free to challenge me. If I fail to answer even once, I'll quit the legal profession. The live room exploded. Moments later a call request came in, user A Kun. A slightly lewd voice echoed through the stream. Lawyer Su, I met a girl online 2 weeks ago, never met her in person. She just sent me her hotel room number and a photo in black stockings, asking me to come over. Should I go? The chat went wild. Obvious honey trap, scam alert, don't go, you're dead meat. A Kun added nervously, I know it's probably a setup, I just want to get something for free without legal risk. Su Wen's phoenix eyes curved into a smile. Go, he said calmly, why wouldn't you? If there's a bargain, take it. The room fell silent, then chaos. Su Wen's words froze the entire live stream. What the hell, is that really something a lawyer should say? Everyone could tell it was a honey trap. Yet Su Wen still pushed Ah Kun straight into it. So this was the famous send the client to jail lawyer. No wonder his reputation was so terrifying, but Ah Kun wasn't stupid. If he hadn't already known it was a trap, he wouldn't have dared to connect to the stream in the first place. Honey traps were scams. Once you stepped in, you wouldn't get out without being stripped clean. But that was exactly why Ah Kun felt confident. This streamer had been arrogant enough to make a public bet. If Su Wen couldn't provide a legally airtight solution on stream, he'd have to quit being a lawyer. Worst case, it was just entertainment. Best case, he'd get a free solution. If it worked, he'd get pleasure, avoid legal risk, and pay nothing. A perfect deal. I don't eat cilantro. Lawyer Su, if you really find a solution, I'll eat shit live on stream. No ability, no shame. Just quit the legal profession already. Knowing it's a honey trap and still telling people to go, disgusting. Irresponsible lawyer. Su Wen didn't even glance at the comments. In his previous life, doubt and abuse were background noise, and there was one thing he enjoyed more than anything else: making those voices shut up. He took a slow sip of water. Before you go, Su Wen said calmly, transfer some money to her. Ah Kun sneered, that's it, 300, 400. Even if something went wrong, he could argue it was consensual spending. But paying money meant losing money. If he was willing to spend money, why bother with online dating at all? Free was the point. Hurting the enemy by 1,000 and yourself by 800. Is that your genius plan? If this is it, stop pretending, go back to Gotham. Batman doesn't need you. Some viewers were already about to leave. Then Su Wen's lazy voice sounded again. Transfer 20 yuan. Tell her you didn't have time to buy a baby diaper bag on the way. Ask her to help you buy one. According to your description, she booked the room, invited you over, and purchased baby supplies. That establishes prior consent. Silence. Then the chat exploded. Holy shit, that's clever. This actually creates evidence. That's insane. Even if the police show up, this alone prevents immediate detention. Ah Kun's eyes lit up. This Su Wen. He's actually good. But after a moment, Ah Kun frowned. He wasn't a lawyer, but he'd studied plenty of relationship law. Consent before, during, or after didn't automatically eliminate risk. He laughed coldly. Lawyer Su, do you even understand the law? This doesn't eliminate risk at all. If this is your level, keep your promise and quit. Su Wen chuckled. What if I told you, he said slowly, that you could not only avoid risk but also make them pay you? Ah Kun froze. That's impossible. No lawyer I've asked dared say that. You're just talking big for attention. Su Wen smiled with open disdain. Comparing him to those so-called experts was an insult. At that moment, a new account entered the live room. Yang Wei, partner at Zhang Law Firm. Isn't this Su Wen? Scamming people on live streams now? Good thing we fired you. The chat erupted again. That's Yang Wei, partner at Zhang Law Firm. 80% win rate, top firm in Jiangcheng. Su Wen saw the name and narrowed his eyes. So the dog came on his own. Good, interest first, principal later. He smiled faintly. Oh, isn't this the senior who drives a broken second-hand car and lectures juniors about stomach health? No wonder you're stressed lately. Yang Wei's face darkened instantly. This Su Wen wasn't the coward he remembered, and Cheng Yao. She had claimed innocence, but after living together, Yang Wei learned the truth. She was vicious, secret recordings. Threats, blackmail, and now Su Wen dared mock him publicly. Yang Wei, nonsense. If you can't expose this scam, I'll report you to the Bar Association. Before Su Wen replied, Ah Kun cut in eagerly. If you really have a way to make them pay, say it now. If it works, I'll send 10 big rockets. Su Wen nodded. Listen carefully. When you arrive, don't rush, don't drink, stay somewhere with cameras. Have her initiate physical contact. Kissing is enough. Record discreetly. State your intentions clearly, consent must be verbal. Then make an excuse, leave immediately. She will contact you for money. When she does, take everything to the police and report blackmail. If she offers private settlement, you win twice. Free pleasure. Money returned, zero legal risk. The live stream went dead silent, even Yang Wei couldn't speak. The method was airtight, legal, cruel, utterly unethical. This is insane. He flipped the trap completely. This isn't defense. This is execution. Ah Kun's face lit up with joy. He immediately sent a 20 yuan red packet and hung up. The rockets never came. Su Wen shook his head. He had deliberately left out one final reminder. If Ah Kun had kept his word, Su Wen would have warned him, but he ran, and in this world every shortcut had a price.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Seeing that Yang Wei was still in the live stream, Su Wen casually spoke up. As for lawyers who prefer a gentler stomach, there's no need for them to learn this. Holy crap, to kill someone is to destroy their spirit. That's like killing someone by breaking their spirit. Yang Wei's resentment level increased by 100. Yang Wei, a partner at Zhang Law Firm, left the live stream. 666. I can really learn a lot from following this streamer. They're really talented. Who said Attorney Su wasn't good enough? Attorney Su is absolutely amazing. Su Wen glanced indifferently at the comments section. As he thought. After his performance, many bystanders began to believe in his abilities. As for Ah Kun, who promised to send 10 big rockets but then turned around and ran away. He'll soon come running back crying and begging me, at that time. That's something that 10 large rockets can't solve, Su Wen continued. However, even if you try to implement my method, there will be a high risk involved. After all, the honey traps we see nowadays are basically perpetrated by a single woman who fabricates evidence of being assaulted and then extorts money from the victim. I call it Honey Trap 2.0. But if you encounter a honey trap scam version 1.0, you're in for a lot of trouble. Wow, this is the first time I've heard of a version of a honey trap. I'm definitely following this streamer. Hey streamer, what's the difference between version 1.0 and 2.0 of the honey trap scam? What did version 1.0 look like? How can I distinguish between version 1.0 and version 2.0 of the honey trap scam? What version was Ah Kun from earlier? Shouldn't version 2.0 be more complex than version 1.0? Why is it okay with version 2.0 but I suffer so much with version 1.0? Su Wen's lips curled into a wicked smile. Distinguishing between version 1.0 and version 2.0 of the honey trap scam is actually quite simple. That means who owns the right to use the property. Simply put, who booked the room at the hotel. The 2.0 version we commonly see now basically involves the piggyback, cash cow handling the hotel room bookings, with the woman later regretting it and demanding money back from the piggyback. As for version 1.0, although the strategy wasn't sophisticated, it was full of brute force. As for how to explain this to everyone, Su Wen glanced at the time display in the lower right corner of the screen and grinned. Don't worry, the piglets will be back soon. Just then, gift effects suddenly lit up the live stream. Ah Kun sent a giant rocket to lawyer Su Wen's live stream. Ah Kun sent a giant rocket to lawyer Su Wen's live stream. Oh yeah. 5 large rocket effects lit up in Su Wen's live stream. Su Wen glanced at it indifferently. At this point, Ah Kun was still haggling. Brothers, for some reason I suddenly feel a bit sleepy. Today's live stream. As he spoke, Su Wen even gave a fake yawn. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Ah Kun was immediately startled. I quickly sent 5 more big rockets. One large rocket costs 1,000 Huxia yuan. 10 big rockets would cost 10,000 Huxia yuan. I watched as my wallet shrank considerably in an instant. Ouch, it hurts so much. He gets up before dawn every day to go to the nursing home. They were fighting with the old ladies for free eggs. It was so hard to save so much money. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 Huxia yuan disappeared, but now, besides Su Wen, no one can save him. Ah Kun, attorney Su, I was wrong. Please help me, they want 300,000 yuan in compensation, or they'll break my leg. Su Wen rubbed his eyes, scratched his head, and asked curiously, I accidentally fell asleep just now. What was that thing that just floated by? Ah Kun, who was hiding in the bathroom, heard Su Wen's words. It got hard, the fist hardened, but it only lasted 3 seconds. After hearing the cheerful laughter of several burly men outside, he simply couldn't bring himself to make a punch. He gritted his teeth and deposited another 10,000 Huxia yuan. Ah Kun sent a giant rocket to lawyer Su Wen's live stream. Ah Kun sent a giant rocket to lawyer Su Wen's live stream. 10 more rockets lit up in the live stream. The number of viewers surged instantly, surpassing 1,000. All of this was within Su Wen's expectations. Seeing Ah Kun pay the price for this, Su Wen said calmly, go ahead and request a live chat, but I need you to show your face so I can check your injuries. Ah Kun was taken aback for a moment, but after hesitating for a moment, he still chose to show his face. The live stream switched to another page. A pig's head suddenly appeared in the live stream with a large black mole on the corner of its mouth. Holy crap, what kind of monster dares to reveal its true form in broad daylight? Wasn't it said that monsters weren't allowed to become spirits after the founding of the People's Republic of Daxia? How come a pig demon appeared in the live stream? Looking at Ah Kun in the video, his face turned into a pig's head. Su Wen's lips curled into a wicked smile. Someone in the live stream just asked what the consequences of the honey trap version 1.0 would be. Now everyone has seen it, right? Depend on, so you're letting me show my face, is it just for popular science? Ah Kun's resentment level plus 200. The 1.0 version of the honey trap basically involves the woman booking a hotel room and then luring the pig boyfriend-girlfriend to a hotel for a rendezvous. 5 to 10 minutes after the piglet enters the room, a group of burly men will rush in and pin him to the bed for a brutal beating. Su Wen looked at Ah Kun, whose face was bruised and swollen on the screen, and grinned. I told you so, didn't I? Ah Kun, with a mournful face, cautiously glanced towards the door and sobbed in a low voice. Yes, they were inhuman. I hadn't even taken my pants off when they stormed in and beat me up. They even stripped me naked and took pictures with that woman. Then threw me into the bathroom. They demanded 300,000 yuan from them within half an hour. Or they would not only accuse me of R** but also post my nude photos online. Hearing Ah Kun's description, Su Wen immediately understood the other party's intentions. Friends, in the live stream, this is a classic honey trap 1.0, and it's the most ruthless version of 1.0, the kind where they grab a quick buck and run. The room was booked by the woman, and she has the right to use it. Simply put, you've essentially entered her home and assaulted her. Ah Kun was on the verge of tears. Attorney Su, please tell me what to do. Su Wen smiled slightly. Given your personality, you must have already consulted other lawyers for free before coming to me, and they probably all advised you to report it to the police as soon as possible to minimize your losses. How did you know? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Ah Kun was immediately taken aback. Su Wen is absolutely right. He knew he owed Su Wen 10 rockets. Besides, he also wanted to get something for free from others. Therefore, he first went to other lawyers' live streams. I've consulted with 2 or 3 lawyers for free. But those lawyers all told him to call the police immediately. But if he calls the police, not only might they face another beating, but the photos were also posted online. Uncle Hat will definitely inform his family as well. He'll lose all face then. Ah Kun, I advise you to call the police immediately. This group of people planned this. If you don't call the police now, it will be too late. Yes, yes, you have to trust Uncle Hat, they will definitely help you. According to Ah Kun, the other party has committed serious crimes of extortion and intentional assault. Call the police immediately and send them to jail. At that moment, Su Wen noticed the last sentence in the live chat. Someone has already stated what crime the other party committed and they are quite correct, but Su Wen sighed helplessly. Without evidence, Uncle Hat can only mediate as a civil dispute, which is useless. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Ah Kun's eyes filled with despair. He slumped helplessly to the ground. I was filled with deep regret. Why did he become so lustful in the first place? Why would someone knowingly set a trap for them? They were still thinking of taking advantage of the other party. Now it's all over. I give up. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, it wouldn't make a difference. Just then, Su Wen's lips curled up slightly. I don't know if the Heavenly King himself is useful, but I'm useful. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, this would still be a dead end. After Su Wen finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream were initially taken aback. Then a barrage of doubts erupted, instantly filling the entire screen. The streamer shouldn't be harming anyone here. He should call the police immediately to minimize his losses. Have you lost your conscience? You're harming others here just to gain clicks. I'm reporting you. I don't believe the streamer can offer any good solutions. I'm a law student and in this situation I can only accept my fate. As things stand, calling the police would only mean Ah Kun getting beaten up again and ruining his reputation. Not reporting it to the police is tantamount to being extorted for 300,000 yuan. For Ah Kun, who likes to get things for free, he could not accept either of these outcomes. Attorney Su, please tell me what to do quickly. They'll be pressuring me to pay up in a little while. Su Wen smiled slightly and slowly uttered two words, call the police. Call the police, damn, are you kidding me? I sent 20 rockets and now you're telling me to call the police. Ah Kun suppressed his anger and roared in a low voice. Haha, I was so naive to think he actually had a great solution. How ridiculous. Pretending to be a guru, but it turns out you're just scamming people. How is this any different from a honey trap? You're a fraud. I thought he was really capable and was going to hire him to handle my case. What a mistake. Ah Kun's resentment level plus 100. From Hongyan Kishin, rage value plus 100. From looking at the constantly fluctuating emotion values in his mind, Su Wen smiled slightly and continued. A good lawyer needs more than just good speaking skills. It requires even more keen analytical skills and an eye for spotting clues. Aren't you curious why, after they broke in and made such a commotion, no one from the hotel showed up? Su Wen leaned back lazily in his chair and continued. That's because the group outside is just a bunch of puppets. The real mastermind hasn't shown up. Even if you call the police, as long as it doesn't harm the interests of those behind the scenes, they have nothing to fear. Lao Tzu once said, if you encounter a problem you cannot handle, then make a big fuss about it, big enough that someone with the ability will have no choice but to deal with it. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Ah Kun's eyes immediately lit up. He may be slow-witted, but he's not stupid. Everyone had advised him to call the police. But when Uncle Hat arrived, he had no evidence to prove that the other party had set a trap. Ultimately, it could only be settled hastily as a civil dispute. He will also face retaliation from this group. Moreover, who knows if they have any connections with their boss behind the scenes? If I call the police and say I've been scammed, if the boss behind the scenes gets wind of it, he's finished. But what if I report someone using drugs at this hotel? HMPH. The officer who responded to the call wasn't a local police officer. They're the people's armed police, even if their boss behind the scenes has great abilities. It's impossible for them to have any connection with the armed police, right? You should know. Daxia has a zero-tolerance policy towards drugs at that time. Armed police came to inspect the hotel. The boss behind the scenes was worried that his illegal activities would be exposed. This would make the group delete all the photos and leave quickly. His problem was naturally solved. Strange, that's wonderful. Thank you for your guidance, Attorney Su. I know what to do next. As he spoke, Ah Kun hurriedly hung up the phone. Su Wen was taken aback. What did he understand? He hadn't finished speaking yet. Hey, making a false police report is illegal. However, Ah Kun had already left the live stream and did not hear Su Wen's words. Su Wen sighed and continued. Actually, all he needed to do was tell the police that the hotel was suspected of having hidden cameras. These kinds of illegitimate hotels don't even need to be checked. Make a big fuss. It's not about doing anything earth-shattering. Instead, you can force the other party's boss to stop. Ah Kun clearly didn't understand what he was saying. All I can say is, Ah Kun got involved himself. Sir, you were careless. I'm thrilled to have a 10-day trip to the police station. Oh, I see. If there really were cameras in the room, they wouldn't have had time to remove them and their threats against Ah Kun would have been exposed. Even if the hotel doesn't have hidden cameras, if the police suddenly raid the premises, the owner will likely temporarily stop operating as a precaution. Furthermore, even if there are no hidden cameras in the room, Ah Kun wouldn't be wasting police resources by making this kind of report and wouldn't be punished. While that's absolutely amazing, changing the perspective to approach the problem made the difficult issue so easy. Attorney Su is truly remarkable. Just then an ID named Old Zhang connected. Soon, a hoarse voice reached Su Wen's ears. Attorney Su I. As soon as he opened his mouth, his hoarse voice choked with emotion. The police summoned me this morning and charged me with unlawful trespassing and assault, but I'm innocent. The man's voice choked with emotion. In an instant, the once bustling live stream room, the man's helpless sobs gradually subsided. Su Wen did not urge him to continue. Instead, they waited patiently for 2 minutes. Only after old Zhang's emotions had calmed down a bit did he speak softly. Don't rush, tell me slowly, why did the police charge you with these 2 crimes? Old Zhang took a deep breath. My wife cheated on me with my boss. I went to catch them in the act. They were both lying naked together. I couldn't control myself and hit them. Now my boss has not only fired me but also sued me. Upon hearing this, Su Wen, an inexplicable anger suddenly flared up inside me. Wife cheats on her with her boss. He was even fired by his boss. This script. Why does this look so damn familiar? Su Wen slammed his hand on the table. Hit him, good hit. Wow, why is the streamer suddenly so angry? If it were me, I wouldn't stand for it either. I'd have to give him a good beating. There are 2 kinds of hatred in the world that cannot be tolerated: the hatred of killing one's father and the hatred of stealing one's wife. They must be dealt with. Su Wen, after all, accepted the original owner's memories. They also accepted the emotions from their memories. After calming down a bit, Su Wen continued, tell me the details of what happened. Old Zhang took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, here's what happened. My wife and I both work on construction sites. 2 months ago we had a fight and she hasn't come home since. A few days ago, a coworker told me he saw my wife leave in the boss's car, and I started to suspect she was cheating on me. After I got home, I found her old phone and through the delivery information, located her current address. Then what happened next? I never imagined the consequences would be so severe. The police said I might be sentenced to 3 years in prison. I'm going to die in there. What will happen to my children? Hearing old Zhang's description, Su Wen's lips curled up slightly. A crime? What crime? From your description, I do not see a criminal. I only saw one man who would do anything for his wife. A man willing to risk his life. Did I hear that right? What did the anchor just say? The police have already stated that this is illegal trespassing, yet the streamer is still spouting nonsense. This old Zhang is so pitiful. Not only did his girlfriend cheat on him, but his boss also fired him and sued him. He lost everything. Immediately, the comments section erupted with discussion. Old Zhang was stunned when he heard Su Wen's words and his voice trembled as he spoke. Could it be that you really have a way to save me? After the incident, Old Zhang had asked more than one lawyer. But all the lawyers told him to seek the other party's forgiveness. Otherwise, the final outcome of this matter will definitely be that he is sentenced to prison. However, Su Wen told him that he had not committed a crime. Could he possibly not know whether he committed a crime or not? But asking him to apologize to the boss and obtain a letter of forgiveness is absolutely out of the question. He contacted Su Wen simply to ask if there was a better idea that could reduce his sentence. After all, Su Gang's approach to dealing with honey traps was indeed refreshing. Sensing that old Zhang still had doubts, Su Wen pondered for a moment. If you have nothing else to hide, sending the other person to jail isn't out of the question. What, send the other party in? Old Zhang, don't listen to the streamer's nonsense. He's always sent his own agents in before. Yeah, you can find it online. Old Zhang should check it out, don't let the streamer fool you. The streamer is hilarious. He went to someone's house and beat them up, and you're actually helping him get the other person locked up. It's ridiculous. Old Zhang also saw the comments on the screen and let out a deep sigh. Attorney Su, please stop teasing me. I'd better ask someone else. He sighed and prepared to hang up. At this moment, Su Wen spoke with a smile on his lips. I suspect you're still hiding something, like the child. Old Zhang, who was originally about to hang up. Upon hearing the word child, my body stiffened instantly. The host is hilarious. Old Zhang already mentioned the kids, did he really need to guess? Old Zhang should hurry up and apologize to the other party, he's just wasting his time here. Su Wen's lips curled into a smile. Old Zhang has already been summoned by the police, but he's still outside. This can only prove one thing, that is, he is now out on bail pending trial. So who will help him? It's highly likely that it was his wife who had an affair. And she went to great lengths to help old Zhang get bail pending trial. There must be some unspeakable secret behind this. For example, his wife is pregnant with his boss's child. Attorney Su, how did you know? The fact that her wife is pregnant with her boss's child. He himself had just found out, and because it was too embarrassing to talk about it. He didn't tell anyone, but he didn't expect that. This lawyer who looks young. In such a short period of time. He then guessed that his wife was pregnant. Su Wen opened old Zhang's homepage and took a look. The IP address shows Jiangcheng, we live in the same city. Whether they live in the same city or not is not important. After all, being a lawyer is like any other profession. Online consultation available, flights available nationwide. However, if it's in a city, you can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. I'm certain that in the entire Jiangcheng besides me, no one else can successfully defend your innocence. This time, old Zhang didn't hesitate at all and said solemnly, okay, I'll be right there. After old Zhang finished speaking, he hurriedly hung up the phone. He has consulted many lawyers. Everyone offered the same solution. Tell him to seek forgiveness from the person involved, otherwise he will definitely be sentenced. Things couldn't be worse now. Old Zhang had also made up his mind. Let's go and fight Su Wenbo, perhaps. Can he really help him secure a not guilty plea? Holy crap, is old Zhang really going to sue the streamer? That's like trying to go to the toilet with a lantern. Looks like Attorney Su is going to send his client to jail again. Old Zhang is such a fool. Attorney Su, old Zhang has already suffered enough. Please let him go and don't take his case. Although Su Wen had his own unique understanding of the honey trap before, but this is just theoretical. Practice and theory are two completely different things. Since his debut, Su Wen has handled 2 cases, and in both of them he ended up sending his clients to jail. Nobody believed it. He was able to help old Zhang obtain a not guilty plea. Su Wen naturally saw the doubts raised by viewers in the live stream, but to dispel doubts, what's needed isn't debate but results. Old Zhang's case wasn't anything earth-shattering. Given his financial situation, they also can't afford the expensive agency fees, but in this case, it's easy for netizens to relate since being cheated on is a situation that anyone can relate to. At least he himself had already put himself in that situation. If he could help old Zhang turn things around, then I can quickly erase the stereotypes that the original owner had given others. Brothers, that's all for today's live stream. I still need to prepare a few things before old Zhang arrives. If you're interested in what happens next, please follow us. See you next time. Please, host, don't take old Zhang's case anymore. Tell him to go see attorney Yang from Zhang Law Firm. Yeah, although attorney Yang is expensive, he can definitely help old Zhang get a reduced sentence. If the anchor takes the job, old Zhang is finished. Faced with questions from viewers in the live stream, Su Wen spoke calmly. Yang Wei, if he dares to accept the offer, I'll send him in too. Su Wen then immediately ended the live stream. Zhang Law Firm, Yang Wei slammed his phone onto the table. Damn it, how dare he say he'd send me in too, he's asking for it. A heavily made-up woman with an extremely alluring appearance. She was wearing an extremely sexy uniform that accentuated her figure perfectly. A black miniskirt that barely covers the hips. With each step, a faint glimpse of spring is emerging. She slowly walked behind Yang Wei. Slender fingers rested on Yang Wei's shoulder and gently massaged it. Yang Wei's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. The woman leaned down and brought her red lips close to Yang Wei's ear. "Don't be angry. Don't you know he's just a good-for-nothing?" Yang Wei turned his head. The woman's deep, ravine-like chasm appeared before his eyes. Yang Wei was immediately overcome with lust. He placed his hand on the back of the woman's hand and rubbed it back and forth. "Find that old Zhang's boss and tell him we've taken his case. This case is practically a sure win. You'll be in charge of the court hearing. Give your loser ex-boyfriend a good humiliation." After Su Wen ended the live stream, he closed his eyes. Just finished a live broadcast. He gained over 10,000 emotional points. Open the system store. Su Wen discovered that emotion points could be directly exchanged for Huaxia coins. 1 point of emotional value can be directly exchanged for 1 Huaxia coin. Besides, emotional points can also be exchanged for limited-time skill cards. For example, Top Hacker Experience Card, Top Fighter Experience Card, etc. These experience cards generally require 50,000 emotion points to redeem and are valid for 1 hour. In response, Su Wen was not disappointed. For him, only by being strong himself can he feel secure. After opening his eyes, Su Wen opened the Douyin backend. Just finished a live stream excluding platform commissions and taxes. He earned less than 10,000 Huxia yuan, which solved his immediate problem of food and clothing. Sai, the original owner, had such a bad reputation. He only earned less than 10,000 Huxia yuan in an hour. Before crossing over, no matter what time Su Wen starts broadcasting, the number of viewers instantly exceeds 100,000. Various special effects gifts continued to appear until he ended his broadcast. In a single live stream, the revenue from gifts alone, that would easily bring in nearly 1 million. And those who send gifts, basically his former agents or people who want him to represent them in their cases. Among them are business tycoons with assets worth tens of billions or well-known political figures. And in just a few years, he became the highest-paid person in the entire legal profession. At that moment, Su Wen's stomach growled. The sun was high in the sky, nearing noon. Since old Zhang said he would be coming over soon, Su Wen didn't plan to go out for dinner. After thinking it over, he ordered 3 hamburger meals, 2 adult portions and 1 child portion. Soon, there was a knock on the office door. Su Wen opened the door. A man with gray hair, wearing a worn-out work uniform. He looks like a middle-aged man in his 40s. She was also holding a 6 or 7-year-old boy in her arms. It came into Su Wen's sight. "Old Zhang, is that you? Please come in." As he spoke, Su Wen stepped aside, gesturing for them to proceed. Old Zhang seemed a little reserved. After glancing inside the house, she carefully placed the little boy on the ground. Then he squatted down, pinched the little boy's cheek, and whispered, "Guo, be good, play by the door for a while, don't run around. Daddy and uncle will just say a few words and come out." Guo nodded obediently and then sat down on the steps by the door, although there was a hole in his pants. But both his clothes and his face were spotless. It's clear that old Zhang took good care of him. Seeing Guo nod obediently, old Zhang looked at Su Wen and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Attorney Su, as you've seen, I don't have much money to pay legal fees." As he spoke, old Zhang took a crumpled wad of banknotes from his pocket and handed it to Su Wen. "Here's 2,356 yuan. If it's not enough, I'll pay you back when I get out of prison, okay?" Su Wen's exceptionally beautiful phoenix eyes slowly landed on old Zhang's hand. The money included both small and large bills and even a few coins. Su Wen knew that this was probably all old Zhang had to say, and he slowly began to speak. "I have 2 principles when it comes to taking cases. Either it can bring me the benefits I want, which is clearly not possible." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang's weathered eyes were filled with disappointment. The hand holding the money slowly lowered. "Either it can bring me fame or you can't." Old Zhang sighed heavily and lowered his head. The next second, Su Wen took the money from old Zhang, squatted down, and placed it in Guo's arms. Hi Gyugyuo, what do you want to do most after you have money? Gyugyuo glanced at the hole in her pants, then turned to Su Wen and smiled. I want to buy my dad a new outfit. He's been wearing this same outfit for years. Hearing Gyugyuo's words, old Zhang's body trembled instantly and tears welled up in his eyes. Su Wen ruffled Gyugyuo's hair. Gyugyuo is such a good girl. Then put the money away carefully. After everything's over, we'll go buy new clothes together, okay? Gyugyuo nodded happily and stuffed the money into her pants. Old Zhang, witnessing this scene, choked up and said, Attorney Su. Attorney Su. Su Wen stood up and smiled slightly at old Zhang. Although you can't meet either of these two requirements since I've already taken the money, let's begin. Old Zhang opened his mouth as if to say something, but after glancing at Gyugyuo, he said nothing more. In the previous connection, Su Wen then realized that old Zhang had already given up hope. He just wants a shorter sentence now. But what Su Wen wanted to do was not only to plead not guilty, but also to send the other party to jail. Old Zhang's mentality. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Su Wen's defense. The parties involved all chose to give up what he said. That makes it very likely that they will conceal some things. As a former top lawyer in the country, he knew very well that if the parties involved concealed key events or evidence during the court hearing, the opposing side will catch you off guard. In this situation, he absolutely will not allow it to happen, therefore. That's why he did this, in the shortest time and with the most effective method. This gave old man Zhang a compelling reason to win the case. That's his son. After Su Wen invited old man Zhang into the room, he pointed to a broken chair he had found at a second-hand market. The environment is a bit poor, but we'll make do for now. Old Zhang didn't seem to mind and sat down directly. After all, he had worked on construction sites in the worst possible conditions. The two sat down facing each other and Su Wen spoke directly. During the live stream, you must have hidden a lot of things. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang was stunned for a moment. He certainly didn't tell the whole story. Seeing old Zhang's reaction, Su Wen quickly mentally organized his analysis of old Zhang. After all, the original owner had a bad reputation. He needs to get the client to quickly recognize his abilities. Although your name is Old Zhang, you're at most 30 years old. As for why you're called Old Zhang, I think that's what everyone on the construction site calls you. Besides hiding the fact that your wife is pregnant with your boss's child, you're probably hiding something else. If I'm not mistaken, you weren't the only one who broke into your boss's house. That person should be the one you mentioned before. The one who saw your wife get into the boss's car. You are currently out on bail pending trial, but your colleague should still be at the police station and hasn't been released yet. I told you so, didn't I? After Su Wen finished speaking, he curled the corners of his mouth and looked at old Zhang's incredulous eyes. Old Zhang couldn't believe it. Su Wen merely relied on a few words he had said during a previous live stream. They then analyzed what he was hiding. He hasn't told anyone about these things. Attorney Su, you only guessed this after you saw me, didn't you? Su Wen smiled slightly and did not deny it. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Hello, this is for takeout. It wasn't hard to guess that old Zhang had accomplices. After all, he went there to catch his wife cheating, catching someone in the act of adultery. You must have a certificate to do this. But the fact that Su Wen could guess his age, it really startled him. Although he is only 28 years old this year, he has been working since he was a child. His skin was tanned dark and his hair had turned gray several years ago. Even the workers who work together on the construction site every day, everyone calls him Old Zhang and they don't know his real age. Old Zhang was certain. The lawyer in front of me, Su, must have guessed it after seeing the child. Yes, that must be it, otherwise he'd be too amazing. Just then, Su Wen walked in with the takeout. 2 of the hamburger meals were placed on the table. One is for you and the other is a children's meal ordered for Gyugyuo. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang's eyes widened immediately. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the children's meal, the time on the takeout order. It was 2 minutes after Su Wengang ended his broadcast. In other words, they only communicated online for 2 minutes. Su Wen not only guessed his real age, she even guessed that she would bring her child along. That's why he specifically ordered a children's meal. Old Zhang was so shocked he couldn't speak. Su Wen opened a hamburger, took a bite, and looked at old Zhang with a puzzled expression. Don't worry, I ordered tastin', it won't upset the baby's stomach. Old Zhang came to his senses. His cloudy eyes brightened and he looked at Su Wen with excitement. This time, we've really found the right person, perhaps this lawyer who looks quite young. It can really help you get a not guilty plea. At this moment, hope was rekindled in old Zhang's heart, for oneself. Even more so for Guoguo, attorney Su. I truly don't know how to thank you enough. Su Wen said calmly, then tell me everything that happened that night down to the last detail without missing a single thing. Old Zhang, looking excited, took Guoguo's hamburger out, told him again not to wander off, and then hurriedly came back to sit down. Instead of eating the hamburger, he took out a box of Baytashan cigarettes from his pocket. He had just taken out a cigarette when he suddenly sensed something was wrong and looked at Su Wen. It's okay, go ahead and smoke. Su Wen pushed the ashtray in front of him. He himself doesn't smoke. But when old Zhang encountered this kind of situation, smoking a couple of cigarettes might make him feel a little better, thanks. Old Zhang lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. As thick smoke billowed, the entire story of the case was revealed. A few months ago, after my wife and I had a fight, she just packed her bags and left, never going back to the construction site. I called her many times during that period, but she didn't answer. Later at the construction site, a friend who often worked with me told me that he saw my wife and the boss drive away together. Although I was very angry, I wasn't surprised at all. So we decided to go find them together. I went to catch them cheating, and he went to collect his wages. After getting home, I found my wife's old phone, which had her Taobao account logged in before. Based on the delivery information, I found her current address. At 2 a.m. that night, my friend and I found her place. As soon as we got to the door, I heard my wife screaming. At this point, old Zhang lit another cigarette, his eyes becoming bloodshot. In a fit of anger, I kicked the door open and saw the two of them, naked and entangled together. They were shocked to see me, so I immediately pulled out my belt and gave the boss a good beating. Later, the neighbors were woken up and pulled me away. This morning, the police summoned me, saying I committed trespassing and assault, and they are preparing to press charges against me. But soon my wife baited me out. She was worried that Guoguo would be left without care, and she also told me that she's also pregnant with her boss's child. Old Zhang recounted the entire story in one breath, his eyes already glistening with tears. Su Wen finished the last bite of his hamburger, then took a big gulp of his ice-cold cola and looked at old Zhang. What old Zhang just said was exactly the same as what he had guessed. So do you think you've committed a crime? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang took a deep breath. I am guilty. Su Wen continued, how badly did you beat him up? Minor injury. Su Wen asked again, did your friend join you in the attack? He didn't lay a hand on them, but he didn't stop them either. Su Wen pondered for a moment, then said, the most crucial question is this house your boss's home? Old Zhang shook his head, it's a rented house, he has a wife. One last question, think carefully, Su Wen said, his gaze falling on old Zhang. Did the police ask you why you kicked the door? Old Zhang frowned and thought about it carefully for a long time. He stubbed out the cigarette when it burned his finger and said with great certainty, no. Speaking of which, Su Wen has basically figured out the ins and outs of the matter and has his own defense strategy. Although, according to old Zhang's description, this matter was very unfavorable to him. But they found a way out of their seemingly hopeless situation. For a top lawyer, sophistry, only then can his true value be realized. If you say the same thing in court, you'll basically be sentenced. Unlawful intrusion into another person's residence and premeditated assault on the victim, even if you have your own reasons, might garner the judge's sympathy. But you can't escape a 3-year sentence. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang's expression immediately became tense. Just then, the law firm's door was suddenly pushed open. The two looked towards the door. Guoguo stood at the entrance of the law firm, her eyes filled with tears. No, my dad can't go in, I can't live without him. Please help my dad. Guoguo. The moment Guoguo pushed open the door, old Zhang's tears flowed like a burst dam, although Guoguo is only 6 or 7 years old. But it's like they know everything. His previous eccentric behavior was all an act. He knew his father was in trouble. He was afraid of causing trouble for his father, but she overheard that her father was going to jail. He couldn't hold back any longer. He pushed open the door hoping that Su Wen could help his father. He'll do anything you ask. All he wanted was to live with his father. Guo. Old Zhang rushed to his child and hugged him tightly. Seeing this touching scene of father and son, Su Wen was also moved. Don't rush. I have another story. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Old Zhang and Guo were stunned for a moment. The father-son bond that had been building was instantly drawn to Su Wen, and he looked at Su Wen with a puzzled expression. Do you remember me saying before that you're the kind of man who would do anything for his wife? Old Zhang's body trembled. Then I remembered that Su Wen had indeed said something like that during a previous live stream, but he thought Su Wen was just joking with him and didn't take it seriously. Attorney Su, what do you mean by that? Su Wen smiled slightly and looked at old Zhang. You and your child eat first, and while you're at it I'll tell you another story. Old Zhang picked up Guo and returned to his seat. After briefly organizing his thoughts, Su Wen smiled. A few months ago you and your wife had a fight, and in a fit of anger she packed her bags and left home. She doesn't answer your calls, and she hasn't gone to work at the construction site. You've been looking for her for a long time, but you still can't find her. The first half of the story was no different from what old Zhang had told him. Old Zhang listened as he tore open a hamburger and took a bite. One day you suddenly find her old cell phone, and on it you discover her current address. You were very worried that something might happen to her, so you asked your best friend to accompany you. Soon you found where your wife lived, and as soon as you reached the door you heard her screams of agony. You suspect your wife, who lives alone, has been assaulted, so, in your desperation to save her, you kick down the door and rush inside. As expected, your wife is being abused by a man, and that man is your boss who owes you several months' wages. Seeing your beloved wife being bullied, you immediately stepped in and beat the bully severely, and then the neighbor called the police. Su Wen finished telling his story at a leisurely pace. Then, with a smirk, he looked at old Zhang. What do you think of this story? For a moment, old Zhang and Guo stared wide-eyed at Su Wen, even forgetting to chew their hamburgers. Old Zhang was so shocked he was speechless. Su Wen, in the midst of conversation and laughter. From another perspective, not only did he exonerate himself, he even portrayed himself as a great figure. Is that correct? That's absolutely right. He consulted many lawyers, but they all recounted their own accounts of the events. Based on what has happened, tell him, according to the law, how long he will be sentenced. No lawyer has ever been like Su Wen. With just a few words, he wiped his name off. This time I really am. You made the right bet. Guo is a very smart child. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, he jumped up with joy. Yay, Dad doesn't have to go in. Dad can stay with me the whole time. That's great. Actually, if in this story you can add fruit in, that would make the story more complete. But, although Su Wen was known as the deadly poison law in his previous life, however, among the thousands of cases he handled, they have never taken advantage of a child, not even once. He won't do that. They wouldn't stoop to doing that. Su Wen took a paper contract from under the table and pushed it in front of old Zhang. If you're satisfied with this story, then you can sign it. Old Zhang hurriedly took the paper and pen and flipped directly to the last page of the contract. Just as he was about to sign, he suddenly noticed the agency fee section. It even stated the lawyer's fee as 30,000 Huxia yuan. Old Zhang hesitated for a second. In the end, I gritted my teeth and signed the papers. 30,000 Huaxia coins. For him, it was a huge sum of money. But he believed in Su Wen. After the case is closed, he can work 2 more jobs. The 30,000 yuan agency fee will be returned to Su Wen soon, although old Zhang hesitated for only a moment. But Su Wen still managed to spot it. Su Wen smiled slightly. It's all right, the other party will cover the agency fee and I won't collect the money from you in advance. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang was immediately startled. How is that possible? I'm already thankful I'm not being sentenced. How could the other party possibly bear the agency fees? The other party will absolutely not bear this cost. However, he had not yet spoken. Su Wen's next words completely shocked him. If everything goes smoothly, you'll receive a huge sum of money after the case is closed. Then you can take Guo out for a good time. What? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang exclaimed in surprise. Could you really get the other party to pay you a huge sum of money? Su Wen said calmly. You've worked hard your whole life. It's time for your luck to change. This might be a very troublesome matter for you. But in my opinion, you're 29 years old, a stroke of good fortune. If you play this card well, you can absolutely escape poverty and achieve a comfortable life. Su Wen smiled slightly as he looked at the two utterly shocked people. Eat quickly, after you finish we still need to go see your wife. Zhang Law Firm reception room, a fat man who looked to be in his early 30s with a face full of fat. He was wearing a patterned shirt with the collar open. He wore a large gold necklace around his neck and a gold watch on his wrist, looking every bit the nouveau rich. He was sitting upright on the edge of the sofa. More than half an hour ago, Kai Cheng received a call from Zhang Law Firm. They said they could represent him in his cases at a low price. This is fantastic news. Zhang Law Firm is the largest and most famous law firm in Jiangcheng. At other law firms, lawyers are practically begging their clients to hire them to handle cases. But Zhang's agents were carrying gifts, going around trying to find connections and begging them to represent their cases. The difference in quality is immediately apparent, it's obvious at a glance. Ever since he slept with old Zhang's wife and was beaten by old Zhang, he's wanted to get old Zhang imprisoned and sentenced to the heaviest possible punishment. He had also consulted with Zhang Law Firm. The consultation fee for just half an hour was over 1,000 Huxia yuan, and that was with an intern lawyer in charge. He ultimately just left a phone number and then departed. Just now, Yang Wei, a partner at Zhang Law Firm, he actually called him personally. They said that Zhang Law Firm was willing to represent his case at a low price. Upon hearing this news, he immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over without stopping. Just then, Yang Wei led Cheng Yao in from outside. Upon seeing the sexy and alluring Cheng Yao, Kai Cheng's eyes flashed with possessiveness and he leered at Cheng Yao's legs. Although Yang Wei discovered this, but he didn't say anything. He sat down directly in front of Kai Cheng and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Mr. Kai, I have already reviewed the details of the case. The reason I called you here is to tell you something. We're prepared to wage a media war in this lawsuit. As long as you agree to wage a media war, I guarantee I can get old Zhang the maximum sentence. Yang Wei smirked as he leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, fingers casually resting on the armrests. A cold glint flashed behind a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. For Kai Cheng, waging a propaganda war is of no benefit, but Yang Wei's goal was to ruin Su Wen's reputation. Kai Cheng was taken for a fool by Yang Wei. As Yang Wei stared at him, Kai Cheng felt a faint but palpable sense of pressure emanating from him. He pulled out a tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Attorney Yang, waging a media war must cost a lot of money, right? Upon hearing that Yang Wei was going to wage a propaganda war, a bead of sweat instantly appeared on Kai Cheng's forehead. How much does it cost to wage a propaganda war? Although he's now considered a construction site boss, he also has 20 or 30 workers under his command. Trying to take money out of his pocket is practically the same as taking his life. Upon hearing Kai Cheng's words, Yang Wei turned his head and winked at Cheng Yao, who was standing to the side. Upon seeing this, Chen Yao reluctantly swayed her hips and walked up to Kai Cheng. Mr. Kai, you're a big boss making a fortune every day. Waging a propaganda war won't cost you much. As she spoke, Cheng Yao winked at boss Kai, picked up the kettle beside her and bent down to add tea. In an instant, two rounded hemispheres, north and south, appeared and disappeared before Kai Cheng's eyes. Kai Cheng stared intently at the deep cleavage on Cheng Yao's chest. Suddenly I felt a burning sensation in my nose and my blood pressure spiked. He swallowed hard, then hurriedly took the teacup Cheng Yao handed him. Greasy fingers accidentally brushed against Cheng Yao's fair hand. A flash of disdain crossed Cheng Yao's eyes. She withdrew her hand and smiled at Kai Cheng. Mr. Kai, please try this, it's top quality Baluachun tea, it's good for cooling down the body. Yang Wei noticed Kai Cheng's subtle actions. Although Cheng Yao was his lover in private, but he didn't seem to care at all about Kai Cheng taking advantage of Chen Yao. Instead, he laughed. Mr. Kai, if your case is assigned to our Zhang law firm, Attorney Cheng will be in full charge. At that point, the two of you will inevitably have to discuss things privately. Yang Wei deliberately emphasized the word privately. Upon hearing that Cheng Yao would be in charge of his case, Kaiyan Cheng was immediately overcome with lust. Private conversations? Exchanging feelings counts as a form of communication, right? Haha, no problem at all. I hope Attorney Cheng will do me the honor of joining us for dinner. Okay, it's settled then. Cheng Yao, go prepare the contract. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Cheng Yao smiled slightly at Kaiyan Cheng, then her face turned cold as she walked out of the conference room. Kaiyan Cheng's lecherous eyes narrowed into slits as he moved along with Cheng Yao's shapely buttocks. Only after Cheng Yao was out of his sight did he reluctantly turn around and speak to Yang Wei. Attorney Yang, it's not that I don't trust you, I'm just worried that the other side will also hire a top-notch lawyer, then my money, wouldn't it all be wasted? Yang Wei snorted coldly. The best lawyers in all of Jiangcheng are at our Zhang law firm. Besides, old Zhang is already preparing to have Su Wen represent him. Su Wen? Kaiyan Cheng felt the name sounded familiar. Is he the Su Wen who got his clients imprisoned in 2 consecutive lawsuits? Yes, that's the good-for-nothing. Haha, so it was that good-for-nothing. I'm relieved. The thought of Cheng Yao's shapely buttocks made Kaiyan Cheng feel itchy inside. He scratched his fat thigh and spoke again. The amount of money doesn't matter, the main thing is with Attorney Cheng you'd better put in a good word for me. Oh yeah. Meanwhile, in a rented room of less than 30 square meters, although the room was small, it was kept very clean and the furnishings were all in good order. On the simple balcony, a few children's clothes hung, not a single one of them was for adults. Su Wen watched old Zhang busy in the kitchen. With his white hair and slightly hunched back, it's hard to imagine that he's not even 30 years old yet. Old Zhang carefully wiped the grease off the stove before turning to Guoguo and speaking. Guoguo, be good, I've put dinner in the pot. Heat it up a little before you eat, don't eat it cold or you'll get diarrhea, okay? Old Zhang ruffled Guoguo's hair, a hint of worry in his eyes. Okay, I'll take good care of myself. Guoguo smiled sweetly at old Zhang, then looked at Su Wen standing to the side. Uncle Su, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with my father's matter. Seeing Guoguo's maturity far beyond her years, old Zhang turned his head away with a sense of guilt. It is said that children from poor families mature early, but if it were possible. He really didn't want Guoguo to have to endure so much at such a young age. He also hoped his child could be like other people's children. They play outside carefree every day, occasionally getting themselves into some trouble. It's all his fault for being incompetent and unable to give Guoguo a happy childhood. Su Wen bent down, smiled at Guoguo with his handsome face and gently flicked Guoguo's nose with his index finger. Trust me, your dad will be all right, let's pinky swear. Guoguo nodded happily and held out her little finger. Pinky promise, 100 years from now, whoever breaks it is a dog. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Old Zhang quietly wiped away a tear. Attorney Su, let's go. Stepping out of the cheap rental room, old Zhang looked at Su Wen and asked with concern. My wife has been threatening to divorce me for a while and I've already agreed. If I suddenly go to her now, will she agree to help me? Su Wen began. Your boss is married, isn't he? Old Zhang nodded suspiciously. Yes, he has a wife and 5 children, but they all live in other places. What does that have to do with my wife? Su Wen spoke again. Are you sure the child in your wife's belly isn't yours but your boss's? I'm sure, she and I have. Old Zhang clenched his fist involuntarily. We haven't slept together for almost a year. Really? It was pretty much what Su Wen had guessed. But who can prove that you and your wife haven't had S*X in a year? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang was stunned for a moment. Sexual intercourse, how could there possibly be any witnesses? If there are witnesses, wouldn't that constitute group S*X? That's illegal. No, no one can prove it. Although I don't know why Su Wen asked that question. But old Zhang remained obedient and answered every single one of Su Wen's questions. Su Wen curled his lips into a smile, his phoenix eyes gleaming as he looked at old Zhang. Since no one can prove that you and your wife haven't had S*X in a long time, how can you prove that the child in her belly isn't yours? What do you mean by that? Old Zhang was momentarily stunned. He recognized every single word Su Wen spoke, but when they were put together he couldn't understand them. What if I let you have the power to claim the child as yours? And even after the child is born, you'd be obligated to raise it well. Su Wen's almond-shaped eyes gleamed, and he emphasized the word raise with particular force. But old Zhang was too honest and didn't understand what Su Wen meant. Attorney Su, although I, old Zhang, am an honest man, I can't possibly raise my enemy's child. Joke. His wife cheated on him and had a child with another man. He's now making his wife give birth to the child and raise it herself. As a man. That's incredibly spineless. Faced with old Zhang's anger, Su Wen calmly replied. If your wife admits the child in her belly is her boss's, then they may have committed bigamy. If she doesn't admit the child is your boss's, then the child is yours. Does this mean you're using the emperor to command the feudal lords? His child is in your hands, what are you afraid of him for? Jiangcheng. Inside a cafe in the old town. Old Zhang, dressed in his newly bought suit, sat upright in his chair. When he drank coffee, he craned his neck as far as he could, as if afraid of spilling it on his newly bought clothes. At this moment, besides the 3 cups of coffee, there was also a bunch of sunflowers that had just been bought from the florist on the table. Old Zhang said that his wife's favorite flower is the sunflower. Many years ago, at their wedding ceremony, old Zhang bought a lot of sunflowers and covered the entire stage. His wife was so touched that she became pregnant with Guoguo that very night. Attorney Su. We're just meeting my wife, is there really a need to make it so formal? Besides, we're about to get a divorce. As he spoke, old Zhang sighed. This outfit cost him a full 800 yuan. This 800 yuan is enough for him and Guoguo to live on for a month. Su Wen smiled and looked at the completely transformed old Zhang. It has to be said that clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse. After changing his clothes, old Zhang looked much more handsome, although he still has a head of white hair. But at least it doesn't look shabby anymore. Divorce? What kind of divorce? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang was immediately taken aback. Are you suggesting that I've been cheated on so badly, shouldn't I get a divorce? He looked at Su Wen with a puzzled expression. Su Wen took a sip of coffee with great elegance and continued. The main purpose of my visit today is to win back your image in your wife's eyes. There's no way to salvage this situation, they've all become turtles in the sewers. Could it be that I'm really going to raise that D's child? Attorney Su, it's not that I, old Zhang, don't trust you, it's just that I'm really afraid. I'm really afraid I won't be able to resist hitting the child. That's right, Su Wen looked at old Zhang with a hint of admiration in his eyes. You're quite perceptive. Old Zhang was getting more and more confused. This lawyer Su, what exactly is inside the gourd? Just then, raindrops began to fall outside the window. The sudden downpour caused the surrounding crowd to scramble for shelter. Su Wen and old Zhang turned to look out the window. At this time, a woman with short hair, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and with dark skin like old Zhang, strode towards the entrance of the coffee shop. The moment he saw the woman, old Zhang couldn't help but tense up. Old Zhang even wondered if his wife's infidelity was because he couldn't provide her with a better life. Now, facing his wife, he feels mostly guilt. He looked at Su Wen somewhat nervously, and Su Wen spoke calmly. Don't be nervous, leave everything to me, you just need to remember to talk less. Yes, old Zhang nodded. Hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang felt much more at ease. Soon, his wife entered the coffee shop and looked around. Su Wen observed old Zhang's wife from a distance. She rested one hand on her slightly protruding belly. Because she works on construction sites year-round, her exposed skin looks somewhat dark. But years of hard labor have also allowed her to maintain the figure she had when she was young. Old Zhang stood up and waved at her. Huaner, over here. Feng Huan turned to look at old Zhang, took a deep breath and then slowly walked over. Speak, what do you want from me? Her voice carried a hint of indifference, but her gaze was fixed on the sunflowers beside her. Her already dim eyes were now completely devoid of color. Rain dripped from her short hair onto the ground. She lowered her head, deliberately avoiding old Zhang's gaze. She knew that old Zhang loved her. Since getting married, he has been working very hard to take care of himself and Guoguo. But old Zhang didn't know. I've disliked sunflowers for a long time. Miss Feng, let's sit down and talk. Su Wen stood up and invited Feng Huan to sit down. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Huan sat down. Old Zhang looked at Feng Huan, whose clothes were soaked by the rain. He took off his newly bought suit jacket and draped it over Feng Huan's shoulders. Feng Huan was immediately moved, her eyes trembling as she looked at old Zhang. Today, it seems different now, old Zhang wearing a suit. It seemed to pull her thoughts back to her wedding scene many years ago, the same people. The same sunflower, only. Everything else has changed. Who is this? Feng Huan snapped out of her daze and noticed Su Wen sitting opposite her. Old Zhang began, "This is the lawyer I invited today, he." Before old Zhang could finish speaking, Feng Huan frowned and interrupted him coldly. "A lawyer? You're divorcing me and you still hire a lawyer? I know I've wronged you and I'm willing to leave with nothing." After saying that, Feng Huan seemed a little impatient and continued, "Lawyer it is, have you gotten the divorce papers? I'm leaving once I sign them." Hearing Feng Huan's words, a hint of guilt flashed across old Zhang's face, but Su Wen didn't think so. On the way here, Su Wen had asked old Zhang about the couple's marital property. "All I can say is, the couple has been married for many years, but they have no house, no car, and no savings. They both left with nothing in their divorce." The reason Feng Huan said that, "I just wanted to make myself feel better." Wasn't she the one who cheated? Isn't she the one who's almost gotten old Zhang into trouble now? Su Wen sneered, "This kind of person. They can only bully honest people like old Zhang." "Miss Feng, this is Su Wen, Zhang Jianzhen's lawyer. My client told me that your relationship has always been good and you have no intention of getting a divorce." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Huan was immediately stunned. "Do you have a good relationship? No plans to divorce? Why is this different from what we agreed on? How can she pursue a better life if she doesn't get a divorce? No, we must get a divorce." Feng Huan slammed her hand on the table. Seeing the somewhat surprised look on old Zhang's face, she immediately realized that she had become too emotional and softened her voice. "I'm too ashamed to face my child, and besides, I'm already pregnant with Qian Cheng's child." Su Wen had already guessed that Feng Huan would say that. This kind of case. He had seen this many times in his past life. Feng Huan stuck out her buttocks. He knew exactly what Feng Huan was going to say, but now is not the time to completely break ties with Feng Huan. The most crucial thing right now is, this caused a rift between Feng Huan and Qian Chengsen. Only in this way can old Zhang's interests be guaranteed, for Su Wen. A lawsuit is all about who ultimately benefits. "Miss Feng, how can you be sure that the child in your belly is Qian Cheng's and not old Zhang's?" Feng Huan was taken aback. "I made it myself. Do you think I don't know? I'm absolutely certain this child is mine and Qian Cheng's." Su Wen continued, "But your husband is old Zhang." Feng Huan slowly lowered her head. "I know, I'm the one who let Lao Zhang down." Smack! Su Wen slammed the recording pen he had hidden under the table onto the table. His voice suddenly rose in pitch. "So you're admitting you committed bigamy?" According to Huxia law, bigamy is punishable by up to 2 years in prison. Su Wen's sudden outburst of shout. This startled Feng Huan so much that she trembled all over, feeling a faint but palpable sense of pressure emanating from Su Wen. Feng Huan panicked immediately. Feng Huan's resentment level increased by 500. "I just want a divorce. He actually wanted to send me in." Determining whether bigamy has been committed requires certain evidence. Do they live together as husband and wife in public, or whether the two had a wedding ceremony, etc. Su Wen's recording is not sufficient to prove that Feng Huan committed bigamy. However, Feng Huan, who came from a rural background, did not know much about Huxia law. Just hearing the words bigamy, "I couldn't help but feel timid." Feng Huan turned her head, her trembling finger pointing at old Zhang, and scolded him angrily. What do you mean? I even baited you out today and this is how you treat me?" In her heart, Su Wen looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. Old Zhang is much easier to bully. Old Zhang looked anxious and was about to speak when he suddenly remembered Su Wen's instructions to keep quiet. He quickly held his breath, covered his mouth, and turned to look at Su Wen. Su Wen shook his head in disappointment after seeing the look in old Zhang's eyes. There was a hint of pleading in old Zhang's eyes. It seemed that Feng Huan had baited him out this morning and he owed Feng Huan an enormous favor. But what he didn't know was that she wouldn't have baited old Zhang out if she hadn't had no other choice. Su Wen leaned back lazily in his chair, his arms crossed, his gaze languidly falling on Feng Huan's irritable face. You bailaid old Zhang out because you were worried about who would take care of Guoguo, weren't you? Su Wen's words seemed to have ripped away Feng Huan's fig leaf. Feng Huan, who had been looking angry, suddenly panicked. Su Wen keenly observed the change in Feng Huan's expression. Don't show your nervousness in front of the lawyer. In his past life as a top-notch lawyer, the moment his client panicked was the perfect opportunity to strike. I. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Su Wen narrowed his eyes, sat up straight, and directly interrupted Feng Huan, who was still trying to argue. You know very well in your heart that Caiyan Cheng will never agree to let you bring Guoguo to live with him. You bailaid Lao Zhang out simply so he'd take good care of Guoguo, so you and Caiyan Cheng could be together, right? In the end, you're just a selfish and self-serving woman. Su Wen spoke faster and faster, giving Feng Huan no time to react, directly crushing her spirit. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Huan froze on the spot, her eyes vacant. Finally, she slumped weakly into the chair. I didn't. Old Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Feng Huan beside him in disbelief, feeling only a sense of unfamiliarity. The two had been married for many years, and he had assumed that Feng Huan had bailaid him out because she still had some love for him. Who would have thought it was all a damn scheme? If Su Wen hadn't been here today, he would have actually believed Feng Huan's lies. Seeing Feng Huan's current state, Su Wen's lips curled up slightly. In negotiations, after a slap in the face, be sure to promptly offer a sweet treat. Never push the other party into a corner or risk self-destruction. Su Wen picked up his coffee, took a sip, and continued talking to Feng Huan. Let me analyze the problem you're facing. However, Feng Huan seemed not to hear her, continuing to say to herself with her head down, I didn't. Su Wen didn't seem to care and continued. I believe you don't want old Zhang to go in, it won't do you any good for him, at least he can take good care of Guoguo. But I suspect Caiyan Cheng didn't think that way. He must have told you he was going to send old Zhang to jail, right? But at the same time, he doesn't want you to bring Guoguo to live with him, am I right? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Huan stopped muttering to herself. She looked up at Su Wen in disbelief. He's absolutely right, old Zhang was now completely enraged. After Su Wen's guidance, he understood Feng Huan's true thoughts. He slapped his thigh hard and yelled at Feng Huan. Feng Huan, are you confused? Even at this point, old Zhang would rather hit himself than hurt Feng Huan in front of him. Old Zhang, I will definitely persuade him not to sue you. You believe me, you must believe me. Feng Huan grasped old Zhang's hand, her eyes filled with a pleading look. She worried that old Zhang would get angry and sue her for bigamy. Old Zhang shook off Feng Huan's hand, sighed heavily, and turned his back to look out the window. At this moment, Su Wen's voice reached Feng Huan's ears again. How can you convince us that you can persuade Caiyan Cheng not to sue us? In fact, it wasn't important to Su Wen whether Caiyan Chengqi sued old Zhang. Even if the other party does file a lawsuit, Su Wen can ensure that old Zhang is acquitted. But a mere not guilty plea is too cheap. What he wanted was for the other side to pay a heavy price. I'm pregnant. I told him that if he sues Lao Zhang, I'll abort the baby. Su Wen snorted coldly. Have you forgotten he has a wife and 4 children? And you're just his mistress. Do you really think you can threaten him by threatening to abort the child? Mind your place, you're still old Zhang's wife. Feng Huan's body trembled instantly. Yes. She was just a mistress. I've been living with Caiyan Cheng for the past few months. She unconsciously put herself in Caiyan Cheng's shoes as his wife and even became pregnant with his child. It all feels like a dream, back to reality. Caiyan Cheng has a wife and children, she has her own husband and Guoguo. She was willing to abandon old Zhang and Guoguo for Caiyan Cheng, but Caiyan Cheng, is he willing? He was unwilling. She had always known that Caiyan Cheng would never divorce his wife. All of this was just wishful thinking on her part. As she thought about it, Feng Huan suddenly realized that she had ultimately misplaced her trust. She really wants to cry right now. Seeing tears welling up in Feng Huan's eyes, Su Wen helplessly patted his forehead. Woman, they really are emotional creatures. If a man heard him say that, my first reaction was that I was in a dead end. Then they will look for a way to break the deadlock, and Feng Huan's condition at this time. They clearly didn't realize they were facing a dead end. Instead, I was thinking about why my romantic journey had been so bumpy. Su Wen sighed helplessly and said in a deep voice, Feng Huan, haven't you realized yet that Qian Cheng has played you? You're facing a dead end. Feng Huan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Wen is right, a dead end. She's now facing an emotional dead end. She had an affair with a married man, and she was pregnant with his child. The original husband is about to go to jail for this as well. Gyu will definitely not forgive herself after she finds out about this. Qian Cheng would not divorce his wife because of her. Isn't she facing a dead end now? Seeing the tears of regret streaming down Feng Huan's face, Su Wen couldn't help but roll his eyes and continue. If old Zhang is sentenced to prison for catching his wife in adultery, Gyu will most likely be raised by you. At that time, Qian Cheng will likely look down on you because you have a child, and there's a high chance he'll abandon you. And I will not let you off the hook. I will prosecute you for bigamy. You're pregnant, so according to Huxia law, you should get a suspended sentence, but Qian Cheng might not get one. After he goes to jail, all his property will belong to his wife, and you will have nothing to do with it. At that time, you will not only have to take care of Gyu, but also the baby in your belly. Can you accept this kind of life? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, a scene immediately flashed through Feng Huan's mind. She was alone in a rented room of less than 20 square meters. She was all alone, heavily pregnant, still cooking while her daughter Gyu kept complaining that she was hungry. The scene shifts and she's busily feeding the baby while Gyu is scattering toys all over the place. No. Feng Huan immediately covered her ears. Su Wen looked at Feng Huan coldly, waiting for her to calm down. After a while, Feng Huan's eyes were red as she looked up at Su Wen. But I'm afraid I can't stop him from suing Lao Zhang. At this point, Feng Huan was completely terrified. She now finally realized that Qian Cheng was not her protector. Rather, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Now, Su Wen may be the only one who can help her. Su Wen's lips curled up slightly. The first step is to get Feng Huan on my side, and so far it's going very smoothly. Next came the drama of using the emperor to command the feudal lords. What if Qian Cheng are *****du? Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Huan and old Zhang were immediately taken aback. R***, what does this mean? Su Wen's thought process is too fast, they can't keep up. Weren't we talking about how to get Feng Huan to persuade Qian Cheng not to sue old Zhang? How did things suddenly escalate to the point where Qian Cheng allegedly are ******* Feng Huan? Su Wen looked at Feng Huan and continued. Now only I can help you, but I need you to tell me everything about your affair in detail. Hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Huan turned her head awkwardly and looked at old Zhang. She told her husband about her affair. Feng Huan didn't know how to start the conversation. Old Zhang gritted his teeth, his fists clenching involuntarily. Finally, he steeled himself, gritted his teeth and said, "Go ahead and tell me." Feng Huan sighed, her eyes began to glaze over, and her thoughts drifted back to that night 2 months ago. That night, because Qian Cheng was in arrears with wages, old Zhang and Feng Huan had almost no savings, and even their daily expenses became a problem. Old Zhang was worried, so he bought a bottle of cheap liquor and a bag of peanuts to drink with. Seeing this, Feng Huan got into an argument with old Zhang. They accused old Zhang of being penniless and wasting money on peanuts and alcohol. Old Zhang had drunk half a gin of liquor at the time, and he said a few harsh words. Feng Huan was immediately displeased and stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind her. Feng Huan only remembered that it was very windy that night. She walked alone on the road, feeling helpless. Raindrops, accompanied by strong winds, relentlessly ravaged her body. Just then, Qian Cheng appeared beside her in a Mercedes-Benz. The moment she saw Qian Cheng, all she wanted was to get back the wages that belonged to her and old Zhang. But Qian Cheng told her that she could get her wages back, but she had to have a meal with him first. Then, Qian Cheng took her to the car and went to a nearby Western restaurant. That day, not only did she get to eat the steak she had been dreaming of, but Qian Cheng also specially ordered a bottle of what looked like high-end red wine. She was very happy, and without knowing how many drinks she had, she passed out. Later, Qian Cheng took her to a nearby hotel. Perhaps due to the alcohol, her consciousness gradually blurred and her body couldn't help but respond. The next day, when she regained consciousness, she began to cry. Kai Cheng, naked, held her in his arms and whispered in her ear that he had liked her for a long time. When she saw the LV bag that Kai Cheng gave her as an apology, she softened. Afterwards, Kai Cheng gave her some money to rent an apartment. The two then lived together. Not long after, Feng Huan realized she was pregnant and wanted to have an abortion. But Kai Cheng took out a Chanel outfit again, begging her to give birth to the child and promising to take good care of her and the baby in the future. After that, whenever Feng Huan wanted to go home or wanted to abort the child, Kai Cheng would then present Feng Huan with a designer handbag. His generosity made Feng Huan feel a kind of affection that she had never felt from old Zhang before. Until a few days ago. After Kai Cheng gave her another designer cosmetic, she couldn't help but turn off the lights in the room with him. Just then, old Zhang burst through the door. Old Zhang gritted his teeth as he listened to Feng Huan recount her experience of having an affair. You. Old Zhang was so angry that he couldn't speak for a moment, and he was panting heavily. She couldn't believe that her wife had cheated on her because the other man had given her a designer handbag. Feng Huan quickly patted old Zhang on the back and said, "Old Zhang, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush." After listening to Feng Huan's account, Su Wen remained calm and composed, without the slightest ripple of emotion. This kind of thing, he's seen too much. Poverty-stricken couples face 100 sorrows. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Feng Huan lived a life of comfort and ease with Kai Cheng. It would be hard for them to want to go back to living those hard times with old Zhang, even though old Zhang treated her very well. In her heart, nothing could compare to the designer handbag that Kai Cheng gave her. But a designer handbag can easily cost tens of thousands of yuan. Is Kai Cheng really willing to spend that much money on her? Feng Huan came to see old Zhang today, probably because she was afraid he would be angry. She wasn't wearing expensive clothes, carrying a designer bag, or even wearing makeup. Su Wen looked at Feng Huan, who looked guilty, and slowly began to speak. "Did you take pictures of all those designer backpacks? Could you show them to me?" Feeling guilty, Feng Huan glanced at the angry old Zhang beside her, nodded, and then handed the phone to Su Wen. Su Wen quickly flipped through the photo album before slowly speaking. "I regret to inform you that these jewelry bags that Boss Kyan gave you, they're all fake." "How is that possible?" Feng Huan's voice suddenly became shrill. "Why would Kyan Cheng give me a bunch of fake bags?" At that moment, it felt as if her world had collapsed. In his previous life, Su Wen was a top lawyer who frequently handled cases involving the liquidation of the assets of wealthy individuals. Those designer backpacks, those precious jewelry, he could tell at a glance whether it was true or false. Seeing that Feng Huan had completely broken down, Su Wen sneered inwardly. "If you're still not convinced, you can always go to a luxury goods buyback shop and check if it's genuine." Feng Huan immediately took the phone. His fingertips tapped rapidly on the phone screen, his face filled with unease. Old Zhang stared wide-eyed at the scene before him in disbelief. At this moment, his wife of several years, whom he should know best, felt incredibly unfamiliar to him. Desire. It is the fastest way to change a person. Soon, Feng Huan found an online luxury goods store and sent all the photos from her phone to them. A few minutes later, Feng Huan's hand holding the phone began to tremble. She slumped into the chair, her eyes filled with utter despair, just as Su Wen said. The expensive luxury goods that Kai Cheng gave him were all counterfeit. It's not even a high-quality replica. Anyone with a modicum of discernment could spot these as counterfeit goods at a glance. Only a woman like Feng Huan, who came from the countryside and had never seen the world, could be fooled by Kai Cheng with these counterfeit goods. "It's fake. It's all fake. The gifts he gave me were fake. His words about liking me were fake. His promise to divorce his wife was fake too. It was all fake." Feng Huan's tears flowed instantly. She raised her arm and looked at her slightly protruding belly. "He even lied to me and said he'd have his child." As she spoke, she raised her arm and slammed it hard into her stomach. "Don't want." Old Zhang shouted and quickly grabbed Feng Huan's arm. Let me go. Feng Huan struggled desperately, but old Zhang held her stomach tightly, letting Feng Huan's fists fall on his back. He wasn't worried about Qian Cheng and Feng Huan's child. He was just worried that what Feng Huan was doing would have a negative impact on her health. At this time, the surrounding crowd was drawn by Feng Huan's commotion. However, the more people gathered around, the more agitated Feng Huan became. "Let me go, let me kill this child. After I kill him, I don't want to live anymore." Upon hearing Feng Huan's words, everyone's gaze turned to her slightly protruding belly. For a moment, everyone thought that old Zhang was the unfaithful man and they all condemned him. "This guy is shameless, he got a woman pregnant and then just abandoned her. What a scumbag. People like him deserve to die a horrible death. Are you even a man? If you're a man, take responsibility for that girl." "Exactly, look at yourself, you're a grown man and you're bullying a girl like this. Aren't you ashamed? Really?" Old Zhang had a full head of white hair and looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Although Feng Huan has dark skin, however, due to her good figure, she actually looks a little younger than her actual age. Old Zhang was holding Feng Huan's slightly protruding belly, accompanied by Feng Huan's deliberately vague words. "It's hard for people not to see him as a heartless man." Old Zhang heard the whispers of the crowd around him. But he didn't want to argue. Feng Huan had already suffered enough. He couldn't bring himself to explain Feng Huan's actions to these people. However, old Zhang's silence only earned him endless curses from the surrounding crowd. Su Wen saw through Feng Huan's little scheme at a glance, after she found out that the things Qian Cheng gave her were all fake. In her heart, Qian Cheng was no longer reliable at all, but her infidelity is now a fact. Now, she had no choice but to rely on old Zhang again. She knew old Zhang too well. She knew, if she makes such a fuss, old Zhang will definitely feel sorry for her and accept her back. But for Su Wen, there are only two kinds of infidelity: 0 times or countless times. For the past 2 months, Feng Huan has become accustomed to a life of plenty, being taken care of and having no worries about food or clothing. Once she meets someone again who can give her a better life, she would not hesitate to abandon old Zhang again. "Old Zhang, let her go." Su Wen immediately shouted. The surrounding crowd immediately fell silent. Old Zhang looked up at Su Wen in disbelief. Su Wen snorted coldly. "Let her hit him, the child in her belly isn't yours anyway." After hearing Su Wen's words, the surrounding crowd, a collective gasp erupted. "Holy crap, so the child in that woman's belly isn't his. I understand now. This woman cheated on her husband, got pregnant with another man's child, and is now trying to get his forgiveness by wanting to abort the child. Puh. She deserves it. She cheated on her husband and still has the nerve to make a scene here. Shameless. No matter what happens, we can't let her abort the baby. He looks quite handsome. How can he be so cruel?" In a short time, the surrounding crowd turned their attention to Feng Huan and began to condemn her. Several people were also cursing Su Wen for being vicious. Feng Huan stared wide-eyed at Su Wen in disbelief. She didn't expect that. Su Wen actually exposed her shortcomings in public and even made old Zhang let go of her. What a joke, based on her understanding of old Zhang. How could old Zhang possibly let go? However, the next second, old Zhang released his grip on her and sat up straight. In old Zhang's mind, although he hadn't known Su Wen for very long, he trusted Su Wen. Su Wen must have his reasons for saying that. However, old Zhang's actions left Feng Huan completely dumbfounded. What's going on? You let go just because he tells you to? At this moment, she heard a constant stream of voices criticizing and insulting her. She looked at her slightly protruding belly, then at her fist raised in the air. At this moment, she was caught in a dilemma, whether to hit him or not. "Let's give it our all." She closed her eyes, and just as her fist was about to land on her stomach, Su Wen grinned. "If you're not interested in the money, then go ahead and hit me." Upon hearing the word money, Feng Huan immediately stopped punching. She opened her eyes and looked at Su Wen with a puzzled expression, and the surrounding crowd immediately became lively. "Heh, I knew this B****ch wouldn't dare hit him. Stop pretending, it's all about the money in the end." Exactly, exactly. I could tell this woman was no good at all. She's disgusting. Go ahead and hit her. Why aren't you hitting her anymore? You have the guts to cheat and get pregnant, but not the guts to abort the child. It's laughable. The voices of those around her immediately made Feng Huan's face turn ugly. Su Wen picked up the recorder on the table, stood up, walked to the front of the crowd, and spoke coldly. According to Huxia law, your actions just now constitute the crime of insult, which, in serious cases, can be punished with imprisonment for up to 3 years. What I have in my hand right now is evidence of your insults against her. If you don't want me to sue you, get out of here. What? I was just eating some melon seeds and they're going to sentence me to 3 years? I'm outta here. Zhang San's resentment level plus 100. Zhao Xi's resentment level plus 100. Oy. Soon, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. Su Wen returned to his seat and smiled slightly at Feng Huan. Now we can talk about the R** you were R** D. In his previous life, Su Wen had handled many cases involving the abuse of women. A small percentage of women, after being assaulted, fall in love with their abuser within a very short time and become unable to extricate themselves from the relationship. From a psychological perspective, this is called Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome? Yes. Su Wen nodded, crossed his hands on the table and looked at Feng Huan seriously. You're developing feelings for Qian Cheng in such a short time is probably what's known as Stockholm Syndrome. Hearing Su Wen's explanation, old Zhang's gaze towards Feng Huan softened considerably. Su Wen shook his head inwardly. This old Zhang was far too honest. Feng Huan has no Stockholm Syndrome whatsoever. In Su Wen's eyes, Feng Huan simply didn't want to live a hard life anymore. Su Wen said this to give Feng Huan a psychological suggestion, allowing her to find a reason for her to cheat. In that case, she would be able to sever her emotional ties with Qian Cheng in a very short time. Feng Huan frowned in confusion while Su Wen squinted and pressed his advantage. Think back carefully to that night. Is it possible that he slipped something into your drink? Think about it carefully again. Did you only realize you'd been assaulted the next morning after you woke up? And his insincerity giving you that cheap bag, he have done that on purpose because he was worried you'd call the police. Su Wen asked 3 questions in succession. Feng Huan suddenly felt her brain freeze and for a moment she couldn't speak. Old Zhang shouted anxiously from the side, "Say something, is that really the case?" Feng Huan shuddered instantly, then nodded in a panic. Seeing Feng Huan nod, Su Wen slammed his hand on the table. Case solved. This was R**. Feng Huan's mind went blank. She stared blankly at the two of them. After a long while she suddenly burst into tears, feeling wronged. I was R**. D. Seeing Feng Huan burst into tears, Su Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Things have come to this point. Feng Huan will definitely cooperate with him, and in that case, the charge of old Zhang illegally entering someone else's residence will not stand. If another lawyer were to represent old Zhang in his case. At this point, it's basically all done. But for Su Wen, this was just the beginning. Qian Cheng R** D. Others withheld employees' wages, cheated on his subordinates, and even turned around and tried to send old Zhang to jail. Su Wen had to send him to jail for these egregious acts. He should be sentenced to life imprisonment. Feng Huan had been crying for an unknown amount of time. With swollen eyes, she looked up at Su Wen and choked out a few words. "Attorney Su, I beg you, you must help me. I'll do anything you ask just to get that beast out of jail." Su Wen sneered inwardly but spoke calmly. "There is indeed something very important that I need you to do." At this moment, hatred had filled Feng Huan's eyes, and she said viciously, "You say so, I will definitely make it happen." Su Wen fiddled with the coffee cup on the table, pretending to be deep in thought. "I need you to go back to your hometown for a while. During this time, don't answer anyone's calls except mine." Feng Huan was taken aback. That's it? She thought Su Wen really had something important to ask her to do. Su Wen nodded slightly. "After the case is closed, I will help you get compensation." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Huan's eyes immediately lit up. "Okay, I'll go back right away." Half an hour later, old Zhang watched the bus drive away and let out a deep sigh. "Attorney Su, is Huaner really like this because of that brother massage syndrome?" Seeing that old Zhang had taken pity on him, Su Wen couldn't help but roll his eyes. "It's Stockholm Syndrome. What's with all the massages from the older brother?" Seeing the sunflowers thrown out of the car window in the distance, Su Wen patted old Zhang on the shoulder, then turned and left. If she truly wants to spend her whole life with you, how could it be affected by Stockholm Syndrome? In Su Wen's mind, the image of Cheng Yao from the original owner's memories surfaced, and he secretly shook his head. Ultimately, she no longer liked sunflowers. What she likes now is that beautiful, alluring yet deadly poison, a symbol of selfishness. Poppy, just as old Zhang was pondering those words, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that the caller was Guoguo. A happy smile immediately appeared on old Zhang's face. If a woman is gone, she's gone. He would be content as long as he could stay with Guoguo. Old Zhang answered Guoguo's call with a happy expression. However, the next second, Guoguo's urgent sobbing could be heard over the phone. "Daddy, save me, Guoguo is scared." 1 hour ago. Zhang Law Firm meeting room. Qian Cheng stared at the video on his phone in astonishment. As expected of attorney Yang, the video already has 100,000 likes in just half an hour. At this moment on the phone's video, Cheng Yao wore a white shirt that was almost like a cicada's wing, which outlined her alluring curves at the chest. The pearl buttons at the neckline had all come undone. Large swathes of porcelain-like skin were exposed to the warm yellow light. The barely visible cleavage rose and fell beneath the fabric with each breath. She sat in an office chair, her lips a deep red. He recounted Qian Cheng's tragic story with great emotion. Under her deliberate description, Qian Cheng became a truly conscientious and good boss. Old Zhang, on the other hand, becomes a greedy criminal who breaks into his home and commits violence. Besides, at the end of the video, she even directly stated that Su Wen was representing old Zhang in his case and made a sarcastic remark. "Su Wen, do you really want to send all the people involved to jail?" The video quickly went viral online. Many vampire bloggers found this video by following its scent. Cheng Yao swayed her hips and pushed open the conference room door. The moment he entered, Qian Cheng's greedy gaze fell on Cheng Yao. Looking at Cheng Yao's sexy figure, he couldn't help but swallow hard. "Mr. Yang, we've received many private messages from aspiring bloggers wanting to film videos and ride the wave of trending topics." As she spoke, Cheng Yao handed the list she had just compiled to Yang Wei. Yang Wei glanced at it briefly, then tossed it aside. "Let them film us. The more people filming, the more public attention we'll get and the harsher the sentence old Zhang will receive." As he spoke, Yang Wei's face immediately turned cold. "And Su Wen, he'll also be labeled an unscrupulous lawyer and forced to leave the legal profession." Cheng Yao gave a cold laugh, then asked, "Old Zhang's address?" Yang Wei waved his hand impatiently. "Just find any small blogger and expose it." Just as Cheng Yao was about to leave, Yang Wei lowered his eyes and gave her some instructions. "Have Xiao Dong do it discreetly. All files are encrypted, manipulating public opinion, escalating the situation, and causing serious social impact." They used online trolls and angry young people as pawns to harass the opposing party and their lawyers. This is a despicable tactic that Yang Wei often uses. Many of those involved cannot withstand the torment of public opinion. They had already surrendered before the trial even began. When Su Wen and old Zhang arrived at their doorstep, covered in sweat, those who were causing the disturbance have all left. On the way back, concerned for Guoguo's safety, Su Wen immediately dialed the police. The police acted quickly and dispersed the rioting crowd. Seeing the mess at his doorstep, old Zhang froze on the spot, his eyes filled with terror. All that could be seen at the once clean and tidy front door was red paint was now splashed everywhere. The entrance was a mess with broken eggs everywhere, making it impossible to step. There was even a large footprint kicked into the dilapidated iron gate. Just by looking at the environment, one can tell that, what terrible things happened here before. Guoguo! Guoguo! Old Zhang suddenly went berserk, rushing to the door and opening it. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Guoguo curled up on the ground, her small body trembling like a leaf. When Guoguo saw her father return, she looked up, her face streaked with tears. "Daddy, I'm scared. Daddy, I'm scared." Upon hearing Guoguo's voice, old Zhang immediately knelt on the ground, hugged Guoguo, and burst into tears. Guoguo is only 6 or 7 years old. However, they experienced violent intimidation that lasted for several tens of minutes. Prolonged periods of intense nervous tension caused his body to become stiff and numb. Su Wen couldn't even imagine it, how scared Gyugyuo must have been during that time. Gyugyuo saw her father crying bitterly. He had never seen his father look like this before. In the past, he was always like a mountain protecting him, but at this moment, he seemed to sense his father's helplessness and pain. Gyugyuo slowly raised her trembling little hand and gently wiped away the tears on her father's face. Although he was still very scared inside, he pretended to be strong. "Daddy, don't cry. Gyugyuo is all right. Gyugyuo isn't scared anymore." Just then the neighbor's door opened. A middle-aged man with a bare chest, a dragon tattooed across his shoulder, and a fierce-looking face walked out. Upon seeing old Zhang return, he immediately launched into a tirade of curses. "Damn it, if you're going to get yourself killed, don't drag me down with you. Look at the state of the entrance. I saw what you did online. Someone like you should just go to jail." The neighbor was hurling insults, his spittle flying everywhere, and his emotions were escalating. "Pay up. If you don't pay me back today, I'll beat you to death." Seeing that old Zhang ignored him, he angrily reached out and grabbed old Zhang's shoulder. However, the next second, a strong, powerful hand gripped his wrist tightly. The neighbor, her face flushed, struggled desperately, but her wrists were gripped so tightly they ached. He turned his head, staring angrily at Su Wen. Looking at Su Wen's somewhat thin body, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes and he cursed viciously. "Who do you think you are, daring to lay a hand on me?" After saying that, the neighbor raised his other hand and slapped Su Wen across the face. Su Wen's lips curled into a cold smile. He never bothered to waste words on people like this. Just as the slap was about to land, Su Wen suddenly twisted his restrained wrist, then squatted down slightly, quickly exerting force from his waist. There was a loud bang. The neighbor was then violently thrown to the ground by Su Wen. Hiss. The neighbor immediately winced in pain, his eyes filled with disbelief. This person looks so thin. He actually managed to knock himself to the ground in one go. In his previous life as the Breaking Bad Law, Su Wen sent countless criminals to prison. Many criminals who were released from prison wanted to take revenge on Su Wen. Therefore, just in case, Su Wen makes sure to spend at least 5 days a week learning freestyle fighting. Over time, it will be very difficult for ordinary people to get close to him if they were to make a move. However, the original owner did not have a habit of exercising before. Su Wen felt a bit strained after knocking down his neighbor. "It seems I need to improve my physical fitness as soon as possible." Just then, the neighbor jumped up, clenching his fists, ready to fight again. Su Wen glanced at him indifferently and spoke. "Your actions just now constitute the crime of illegal intrusion into another person's residence, which carries a maximum penalty of 3 years in prison." Sun Zi's resentment value plus 500. Sun Zi snorted coldly. "You really think I'm easily intimidated? You don't even know my name and you want to sue me." Su Wen snorted coldly, a slight smile playing on his lips. Your name is Sun Zi, right?" Upon hearing this, Sun Zi was immediately startled. How did he know his name? Could it be that I'm seeing a ghost? Seeing that Sun Zi was intimidated, Su Wen took out his lawyer's license and spoke again. "If you don't leave now, believe me, I'll sue you until you're bankrupt." Sun Zi was a bully who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Previously, some people came to cause trouble in front of old Zhang's house, even splashing paint on his door. But he hid inside his house and didn't even dare to come out. Seeing old Zhang return and thinking that old Zhang was easy to bully and that he wanted to extort some money, he came out. Unexpectedly, he ran into Su Wen, a tough nut to crack. You just wait." After making a weak and unconvincing threat, Sun Zi shrank back into his room and slammed the door shut. Then the cat peered through the peephole, watching what was happening outside. However, Su Wen spoke up again. "Those who intimidate others shall be detained for not less than 5 days but not more than 10 days and fined not more than 500 yuan. Sun Zi's resentment value plus 500. "Damn it," Sun Zi cursed under his breath as he walked back to his bedroom. Just then, old Zhang slowly raised his head, his eyes still filled with fear and unease. "Attorney Su, thank you, but I'm not planning to pursue this case anymore." Hearing old Zhang's words, Su Wen patted old Zhang on the shoulder. He knew that old Zhang was worried about Gyugyuo's safety. Cowardice will not earn sympathy or forgiveness but only more abuse and bullying. Gyugyuo seemed to understand Su Wen's words and spoke to her father. Dad, it's all Guoguo's fault for being too timid this time. Guoguo will never make Dad worry again. Old Zhang's eyes softened. He knew that Guoguo didn't want him to worry. He held Guoguo tightly in his arms, then looked up at Su Wen. But they already know my address. I'm worried about Guoguo. Old Zhang didn't even dare to think about what would happen next, let alone open his mouth. Su Wen pondered for a moment, realizing that the current situation must have been caused by the other party stirring things up behind the scenes. If he's not mistaken, his law firm should have been vandalized with paint by now. Su Wen narrowed his eyes coldly. Other side, that's suicidal. Su Wen slowly squatted down, gently pinched Guo's nose and whispered, "Little man, I'm so bored living alone. Would you and your dad come stay at my house for a few days and play with me, okay?" "Oh yeah." At the same time, on the Douyin account of Luo Xiang, a well-known and highly regarded lawyer in Daxia, a lot of people are asking for his opinion. Soon after, lawyer Luo Xiang made a video to respond to this. "I've seen the public opinion surrounding old Zhang's case, but the factual basis and evidence are very vague. I will not comment on this matter personally, but I hope attorney Su Wen can handle this case well. But I want to emphasize that public opinion is not a game, and the internet is not a lawless zone. Please don't let yourselves become targets of public criticism." Based on the original owner's memories, Su Wen took old Zhang and Guo back to his residence. The location of Su Wen's rented house has not yet been revealed, and it is currently safe there. As soon as I pushed open the door, a strong smell of alcohol hit me. Wow, how much did he drink? Old Zhang raised his hand and waved it in front of his nose, and Guoguo cutely pinched her nose back. Su Wen gave an awkward laugh. The original owner had experienced setbacks in both her career and love life. Every night, thinking of Cheng Yao, he would drink himself into a stupor, and the next day he would go to the law firm to sleep, feeling completely out of sorts. The house is almost never cleaned. Beer bottles and dirty clothes are everywhere. There's only one sock on the ground. They never match. Old Zhang, with a beaming smile, picked up a broom and began to sweep. Even Guoguo, being very sensible, went up to help. Su Wen wanted to refuse, but then he thought that he didn't want old Zhang to feel that he owed him too much. So he frowned and went back to his study, turning on his computer. This media storm came too suddenly. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. In his previous life, Su Wen had a team specifically responsible for controlling online public opinion. Therefore, he is able to know about accidents immediately and take timely preventative measures. Now that he's all alone, he has so many things to do. He opened the laptop, his slender fingers rapidly tapping the keyboard. In an instant, Cheng Yao's suggestive video instantly appeared before Su Wen's eyes. Because Cheng Yao frequently posts suggestive videos online under the guise of a lawyer. Therefore, with over 1 million followers, she is among the top performers in the industry. In just over 2 hours, Cheng Yao's criticism of old Zhang had garnered 300,000 likes. Meanwhile, nearly 100 bloggers forwarded and commented on Lao Zhangtu's case, which attracted considerable attention online. Su Wen estimated that the number of views for these people and events must have exceeded 10 million. Once it exceeds 10 million, this matter will attract widespread attention from the public. This had a significant impact on the trial of the case, and under their deliberate guidance, the comment sections of all the videos were almost entirely filled with insults and abuse directed at old Zhang. After taking screenshots of all the videos and saving them, Su Wen leaned back in his chair. Yang Wei, Cheng Yao. What a despicable couple, resorting to such vile tactics. They're not planning to leave me and old Zhang a way out. If the original owner had taken old Zhang's case, he really would have been killed by Yang Wei and Cheng Yao. But now, the information war they spearheaded. They're digging their own grave. Su Wen quickly opened his office software. His fingers flew across the keyboard. In just a few minutes, accompanied by the roar of 18 hand-printed printers nearby, 2 letters of understanding appeared in Su Wen's hands. Just then, old Zhang suddenly pushed open the door. "Attorney Su, something terrible has happened." Su Wen turned his head and saw old Zhang standing at the door of the room with a panicked look on his face and sweat pouring down his forehead. "Just now, the court called and said if I have time, I should go to the court's first mediation room at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Su Wen smiled slightly. The war of public opinion is all about catching people off guard. Through public opinion and legal means, quickly break down the opponent's psychological defenses and thus achieve a great victory. Su Wen had already seen this out. Don't worry, Su Wen picked up the newly printed letter of understanding. I already guessed it will go as agreed tomorrow. Old Zhang had never experienced these things before. When I learned that I had to go to court the next day, I started to panic. But seeing Su Wen's relaxed expression, his inner tension eased. He then let out a long sigh of relief and walked towards Su Wen, muttering to himself, "That's good, that's good." However, after seeing the letter of understanding in Su Wen's hand, his eyes widened immediately. A letter of understanding. Old Zhang was surprised. It's because the person seeking forgiveness in the letter of understanding was actually Kaiyan Cheng. This. Old Zhang was speechless for a moment. Kaiyan Cheng is now suing him for illegal intrusion into another person's residence. He was hoping that if he could get Kaiyan Cheng's forgiveness, he wouldn't have to go to jail. But Su Wen's letter of forgiveness asked him to forgive Kaiyan Cheng. Is that correct? That's right, Su Wen nodded, grinning. If he's willing to compensate you for emotional distress and legal fees totaling 500,000 yuan, it's not impossible. Old Zhang's lips twitched as he looked at the 200,000 yuan amount on the letter of understanding. Attorney Su, with such a huge public outcry right now, we're in a very passive position. If we continue like this, won't we provoke them? Besides, they definitely won't sign. Not signing, a hint of disdain flashed in Su Wen's eyes. Then send them all in. Zhang law firm. Kaiyan Cheng frowned as he looked at the letter of understanding that Yang Wei had just handed him. No, I won't agree to a settlement. Even 500,000 yuan in compensation isn't enough. After Kaiyan Cheng signed a contract with Zhang law firm, he was captivated by Cheng Yao's constant praise. In just one afternoon, legal fees plus the costs incurred from advertising on Douyin, Kaiyan Cheng had already spent nearly 200,000 yuan. Now all he wants to do is show his masculine side in front of Cheng Yao. Yang Wei sneered, "Do you think old Zhang can come up with 500,000? Kaiyan Cheng was stunned for a moment. He's a good-for-nothing. He can't even come up with 5,000, let alone 500,000. But knowing he doesn't have it, what's the point of this letter of understanding?" Yang Wei lit a cigarette, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and grinned. The most important aspect of information warfare is breaking down the opponent's psychological defenses. 500,000 might not be a lot for us, but for old Zhang, it's an astronomical figure. That 500,000 was the final blow that broke down his psychological defenses. Kaiyan Cheng thought for a moment, then asked, "What if old Zhang really can come up with 500,000? Yang Wei stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, a cold smile playing on his lips. "On this document, I only wrote that I forgave him for illegally entering someone else's home, but I didn't forgive him for anything else." Kaiyan Cheng sat on the sofa, then suddenly clapped his hands, his eyes lit up, and his fat belly shook violently. "That's right, how come I didn't think of that? I could sue him for intentional assault." Cheng Yao looked at Kaiyan Cheng's violently shaking belly, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes before she smiled and said, "If he can come up with 500,000, we not only want his money, we want to put him in jail." "Ha ha ha," Kaiyan Cheng laughed twice, "you lawyers are really cunning." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaiyan Cheng felt a chill run down his spine as two sinister eyes turned to him. He quickly covered his mouth, embarrassed, and said, "I'm so sorry, I misspoke, haha, I misspoke." Yang Wei snorted coldly, "That's all for today, goodbye." Kaiyan Cheng glanced at Cheng Yao with some reluctance. "Then tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Cheng Yao pictured Su Wen in her mind and sneered, "I'll go to court with you tomorrow morning. The moment I step through the courthouse doors." Su Wen's gaze lingered on the four large characters hanging high above the building. Fairness, impartiality. A sense of solemn respect first arose in his heart, then a sense of powerlessness washed over me. These four words were not the standard for him to judge cases. Instead, it is a continuous, endless process of verification. Just like old Zhang's case, what constitutes fairness and justice? Interests, fame and fortune, customs, human nature, emotions. In the face of self, fairness and justice always seem pale and powerless. And what Su Wen can do is, It's about giving it your all every time. Make criminals deeply fear the law. Old Zhang, noticing Su Wen's absent-mindedness, reminded him, "Lawyer Su, it's almost time, let's go in." Su Wen withdrew his gaze and walked steadily toward the first mediation room. At the entrance to the mediation room, by this time a large crowd of onlookers had gathered, even several bailiffs. At this point, they all stood at the door of the mediation room under the pretext of maintaining order. Upon seeing Su Wen and old Zhang arrive, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. "Look at that guy with gray hair, that's old Zhang. Hey, he's obviously a bad guy, disgusting. What's the point of mediation? Just go to court and arrest him already." And then there's Su Wen, he's already got 2 people arrested. If he gets old Zhang arrested too, he'll be infamous. Really, he's truly useless, a disgrace to the legal profession. How did someone like that pass the bar exam? Old Zhang heard the murmurs of the crowd. My palms immediately started sweating and I was incredibly nervous. Su Wen merely glanced at them indifferently before pushing open the door to the first mediation room. As soon as Su Wen pushed open the door, he saw Cheng Yao. Wearing a well-fitting suit, he chatted with an elderly man beside him, laughing so hard his chest heaved. On the bench in the mediation room, Kai and Cheng glared angrily at old Zhang. A young man sat beside him holding a file folder. Upon seeing Su Wen and old Zhang, the old man's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. "You must be Attorney Su and old Zhang." Old Zhang was instinctively stunned for a moment, then looked at Su Wen with a nervous expression. Su Wen said calmly, "Yes, that's right." Cheng Yao looked at Su Wen, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. "Su Wen, it seems different from before." Previously, Su Wen, because of his rural background, always felt inferior and lacked self-confidence, but we haven't seen each other for several months. But Su Wen seems to have become a completely different person now, although his appearance has not changed at all. All her feelings of inferiority had vanished, replaced by a powerful confidence in her bright eyes that made it difficult for others to look her in the eye. Su Wen noticed Cheng Yao looking at her and a wicked smile curled at the corner of her lips. "Where's Yang Wei? Why were you sent here?" Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Cheng Yao was first taken aback, then her eyes filled with anger. She sensed the disdain in Su Wen's tone. "That damn simp Wen. How dare they talk to me like that? They're really asking for it. You're just a spineless simp, dealing with you doesn't even require Yang Lu's intervention." Kai and Cheng snorted coldly from the side. "You bunch of trash, you think you're worthy of Yang Lu's attention." Hearing their words, Su Wen chuckled in annoyance and turned to look at the old man beside Cheng Yao. "Leadership, I protest. Their actions constitute the crime of creating a disturbance." "You," Cheng Yao clenched her fists, and Kai and Cheng's obese body jumped up from the chair. Cheng Yao's anger level increased by 100. Kai and Cheng's anger level increased by 100. "All right," the old man's slightly authoritative voice rang out, "I called you here to mediate, not to argue." "Shameless." Upon hearing the old man's voice, Cheng Yao cursed at Su Wen and turned her head to the other side. The old man glared at Cheng Yao, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Su Wengang's words were clearly intended to provoke Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao fell for this simple trick without batting an eye. Acting so impulsively is a major taboo for lawyers. "Stop arguing, everyone. I'm Zai Wenjuo, the mediator in the first mediation room. I called you here today so that you can resolve this matter here and not waste judicial resources. Daxia is a populous country. In order to avoid becoming a litigation superpower, Huxia law clearly states this. Before a lawsuit goes to trial, a mediation session must be held. This can reduce litigation costs. It can save judicial resources and promote harmony, but that requires both parties to be willing to mediate." Upon hearing Zai Wenjuo's words, Cheng Yao sneered. "Of course we will fully support Elder Zai's work. We've come today with the utmost sincerity in seeking mediation." At this moment, the onlookers outside the door heard Cheng Yao's words and began to discuss among themselves. "What's the point of mediation? Just arrest old Zhang." "Exactly. Kai and Cheng is such a good boss and he was beaten up by his subordinate for no reason. It's so unfair. This kind of person, if not locked up for a few years, will eventually become a disgrace to society." Old Zhang became anxious upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd outside. "It's not what you see, it's him." Old Zhang's finger trembled as he pointed at Kaiyan Cheng. He started it. Cough cough. Before old Zhang could finish speaking, Su Wen coughed twice, interrupting him. Old Zhang immediately realized he had almost said the wrong thing and quickly shut his mouth. Su Wen turned around, slowly walked to the door, looked at the bailiffs at the door and grinned. What should a bailiff do when encountering a noisy person? Before the people outside could speak, Su Wen slammed the door shut, giving them the cold shoulder. Who do you think you are? You deserve to lose both cases. This person has absolutely no manners. Who would dare to sue you like this? Even though Su Wen closed the door, the slanderous remarks outside could still be heard inside. However, the next second, a deep, resonant voice rang out, "Disperse, disperse. If you don't disperse, I'll have no choice but to invite you for tea." Soon, with the help of the bailiffs, the onlookers slowly dispersed. Then Su Wen turned around and looked at Cheng Yao. I wonder what kind of sincerity Attorney Cheng has brought today. Cheng Yao sneered, her face arrogant, and said, Xiao Dong, hand him the letter of understanding. The boy next to Kaiyan Cheng hurriedly opened his briefcase, took out a letter of understanding, and handed it to Su Wen with both hands. Su Wen glanced thoughtfully at the man named Xiao Dong. He had never seen this person before. After he was kicked out of Zhang law firm, the new recruits were supposed to learn from Cheng Yao. Su Wen glanced at the letter of understanding briefly. The general meaning is, if old Zhang is willing to compensate Kaiyan Cheng 500,000 yuan, he will not be prosecuted for illegally entering another person's residence. After reading the letter of understanding brought by Cheng Yao, Su Wen burst into laughter. That's quite a coincidence. We are here today. They also brought a letter of understanding. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, everyone present was stunned. Could it be that the other party is really planning to settle things with money? That's 500,000. An ordinary worker's annual salary is only 30 to 40,000 yuan. Where did old Zhang get so much money? Isn't Su Wen clearly trying to scam old Zhang? For a moment, Cheng Yao's gaze towards Su Wen was filled with disgust. The moment Su Wen entered the door, she thought Su Wen was different from before. Now it seems, garbage is always garbage. Yang Wei's side has only just begun its propaganda war. Su Wen then considered raising his hands to surrender. She increasingly felt that leaving Su Wen and seeking refuge with Yang Wei was a wise choice. Compared to the other two, Su Wen is utterly hopeless. Cheng Yao snorted coldly and said disdainfully to Su Wen, Look carefully, we're demanding 500,000 RMB in compensation, not 50,000, not a penny less. She didn't really want old Zhang to pay 500,000 yuan to settle the matter. She wanted to crush Su Wen in court, making him unable to hold his head high in the legal profession forever. However, the next second, Su Wen's words shocked everyone. Yes, it's 500,000, not a penny less. As he spoke, Su Wen took the briefcase from old Zhang. He took out the letter of understanding that he had printed out yesterday and placed it on the table. Immediately afterwards, Su Wen smiled and said, Take a look, if you agree then sign it. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, everyone looked at old Zhang with pity. How pitiful. She got into trouble herself and then hired such an unreliable lawyer. We lost 500,000 yuan in legal fees for nothing, especially Xiao Dong. He knew Cheng Yao and the others' next plan. Even if old Zhang gave Kaiyan Cheng 500,000, they would still continue to cause trouble for old Zhang. Xiao Dong sighed heavily. He had only just entered the workforce when he witnessed such a treacherous scene within the industry. Although it was hard for him to accept, he felt powerless to do anything about it. Each serving their own master, he couldn't bring himself to offer a word of advice to Su Wen and old Zhang. If you give a warning, you might lose the job you worked so hard for. Xiao Dong slowly picked up the letter of understanding that Su Wen had placed on the table, preparing to hand it to Cheng Yao. However, when he saw the words on the letter of understanding, his eyes widened in surprise. This. Xiao Dong was overwhelmed with emotion and was momentarily speechless. What's making such a fuss about? Cheng Yao rolled her eyes at Xiao Dong, then impatiently snatched the letter of understanding from his hand. That fresh-faced kid who just graduated is really naive. A letter of understanding? What? Upon seeing the contents, Cheng Yao exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? What happened? Kai Cheng seized the opportunity and quickly moved close behind Cheng Yao, peeking out. They wanted to use the pretext of checking the letter of understanding to get a top-notch stunt. However, the next second, he suddenly stared wide-eyed at the contents of the letter of understanding in disbelief, even forgetting to breathe. After a while, Kai Cheng angrily snatched the letter of understanding from Cheng Yao's hand, tore it to shreds, and pointed at old Zhang's nose while cursing loudly. "Old Zhang, what the hell do you mean? You hit me and now you want me to pay you 500,000 yuan for emotional distress. You should take a P***S and look in the mirror. Who do you think you are? Believe me, I'll beat you to death the moment I step out the door today." "Oh," Su Wen raised his eyebrows, looked at Cheng Yao with interest and slowly spoke. "Is your client threatening my client?" Just as Kai Cheng was about to continue cursing, Cheng Yao spoke up fiercely. "Shut up. That Kai Cheng is truly a pig, intimidating the other party and in court no less. If the other party leaves evidence at this time, this will have a certain impact on the outcome of the court hearing." Hearing Cheng Yao yell at him, a hint of displeasure flashed in Kai Cheng's eyes. "If you pay for a lawyer yourself, then the lawyer should provide you with good service." As a result, Cheng Yao actually dared to yell at him. "Damn it, after this is all over he'll definitely make that girl pay," looking at Cheng Yao's sexy and hot figure. A surge of anger rose within Kai Cheng, but he sat back down, staring at Cheng Yao's body without uttering a word. Cheng Yao narrowed her eyes slightly, looked at Su Wen and said in a cold tone, "What is the meaning of this letter of understanding?" Su Wen was taken aback for a moment, then laughed in an annoyed tone. "Haven't I written it clearly enough? As long as you pay old Zhang 500,000 yuan, we can let you off the hook and not pursue criminal charges." Cheng Yao gritted her teeth and said, "Please get this straight, you're the defendant now, not the plaintiff." Su Wen scoffed, "So what? Does being the defendant necessarily mean you're at fault? But your client hit my client, that's a fact." Su Wen did not back down at all and said in a deep voice, "Don't you understand why my client hit him?" Cheng Yao was stunned for a moment. Su Wen, who used to be completely obedient to him, when did they become so domineering? Zai Wenjuo, sitting at his desk, saw that the two were about to start arguing and slammed his hand on the desk. "What's all the commotion about? You were brought here to mediate, not to argue." Upon hearing Zai Wenjuo's voice, Cheng Yao immediately turned around, stomped her foot in a wronged manner and spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. "Mr. Zai, look at him, he's being completely unreasonable. How can we mediate this?" Zai Wenjuo slowly stood up, walked to Su Wen and spoke. "I have a preliminary understanding of the matter. Your client has indeed committed the crimes of illegal intrusion into another person's residence and intentional injury. If you think the 500,000 yuan compensation demanded is too much, I can help you negotiate. There's no need for you to act like this here." Zai Wenjuo looked like a kind old man and what he said sounded very neutral. But upon closer examination he was clearly taking sides and his words were full of traps. If Su Wenruo continued along with Zai Wenjuo's lines, it would be tantamount to admitting that old Zhang had committed the crimes of illegal intrusion into another person's residence and intentional injury. Moreover, Zai Wenjuo's words were not meant for Su Wen's ears. It was meant for old Zhang to hear. If even a judicial officer determines that you have committed a crime, how will the person involved feel? Why? Zai Wenjuo sighed and looked at old Zhang behind Su Wen. "I heard you have another child only 6 or 7 years old. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about your child. If you are convicted in court, your child will be unable to take the civil service exam in the future." "But what wrong has your child done?" Old Zhang was stunned for a moment. Gyugyu is his only concern now. If what the mediator said is true, wouldn't Gyugyu's future be ruined by her own actions? But what they wanted wasn't 50,000, it was 500,000. Where can he scrape together 500,000? Old Zhang's body began to tremble slightly. His appearance was noticed by everyone. Cheng Yao curled her lips into a cold smile, raised her head and stared arrogantly at Su Wen. Su Wen walked over to old Zhang and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Trust in the law and trust in me." Old Zhang raised his head and looked into Su Wen's calm and resolute eyes and his unease instantly vanished. "Okay, I believe you." Zai Wenjuo sighed and said to old Zhang, You're confused. Cheng Yao's eyes widened in anger, and she glared fiercely at Su Wen. Xiaodong, let's go. The negotiations have completely broken down and there is no need to continue the stalemate. When passing by Su Wen, she lowered her voice and said through gritted teeth, You just wait. Boss lady, a box of cigarettes, please. The proprietress looked to be in her early 30s, the prime of her life. Looking at Su Wen's handsome face, the proprietress's eyes held a captivating allure. She stretched out her fair arm and handed a pack of cigarettes to Su Wen, then winked at him. Su Wen took the cigarette, looked around, and a SKED Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, scanned the QR code. The proprietress was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her head shyly. In broad daylight. Why ask someone this so politely? However, I really like it. The proprietress swayed shyly, a hint of allure in her voice, and said, It's just a little bit. I'm actually not that flirtatious, Tilda. Su Wen was stunned for a moment. What is all this nonsense? I mean, where do I scan the QR code? The proprietress coughed awkwardly twice, covering her neck with one hand. Scan the code, scan here. As he walked out of the store, old Zhang was squatting by the roadside, looking at the police station across the street with a melancholy expression. Su Wen opened the cigarette pack, squatted down next to old Zhang and handed him a cigarette. Thanks. Old Zhang exhaled a thick cloud of smoke as he took a drag of his cigarette through his lungs. Attorney Su, we've been waiting here all afternoon, are they not coming? Su Wen said calmly. In a war of public opinion, speed is key. They just suffered a setback in court. They'll definitely become suspicious when they get back, and then they'll come to the police station to find your colleague and ask him to testify on their behalf. Old Zhang grinned and said, He's my good brother, I'm sure he wouldn't help Cayenne Cheng. Su Wen slowly shook his head. Often, the person who betrays you the most is the one you trust the most. In Su Wen's eyes, everything can be measured by value, including human nature. In these situations, it's not about who strikes first and who has the advantage. You have to be patient and let the other person make the first move. No sooner had he finished speaking than an Audi A6 pulled up right in front of the police station. Yang Wei got out of the car, straightened his suit collar and strode inside. Coming, wait for me here. After saying that, Su Wen got up and followed him. Hey, old Zhang immediately stood up. If Su Wen goes there at this time, won't he run into the other party's lawyer? However, Su Wen had already run all the way to the entrance of the police station. After Yang Wei showed his identification, the police officer let him go and disappeared around the corner. Su Wen pretended to be in a hurry, lowered his head and followed them inside. However, the next second, a young police officer reached out and stopped him. What are you doing here? You think you can just walk into the police station like that? Su Wen quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket, handed one to the police officer, and then pointed in the direction where Yang Wei had just disappeared with a fawning smile on his face. I'm with Attorney Yang, I'm late, please excuse me. The police officer glanced at Su Wen but didn't take the cigarette. He then said somewhat impatiently, Then you'd better go inside. Upon hearing the police officer's words, Su Wen immediately slapped his forehead. Oh dear, look at my memory, I forgot an important document. As he spoke, Su Wen stuffed a whole pack of cigarettes into the policeman's arms and hurriedly said, Could you please hold this for me? I'll be right back with the documents. After saying that, Su Wen pretended to be flustered and ran out. Who is this person? The police officer muttered a puzzled comment, then tossed the cigarette onto the table. Old Zhang watched as Su Wen, who had been inside for less than a minute, walked back with a smile on his face and stubbed out his cigarette. That was way too fast. He was done before he even finished his cigarette. Attorney Su, why did you come out so soon after going in? Su Wen smiled slightly, glanced at the time, and then squatted down on the ground again. Don't worry, everything's going smoothly. Just wait a little longer. Old Zhang looked at Su Wen with a puzzled expression. Over the past 2 days, he found Su Wen increasingly mysterious and unpredictable. Every step he took was unpredictable, yet remarkably effective. Half an hour later, Yang Wei walked out of the police station with a smug look on his face and then drove away. Su Wen smeared some ash from the ground onto his clothes and smiled at old Zhang. Wait here for my good news. After saying that, Su Wen went back into the police station. as soon as I entered. The police officers who had stopped him earlier had noticed him. Why are you so slow? Your boss has already left. Su Wen said with an apologetic smile. I'm so sorry, I was in such a panic on the way here that I tripped and fell. The police officer looked Su Wen up and down, noticing the dust on his clothes, and said, luckily you're not too late. Come on in. Upon hearing the police officer's words, Su Wen quickly nodded and bowed, then walked inside. Just then the police officer suddenly called out to him, etc. Su Wen froze for a moment, then turned his head. The police officer pointed to a table nearby, his voice tinged with a hint of reprimand, and said to Su Wen, take your cigarettes away. Su Wen turned his head and saw the cigarettes he had given him earlier were still on the table. He grinned and put them away. Thank you, I was so flustered just now. Su Wen picked up a cigarette from the table, a slight smile playing on his lips, and then went inside. He didn't intend to give gifts to the police officers. Instead, he used the pretext of cigarettes to enhance his image in the minds of the police officers and make them remember him. His purpose. This was all to make the police believe that he and Yang Wei were working together. Soon. Following the signs, Su Wen entered the lawyer's reception room. As soon as Su Wen entered, he saw old Zhang's colleague, Li Guang. Li Guang was wearing a dark blue work uniform with cement stuck to the crotch of his work pants. His hair was a mess and his eyes were bloodshot. He sat slumped in an iron chair, his knuckles digging deep into his palms, his eyebrows trembling violently. He looked extremely dejected. I don't know if it's because these past few days have been too agonizing at the police station. It was Yang Wei who had just said something to him. Li Guang, the lawyer's assistant, just contacted you. Although Su Wen did not say that he was Yang Wei's assistant, but the police officers mistakenly thought he was him. Upon hearing the police officer's words, Li Guang looked up, glanced at Su Wen, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. His parched lips opened and closed again, but he finally lowered his head once more. Su Wen slowly sat down opposite Li Guang, looking at Li Guang's current appearance. I had a rough idea of what was going on. Li Guang remained silent for a long time while Su Wen smiled calmly. Hello Li Guang, is there anything else you'd like to add? Yang Wei and Li Guang had just talked alone for half an hour. Su Wen couldn't believe that the two hadn't reached some kind of agreement. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Li Guang's rough hands immediately clenched. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Su Wen opposite him, and a hoarse voice came from his mouth. Before the wages Cayenne Cheng owed me reached my wife's account, I will not agree to your demands. There wasn't much physical evidence in old Zhang's case, therefore, witness testimony became the key to this case. Although an agreement was reached with old Zhang's wife yesterday, however, Li Guang's testimony is equally important to the outcome of the trial. Upon hearing Li Guang's words, just as Su Wen had suspected, Li Guang had already reached some kind of agreement with Yang Wei. But Su Wen wasn't angry about it. I talked to old Zhang before. Li Guang has a wife and a son who is about to start junior high school. The reason Li Guang worked day and night was that it's all for the sake of earning more money so that my son can attend a better private middle school. But with my child about to graduate from elementary school, Cayenne Cheng was reluctant to give him the salary he had worked so hard for over half a year. Su Wen's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the table as he looked at Li Guang's bloodshot eyes and spoke softly. Are you planning to betray old Zhang? Upon hearing this, Li Guang was stunned and his rough hands clenched tightly. The sound of Su Wen's fingertips tapping on the table seemed to be shattering his inner defenses with each tap. Right. Li Guang's trembling voice was low and menacing, as if he were begging for mercy. As long as the money arrives, I'll do whatever you say. Smack. Upon hearing Li Guang's words, Su Wen slammed his hand heavily on the table, startling Li Guang. He looked up at Su Wen in disbelief, meeting Su Wen's eyes, which held a hint of anger. What's wrong with this person? I had already agreed to their conditions. What's with the anger? Su Wen pointed at Li Guang and said, do you know that you're committing perjury? Li Guang was startled. Didn't you tell me to do this? The police officer standing nearby looked at Su Wen's cold and serious expression, as well as the chilling aura of authority emanating from him. This kind of momentum, he had only seen it at large meetings and on the old bureau chief. Su Wen, not wanting to give Li Guang a chance to catch his breath, spoke again. Were you absolutely certain back then that Feng Huan's affair was with Qian Cheng? Li Guang was at a loss for words. Faced with the assertive Su Wen, his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. I'm not sure. Su Wen continued his reprimand. Since you can't be sure the person inside is Qian Cheng, why didn't you stop old Zhang from breaking down the door? I. Li Guang was now completely panicked. When old Zhang said he was going to catch them in the act of adultery, he instinctively assumed he was catching Feng Huan and Qian Cheng. When Li Guang learned that old Zhang was going to catch his wife cheating, he was worried about old Zhang's safety and also wanted to ask Qian Cheng for his wages. Although old Zhang hadn't invited him, he still volunteered and went along. When old Zhang kicked down the door, he didn't think twice and just barged in. Su Wen snorted coldly. According to your logic, if old Zhang committed the crime of illegally entering someone else's residence, then you would be an accomplice. According to our country's law, the maximum sentence is 3 years. Fear level from Li Guang plus 1000. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Su Wen's lips curled into a slight smile. A fear level of over 1,000 is enough to prove the fear in Li Guang's heart. I really just want my wages back, Before Li Guang could finish speaking, Su Wen sighed slowly and continued. Luckily, old Zhang didn't commit a crime, otherwise you would have had to go in with him. Li Guang, who was gripped by fear just a moment ago. He stared at Su Wen with wide eyes in disbelief. What's the meaning? Old Zhang didn't commit a crime, why is this different from what the lawyer said before? What do you mean by that? Li Guang asked, puzzled. Su Wen leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped together, watching Li Guang with great interest. Old Zhang heard his wife being insulted at the door and rushed into the room in a panic. What crime did he commit? What the hell? Old Zhang did not commit a crime. After hearing what Su Wen said, it turned out that old Zhang hadn't actually committed the crime of illegally entering another person's residence. If that old Zhang didn't commit a crime, I certainly didn't commit a crime. The police officers standing nearby were also dumbfounded. They had taken a statement about this case before. Everyone believed that old Zhang had committed the crime of illegally entering someone else's residence. Although they felt sorry for old Zhang, whose wife had cheated on him with his boss, they were powerless to do anything about it. But now that Su Wen has said this, it seems old Zhang really didn't commit a crime. But old Zhang hit Qian Cheng, which constitutes intentional assault. This time, it wasn't Li Guang who spoke, but the police officer standing nearby. Su Wen smiled slightly at the police officer. His wife was R***D and might even be illegally detained. He was trying to stop the perpetrator from committing the crime. He wasn't intentionally causing harm. Wow, the police officer standing nearby immediately widened his eyes. Reasonable, absolutely reasonable, but isn't this the opposing lawyer's assistant? Su Wen smiled and said to Li Guang. Therefore, no matter what, you just need to tell the truth. As for Qian Cheng owing you wages, please trust the law, it will definitely give you an explanation. Hope rekindled in Li Guang's eyes and he nodded heavily. Good. He could get his money back without going to jail and without even having to betray his brothers. Of course he'd be willing, but the next second he frowned and asked doubtfully, "Aren't you Yang Lu's assistant?" Upon hearing Li Guang's question, the police officers nearby also perked up their ears. Su Wen smiled slightly. When did I ever say I was Qian Cheng's lawyer? In a short time. The lawyer's reception room was unusually quiet. The two held their breath, staring incredulously at Su Wen's smiling face. You're not Qian Cheng's lawyer? Li Guang asked incredulously. Su Wen nodded slightly. I'm old Zhang's lawyer, my name is Su Wen. The police officers escorted Su Wen out of the police station, rolling their eyes the entire way. Just as Su Wen stepped out the door, the police officer called him back. Su Wen turned his head and looked at the police officer with a puzzled expression. The police officer said in a serious tone, "Attorney Su, although your actions were unethical, it cannot be denied that you are a good lawyer." Upon hearing the police officer's words, Su Wen hurriedly took out a stack of business cards and handed them to the officer. "Thank you for your trust. Please help me promote it." With so many people reporting cases to the police station every day, wouldn't it be even more effective to get cases if they could help spread the word? The police officer's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the business card that had been slipped into his hand before he solemnly put the card away. Just then, old Zhang, who was across the street, saw Su Wen come out and hurried over, anxiously asking, "Attorney Su, how's the situation? Has Li Guang tried to betray me?" Su Wen noticed the fine beads of sweat on old Zhang's forehead, patted old Zhang on the shoulder and smiled slightly. He's a good brother. The next day, Su Wen was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. I opened the bedroom door groggily and saw old Zhang standing anxiously in the doorway. "Attorney Su, the court just called me. The hearing is scheduled for 5 days from now." Su Wen was slightly taken aback. How can it be so fast? The mediation took place at the court yesterday and the court hearing is scheduled for today. The legal process in this world is much faster than in the original world. Don't worry, this is a good thing. Besides, for now, you'll be fine. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. He was terrified when he received the court notice. After washing up, Su Wen started his live stream. In the past 2 days, the old Zhang incident has quickly gone viral online. Under Cheng Yao's deliberate guidance, netizens who were following the matter all knew that Su Wen was representing old Zhang in his case. Therefore, the number of viewers immediately exceeded 1,000 the moment the broadcast started, and the screen was instantly flooded with comments. "That unscrupulous lawyer actually helped a beast like old Zhang with his case. Go to hell. The person upstairs is mistaken. As long as Attorney Su performs normally, getting old Zhang locked up will be no problem at all. Having sent your clients to jail 3 times in a row, I think you should quit being a lawyer. You're a disgrace." Zhu Wen is a terrible lawyer, far inferior to Attorney Cheng. He probably won't be able to utter a single word during the trial. At the same time, a person with the ID, Xiao Dong from Zhang Law Firm, quietly entered the live broadcast room. Su Wen looked at the screen full of comments and slowly spoke. "I know everyone is concerned about old Zhang's case, but please rest assured, I will definitely put the other party in jail and get justice for old Zhang." The viewers in the live stream were stunned for a moment, then the cursing continued. Su Wen ignored the comments. Until the truth comes out, all explanations are pale and powerless. Only the opposing party's judgment can silence these public criticisms, but charging some interest up front isn't unreasonable, is it? Su Wen looked at the camera and grinned. Making inappropriate remarks or publicly insulting others in a live broadcast causing damage to their reputation constitutes a civil tort. I have the right to demand an apology or compensation for defamation and emotional distress. Have you all forgotten how to do this? In a short time, the live stream room immediately fell silent. I was so busy spraying that I forgot this guy is a lawyer. I'm outta here. This guy's dangerous. Immediately, most of the trolls left the live stream. From the poem Turbid Wine, the author's sorrow and resentment value increases by 100. Black pineapple's resentment level plus 100. From the resentment level of not eating cilantro, plus 500. Because of the large number of trolls in the live stream, Su Wen instantly accumulated a lot of emotional points. At this moment, the total emotional value directly exceeded 50,000. The live stream room quieted down. Su Wen said calmly, "Today's consultation is still free. You can request to join the live stream for any legal questions." Soon an ID named Pete requested a connection. After Su Wen clicked to confirm, the young man's voice came through the live stream. "Hello, Attorney Su, I'd like to ask some questions on behalf of my friend." "Haha, this is a typical I have a friend situation, but it's actually just me." "HMPH, what a ridiculous attempt to make a friend out of nothing. I old son saw right through your little scheme. Your friend won't take the blame. Judging from the voice, you're probably a student. What problems could a student possibly have that would require consulting a lawyer?" Since most of the haters left the live stream room. After someone joined the live stream, the atmosphere in the room was quite good. However, before Su Wen could speak, Pete continued. He was studying abroad when he kidnapped 3 other students. After a brief moment of shock, the comments section erupted in a frenzy. "What? They kidnapped several international students? Did I hear that right? Hey buddy, you can't joke about this kind of thing on a live stream, Uncle Hat will be after you. I don't believe it. This person must be a shill hired by Su Wen to attract attention. It's ridiculous. However, Su Wen's eyes narrowed instantly upon hearing this. The way this person spoke didn't sound fake. Can you tell me what your purpose was in kidnapping them? When the person on the other end paused noticeably, then continued, they kidnapped people for money, of course. While these two are really putting on an act, they actually look quite convincing. Kidnapping someone and then consulting a lawyer, how is that even possible? Have you received the money yet? Su Wen pretended to be nonchalant and even yawned as he asked the question, while secretly checking the other party's IP address. The IP address indicates that the other party is currently in Los Angeles, USA. The money was received this morning. I've received the money, so the person should be released now, right? Su Wen deliberately spoke slowly, but his eyes were constantly scanning Pete's Douyin account, hoping to find a clue. However, the other party was very cautious. There wasn't a single video on their Douyin TikTok homepage. The following list and follower list are also hidden, and there is not a single useful clue to be found. Pete hesitated for a long time before speaking. Of course the people have been released. They wanted money, not to kill anyone. Su Wen knew immediately that Pete was lying. They received the money, but the person is definitely still in their hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have contacted a lawyer. Were any of the people you kidnapped injured? Su Wen asked the crucial question. For a moment, Pete fell silent. After a long pause, Pete laughed, a laugh tinged with contempt. He's in the United States, surely this lawyer can't possibly prosecute him. The person is injured, but only slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wen felt a bad premonition. Minor injury. Su Wen spoke slowly, worried that his words might anger the other party and cause further harm to the kidnapped person. Right now, what he needs is time. Although you seem to be joking, the viewers in the live stream seem to really enjoy this story. Could you elaborate on the minor injury? Pete gave a cold laugh, his voice carrying a chilling undertone. One ear, one finger.
Yes.
Upon hearing Pete's words, everyone in the live stream gasped simultaneously. Holy crap, the more I listen, the more it sounds true. Could he really be a kidnapper? Even if it's true, what can we do? He's in the free and beautiful country, not under the jurisdiction of Ardaxia. Why does lawyer Su look like he hasn't slept properly? Doesn't he realize how serious the situation is? Weren't three kidnapped? Why is one person still unharmed? Across the Western Ocean, inside an abandoned factory in Los Angeles, USA, a thin boy wearing a black hooded sweatshirt covered half of his pale face. His face, which should have been youthful and innocent at 18 or 19, looked incredibly fierce. He held a gleaming dagger in his hand and slowly crouched down. In front of him lay a beautiful young woman with duct tape wrapped around her mouth, a deep ligature mark on her neck, and most of her clothes destroyed. She stared in terror at the approaching man, whimpering softly. On the other side, two men lay unconscious on the ground, covered in wounds, and the ground was stained with blood. One is missing its right ear, the other one is missing a finger. The man holding a dagger cut the woman's shoulder strap and sneered into his phone. Another one. I'm a little reluctant to part with it. Holy crap, the more I listen, the more it sounds like it's true. He used to say my friend, but now he's using me directly. Oh my god, this is terrifying. What should I do? Su Wen watched the software installation progress on his computer, and a bead of sweat appeared on his palms. This old, second-hand computer is so slow at downloading software. The kidnapper, named Pete, had clearly received the ransom and was considering whether or not to kill him. Police in other countries will not rush to respond to an incident without sufficient evidence. Moreover, since the kidnapped individuals were Huxia students studying abroad, they wouldn't care about it at all. This is why Pitt dared to contact Su Wen. We must buy time. The only solution now is to find Pete's precise location as soon as possible. Only then will there be a chance to rescue the three international students. Although Su Wen was very anxious inside, his tone was surprisingly calm. Now that the person has been released, what questions would you like to ask on behalf of your friend? Pete paused for 2 seconds before answering. My friend just wants to know, since the three international students he kidnapped come from powerful and influential families, if he returns to Daxia now and is discovered, will he be sentenced in Daxia? Just then, the computer displayed a message indicating that the software installation was complete. Su Wen quickly closed his eyes and opened the system store, soon. He then searched for the items he needed to redeem in the system's shop. Top-tier hacker experience card, limited to 1 hour, requires 50,000 emotion points to redeem. Redeem. Su Wen did not hesitate at all. I've used up all the emotional points I've accumulated over the past few days. Redemption complete. In an instant, all the knowledge about hackers flooded into his mind. Su Wen slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Is your friend a Huxia citizen?" Su Wen appeared to be asking a question, but in reality his fingers were already flying across the keyboard. "Nonsense, of course I'm a Huxia citizen, otherwise why would I be asking you?" Pete's voice was full of dissatisfaction, but Su Wen was not angry. "Our Huxia laws are based on the principle of personal jurisdiction. Any Huxia citizen, regardless of where they commit a crime, must abide by Huxia laws, and our country has the right to arrest them. Simply put, even if your friend flees back to Daxia, he will still be sentenced." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Pete, who was far away in Los Angeles, USA, was slightly taken aback. Then his face turned fierce as he looked at the girl before him and slowly raised the dagger in his hand. "So, I was going to be caught no matter what. We shouldn't have let them go in the first place. We should have killed them, right?" Su Wen was completely focused at this moment. While rapidly typing on the keyboard, his mind raced and he quickly spoke up. "No. No, you still have a chance to live." Just as the dagger was about to pierce the girl's chest, Pete's hand stopped. "What method?" His voice trembled slightly as he gripped the dagger tightly in his hand. Su Wen stared at the string of code on the screen. "Soon. So close. We'll be able to find out their location right away." To reassure Pete, Su Wen continued. "From a legal standpoint, you're already in a difficult position to escape punishment, but if you had killed 3 international students in the first place, you would have been arrested by the local police very quickly. Stop talking nonsense and tell me the solution." At this point, Pete's emotions were becoming increasingly agitated. If Su Wen's proposed solution did not satisfy him, he would immediately take action and kill the 3 international students. F***ku, Su Wen, are you out of your mind? Giving advice to a kidnapper. This is disgusting. Why don't you just die, you unscrupulous lawyer? I've reported it. Giving advice to kidnappers, what's the difference between that and committing a crime? At this moment, the police officer who had met Su Wen once before at the police station also appeared in Su Wen's live broadcast room. He frowned upon hearing Su Wen's words. Previously, Su Wen had appeared righteous and awe-inspiring, but why help a criminal now? This is like 2 completely different people. Could there be other things involved? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly received a message on Daoyan's backend. "It's Su Wen." The police officer's eyes widened immediately and he hurriedly opened the private messages in the background. "Don't make a sound. The 3 international students are still in his hands. Give me your name, phone number, and bank card details. Don't turn off my live stream. I've located his current position. Please contact your superiors immediately to rescue the hostage. Coordinates 33 degrees 59 N, 118 degrees 09 W. Hurry up." The police officer was stunned when he saw 4 messages in a row in the system. Is this really true? If it's fake, then I could face severe punishment. But if it really is, that's a huge achievement for me. Just as he was still hesitating, Su Wen sent another message. "Please believe me, I wouldn't joke about 3 lives." Upon seeing this message, the police officer immediately sent his phone number to Su Wen. He then got up, ran quickly to the director's office door and knocked. Su Wen looked at the screen. At this point, the comments section was filled with insults directed at him. He didn't care about that, nor did he have time to argue with them, and continued speaking while looking at the camera. "Don't rush. Although our country follows the principle of jurisdiction by person, we still need to catch them, right?" Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Pete toyed with the dagger in his hand and said coldly, "Continue." Su Wen took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the backstage messages, and continued. "It's actually very simple. Release the hostages, then flee to another country and live under an assumed name." Pete snorted coldly, his gaze fixed unfriendly on the girl curled up on the ground. Then I'll kill them all, wouldn't that still allow me to escape? No, Su Wen slowly shook his head, his tone softening as he spoke. Pete had clearly taken his advice to heart. All he had to do now was drag him to the police in Los Angeles. Different levels of crime require different police deployments. Which do you think requires less police resources? 3 lives lost or a kidnapping for ransom? Pete paused for a moment, then asked, "Is it too late for me to run now?" Su Wen said slowly, "Now you have 2 things to do. First, find a way to transfer the funds abroad. Otherwise, even if you run away, you won't be able to take the money out. They will track your location through your bank cards. Second, contact a smuggler. He will safely smuggle you out of the country and then you can rest easy." Pete was stunned for a moment. These people, he doesn't know him either. He was just an international student and he had a conflict with them. So during a party, they took advantage of their drunkenness and kidnapped them. He didn't know either of the 2 types of people Su Wen mentioned. Just then, Su Wen slowly spoke, "It's okay if you don't know him. I can recommend one to you. You actually helped him escape legal punishment. Do you even deserve to be a lawyer? This kind of unscrupulous lawyer who knowingly breaks the law should be arrested. No wonder he got arrested in the previous 2 cases. He must have taken bribes." Pete, who had initially harbored some doubts about Su Wen, after seeing the comments on the screen, his furrowed brows relaxed. So he was a heartless lawyer, then he can rest assured. This kind of unscrupulous lawyer has no bottom line in his actions. Looking at the phone number and bank card information sent by Su Wen in the backend, he hesitated for a moment, then dialed the number. Soon, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, who is this?" Pete quickly asked, "Were they smuggled in?" However, as soon as Pete finished speaking, the other end of the phone hung up. The caller ID showed it was from Los Angeles, USA. The middle-aged man in police uniform was stunned. What? Could this be true? He then hurriedly spoke to the police officer beside him. "Quickly contact the local police in the United States." "Yes." The police officer had just turned around when the station chief spoke again. "No, we can't risk 3 lives. The American police are too inefficient. We need to contact our embassy in the area directly." "Yes." The police officer had just stepped out of the room when the station chief's phone rang again. He just watched Su Wen's live stream. He knew this was to put him in the role of a guide, or snakehead. The director's forehead was beaded with sweat, his eyes fixed intently on his phone. He didn't answer the phone until the very last moment. "Damn it, you disturbed my sleep, you be *****D. Pete was slightly taken aback by the scolding, but after regaining his senses he burst out laughing. This feeling, that's right. This is how the snakeheads in the Young and Dangerous movies all swear. Are you a snakehead? The director continued his tirade. "You m************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* really know how to talk nastily. This is an underground immigration agency. Yes, sorry, it's an underground immigration agency. Upon hearing Pete's words, the director patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. I recently watched two young and dangerous movies. The station chief continued, "Where is my cousin? Where is he going? What did he do wrong?" Upon hearing this, Pete. This feels so much like. Are they interrogating the prisoner? Seeing that Pete had not answered for a long time, the director continued, "If you don't answer, I can't plan a route for you." Pete clenched his fist. According to Su Wen, his only way to survive now is to smuggle money across the border. However, he doesn't know the people who smuggled him in, and for now he can only trust this so-called underground immigration agent. Kidnapping? Oh, the station chief feigned surprise. Kidnapping, that's not a good case. Hearing the other person smack their lips, Pete quickly spoke up. "I have money. I extorted $5 million from them and I'm willing to pay double if they help me smuggle myself out." Upon hearing this, the director was immediately startled. Goodness, they extorted $5 million US, that's equivalent to over 30 million Huxia yuan. The station chief took a deep breath. "Let me make this clear first. If you have a murder case on your hands, we won't help you. Don't worry, it's just a kidnapping, no murder." After a moment of silence, the director said, "Tonight at 8 o'clock, wear a green jacket and go to the Long Beach port. My people will contact you." After saying that, the director hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound from his phone, it was the most reassuring sound Pete had ever heard in his life. He was already fantasizing about living a carefree life in Jianpu Village with 5 million US dollars. He then reopened Su Wen's live stream. Su Wen did not end the broadcast or speak at this time, and the live broadcast room was still filled with curses. Looking at this scene on his phone, Pete was filled with emotion. Good for unscrupulous lawyers. Those unscrupulous lawyers really do get things done. Pitt gifted a carnival item in attorney Su Wen's live stream. Pitt gifted a carnival item in attorney Su Wen's live stream. Oh yeah. After sending 5 carnival invitations in a row, Pete finally re-established contact. As soon as the connection was established, Su Wen started recording the live stream and asked, "Was the money you spent on gifts your own, or was it ransom from the kidnapping?" Pete was slightly taken aback. "What's the difference? Didn't I pay for it all myself? This money is my savings for living expenses." "That's all." Su Wen grinned. If it was stolen money, he would have to go to the police station to return it. "Have you made all the necessary contact arrangements?" Su Wen had already received a private message from the police officer in the background, knowing that they had completed the transaction. But in order not to arouse Pitt's suspicion, he still had to ask, "Thank you, Attorney Su, I've already contacted them." Upon hearing their conversation, the viewers in the live stream immediately started cursing again. "You unscrupulous lawyer, you condone crime, why don't you just die? With your skills, who would dare let you represent their case? Get out of here, seeing you makes me sick. You think you can compare to Cheng Yao? You're not even worth a hair on her head. Zhanghe law firm firing you was the best decision they could have made." Su Wen ignored the comments on the live stream. Judging by the timing, the police in the United States should be taking action soon. Su Wen smiled slightly. "You're welcome, it's what I should do." Pete laughed twice, his resolve unwavering, to meet Su Wen. "It's the greatest blessing of his life. Should I transfer the money now? Will anything go wrong?" Su Wen smiled slightly. "It's all right, once you safely arrive at Jianpu Village they'll transfer the money back to you, but..." He paused, then Pete quickly said, "I understand there's a processing fee, right?" "Very good. This kid is really quick-witted." Su Wen himself did not expect that. He fell for it so quickly. Really? College students are so easy to fool. After a series of maneuvers, Pete transferred all the money to an account belonging to someone named Zheng Jianfeng. "Attorney Su, it's been transferred, thank you." Su Wen also felt nervous at this moment, from the time of Pitt's video call until now. He's already wasted almost an hour, now. He had no reason to continue delaying. Pete's ill-gotten gains have all been transferred to the police officer's bank accounts. Next. Once Pete senses anything amiss, given his ruthless nature, they would kill the 3 international students without hesitation. Su Wen took a deep breath. "Those 3 international students, what are you going to do with them?" Pete laughed loudly. "As expected, you couldn't hide it from Lawyer Su." Pete looked at the 3 foreign students lying on the ground with a cold smile. "I'm preparing." "Put their legs down." "Interrupt them all," just as Pete was about to make his move. Sudden, a gunshot rang out in the live stream. Bang. Pete was shot in the arm holding the dagger. He screamed and the dagger fell to the ground with a crisp sound. "Hands up, don't move. Hands up, don't move." 2 magnetic voices rang out in the live stream room. In a short time, the viewers in the live stream were immediately stunned. "Holy crap, was that a gunshot?" Su Wen let out a long sigh of relief. "Finally, we've arrived." At that moment, Su Wen leaned back in his chair with a sigh of relief and smiled happily. When Pete, far away on the other side of the Atlantic, heard Su Wen's voice coming from his phone, his pupils widened instantly and he shouted into the phone in frustration. You betrayed me, I'm not done with you. I'm going to kill you." Hearing Pete's roar, Su Wen sat up straight, straightened his somewhat disheveled clothes and addressed the camera with righteous indignation. "Kidnapping and extortion, intentional assault, with the amount involved reaching tens of millions, according to our country's laws, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Revenge. Maybe in your next life." Pete tried to speak, but the police who arrived at the scene tackled him to the ground, interrupting the live stream. Shock level from Tianken Tudu plus 500. Shock level from Sanju Yinyu plus 500. Shock level from the Insomniac Donkey plus 500. From Xiaodong of Zhang Law Firm. Shock level plus 2000. Holy crap, I always thought this was a staged performance by the streamer, but it turns out it's real. Oh my god, I was just cursing the streamer, and now I realize he was stalling for time until the police arrived. I'm sorry. I underestimated you. I'm bowing down to you, streamer. In an instant, the screen was filled with the words, "I'm sorry." The viewers in the live stream finally understood. Su Wen was not aiding and abetting the other party's crime. They were stalling for time, waiting for police backup, at this time. At the workstation next to the water dispenser at Zhang Law firm. Xiao Dong, wearing headphones, watched Su Wen, who exuded righteousness in the live stream with his eyes shining. Isn't this exactly what he envisions a lawyer to be like? Clever, honesty, rescuing people from danger instead of being like them. Xiao Dong glanced towards Yang Wei's office. These people reek of money. His mind was full of calculations, using unscrupulous schemes and tricks to help those without morals. At this moment, Xiao Dong secretly made up his mind, if my future is to collude with them. So this lawyer, he might as well quit. Xiao Dong opened Su Wen's Douyin account, edited a message, and sent it out. Then I opened the new Ma document and typed out 3 large characters. Resignation letter. At the same time, in Su Wen's live stream room, a large number of gift effects appeared. 3 lives lost. Su Wen endured humiliation and hardship, and within just 1 hour he saved 3 lives amidst the insults of thousands of people. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Su Wen seemed to be draped in a radiant glow, sacred and inviolable. This is the brilliance a lawyer should possess. Old Zhang was in the living room holding Guoguo and watching Su Wen's live stream. Guoguo looked up at her father with a determined gaze and said, "Dad, when Guoguo grows up, she wants to be an upright lawyer like Uncle Su Wen." Old Zhang patted Guoguo's head. "Dad believes in you. And he believes in your Uncle Su too." Inside the police station, Director Wang Qiang let out a deep sigh of relief, leaning back in his office chair, his body covered in sweat. At this moment, he was incredibly happy. As the head of a police station, I deal with trivial matters every day. But in his youth, he was also a proud member of the criminal investigation team. What had just happened made him feel once again the way he felt when he was young, fighting against criminals every day in the criminal investigation team. He looked at Zhang Jianfeng beside him with a look of satisfaction. "Little Zhang, sit down, you've done a really great job today." Zhang Jianfeng sat down on a chair and looked at the 5 million foreign currency deposited into his bank account, feeling uneasy. "Chief, although I contacted the bank beforehand, I'm still a little scared looking at this money." Wang Qiang laughed loudly. "This is stolen money. Someone will come to deal with it for you." "It's nothing." Just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wang Qiang immediately stood up straight and then answered the phone. "Good morning, Director." The person making the call was none other than Chen Guang'an, the director of the Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau. "Chief Wang, I have a basic understanding of the situation. You handled this matter exceptionally well, saving 3 lives. On behalf of my superiors, I am temporarily offering you verbal praise. At the same time, I will truthfully report your contributions." Upon hearing Chen Guang'an's words, Wang Qiang immediately saluted. "Thank you for the praise from the organization, it's just what I should do." Chen Guang'an laughed twice. "And that junior policeman Zhang Jianfeng, according to his file, he hasn't been officially promoted yet, has he?" Wang Qiang immediately understood the meaning behind Chen Guang'an's words and gave Zhang Jianfeng a meaningful look. "Yes, but the procedures for his official appointment have already begun. Yes, we can't let such talent go to waste." Upon hearing their conversation, Zhang Jianfeng's eyes immediately lit up. "And that lawyer," Chen Guang'an said after a moment's thought, "go and send him a banner." "Yes, I'll take care of it right away." After hanging up the phone, Wang Qiang smiled at Zhang Jianfeng and said, "Little Zhang, you heard everything, right?" Zhang Jianfeng scratched his head, a smile he couldn't suppress. "I received the commendation and you were promoted. All of this is thanks to Attorney Su." Zhang Jianfeng nodded heavily. Yes, if he hadn't located the criminal's location and successfully stalled for time, the 3 hostages might already be in danger. Wang Qiang pondered for a moment, then said, "Prepare a banner immediately and send it to him." "Yes." Just as Zhang Jianfeng was about to buy the banner, Wang Qiang spoke up again. No, I'll go with you. Zhang Jianfeng was stunned for a moment. The director actually wanted to personally deliver the banner. That's way too exaggerated. He's the head of a local police station. If he were to show up, he would represent the entire police station. Wang Qiang said sternly and firmly. That's not just about 3 lives. It's about 3 families, and this happened overseas, so it represents our country. Upon hearing Wang Qiang's words, Zheng Jianfeng took a deep breath, a sense of patriotism rising within him, and he nodded solemnly. Great. I'll definitely handle this perfectly. However, the next second, Zhang Jianfeng immediately deflated. Chief, but we still don't know where he lives. Wang Qiang was slightly taken aback, then spoke. Then let's connect to his live stream. Su Wen rescued 3 kidnapped international students through a live broadcast. In an instant, the live stream was filled with gift effects. However, some people still believe that this was a script directed and acted by Su Wen himself. It's just acting, you bunch of idiots, you actually took it seriously. It's hilarious. Lawyers these days are disgusting. They'd fabricate facts and file a report just to get more clicks. Exactly, without substantial evidence, who can believe this is true? With some people questioning the story, others in the live stream also began to doubt its authenticity. After all, it involved kidnapping and extortion, and the perpetrator was an overseas student. They even fired a gun. These are things that only happen on television. They are so far removed from their daily lives that it's hard to believe. Just then, a person with the ID Wang Qiang requested to connect. Su Wen connected the call, and Wang Qiang turned on his camera. In a short time, a middle-aged man wearing a Type 99 police uniform appeared in everyone's sight, sitting upright. Ha ha ha, you've got to act, you've even attracted the police. You're going to get yourself killed. Wow, this guy's wearing a white shirt underneath, his rank must be pretty high. Just as everyone was still mocking Su Wen, Wang Qiang spoke up with a smile. My name is Wang Qiang, and I am the director of the Heping South Road Police Station in Jiangcheng City. Wang Qiang's voice carried a hint of authority, a lingering effect of years of interrogating prisoners. His voice immediately silenced the chat in the live stream. This live stream was to thank Attorney Su, who not only provided us with crucial information but also successfully bought us time. This gave us enough time to contact the U.S. Embassy and successfully rescue the 3 kidnapped students. On behalf of the organization, the 3 international students and their families, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude to you. As he spoke, Wang Qiang stood up, straightened his upper body slightly, quickly raised his right arm, lightly touched the brim of his hat with his middle finger, looked directly at the camera with piercing eyes, and gave Su Wen a salute. Wow, the police station chief personally confirmed it. Who dares to say that Attorney Su staged this himself? Su Wen actually saved 3 lives, that's incredible. I'm so sorry, host, I'll never doubt you again. I'm completely convinced. Upon seeing Wang Qiang's appearance, Su Wen immediately stood up and returned the greeting. You flatter me, this is the duty of every Huxia citizen. Besides, it was you who implemented the rescue plan. You are the greatest heroes in this matter. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Wang Qiang nodded inwardly, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration as he looked at Su Wen. This young man was neither arrogant nor humble but calm and composed, and he was not conceited or proud of his achievements. He possesses a multitude of admirable qualities. This child has a bright future ahead of him, only. How could someone so outstanding manage to send their clients to jail twice in a row before connecting? Wang Qiang specifically went online to look up information about Guan Ziyuan. Not only did they see Su Wen's previously appalling record, we also saw that he represented old Zhang in his case. He was aware of old Zhang's case. After all, they were the ones who responded to Caiyan Cheng's call, and they also took statements from old Zhang and Li Guang. Thinking of this, Wang Qiang sighed. He also felt sorry for old Zhang, whose wife had been cheated on and who had to catch him in the act late at night. Instead, it would be classified as illegal intrusion into another person's residence, which could result in a 3-year prison sentence. Although Wang Qiang wanted to help old Zhang, he didn't have a better way. Attorney Su, would you mind telling me your address? I'd like to present you with a banner in person. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone in the live stream was stunned. Holy crap, did I hear that right? The police station chief actually offered to present a banner to the live streamer. I've only ever seen others present banners to police stations, never the other way around, especially not by the station chief himself. This is an immense honor. Lawyer Sue saved 3 lives, he deserves it. Hee hee, upstairs you were the one criticizing the most earlier and now you're praising them. Good. Su Wen smiled slightly at Wang Qiang, not refusing Wang Qiang's kindness. Although a banner isn't worth much, it depends on who sent it. The fact that the police station proactively presented a banner must have been approved by its superiors. It's tantamount to them endorsing their law firm. If this banner were hung at a law firm, it would definitely attract a lot of inquiries. I'll send you the location privately after I finish my stream. Waiting for your news, Wang Qiang laughed heartily. Then I won't bother you any longer. I look forward to meeting you. After saying that, Director Wang Qiang disconnected the line. Su Wen glanced at the time. He had already been live streaming for a long time today. Then, looking exhausted, he looked at the camera and said, "That's all for today's live stream. Over the next few days, I'll be preparing the documents for old Zhang's court hearing. See you again after we win this case." After saying that, Su Wen immediately ended the live stream. Su Wen stretched. This live stream was interrupted by a special event. His nerves were constantly on edge. As soon as the broadcast ended, a feeling of weakness washed over my limbs. However, this live stream was quite fruitful. I've recovered all the 50,000 emotional points I spent on redeeming the top-tier hacker trial card. They also successfully rescued 3 international students, earning the endorsement of the local police station. I also earned nearly 20,000 Huaxia coins from gift tips. Just as Su Wen opened the backend and was about to send the location to Wang Qiang, he saw a message that puzzled him. This is a list sent by Xiao Dong from Zhang Law Firm, along with some chat logs. The above contains detailed records of the ids of hundreds of Douyin TikTok bloggers. There are also chat logs between Cheng Yao and them. This confirms that Cheng Yao hired online trolls to smear Lao Zhang and him. This young Dong, Su Wen smiled slightly. When they first met, Su Wen felt that Xiao Dong and Cheng Yao were not the same kind of people. Xiao Dong has a special sense of justice, much like I did when I was young. Unexpectedly, just one day later, Xiao Dong abandoned his evil ways and came to the right path. Zhang Law Firm. Looking at the private message Su Wen sent from the backstage, Xiao Dong resolutely packed his belongings and left Zhang Law Firm. Watching Xiao Dong leave the law firm, Cheng Yao snorted coldly, slammed the door shut and pulled down the blinds. Useless, Zhang is the biggest law firm in Jiangcheng, giving up such a promising future to go out and make your own way in the world. Yang Wei leaned back on the sofa and sneered, "Leave him here, he'll regret it sooner or later. One day, he'll be begging you on his knees to let him return to Zhang." Cheng Yao pouted, sat on Yang Wei's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck and said with some concern, "And that Su Wen, he's so annoying. He actually said he could beat old Zhang in his case. Does he really have some kind of secret weapon?" Yang Wei grabbed Cheng Yao's chin, slipped his other hand under her skirt and sneered. "In just 4 days, I don't believe he can find any evidence. 4 days from now, his reputation will be utterly ruined." After tidying up, Su Wen took old Zhang and went out. That's right. The location he gave to Wang Qiang, the police station chief, was not his rented apartment. It was Su Wen's own law firm, Good Luck Law Firm. Soon, the two hailed a taxi and arrived near the law firm. At this moment, the scene at the entrance of Su Wen's Good Luck Law Firm was a complete mess. In the past 2 days, because of Cheng Yao's online smear campaign, there have been frequent instances of self-proclaimed righteous individuals throwing paint at the entrance of the law firm. After getting out of the taxi, Su Wen then saw a group of people gathered at the entrance of the law firm, shouting loudly. Even more extreme, a large wreath was placed in front of the law firm, attracting a large crowd of onlookers who took photos and videos with their phones. "You coward, you unscrupulous lawyer, you bully honest people, you deserve to die a horrible death. Brothers, we can't let this unscrupulous lawyer get away with this. Splash him hard." The leader was a man in his early 20s, wearing a plaid shirt and glasses. He appears unremarkable, the kind of person who would disappear in a crowd, yet his words and actions are extremely arrogant. Su Wen immediately recognized him as the leader of the troublemakers. Seeing the law firm's entrance covered in paint, Su Wen chuckled irritably and patted the bespectacled man on the shoulder. The bespectacled man turned around, picked up a bucket of paint and handed it to Su Wen, speaking sternly and righteously. "Brother, you're also here to punish those unscrupulous lawyers, right? Come on, splash me hard." Su Wen was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "I didn't come here to throw paint." Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man was also stunned. If they didn't come to throw paint, then what else could they be doing here? "Since we're already here, let's splash some water, it's really stress-relieving." "Exactly, I've been splashing around with it for days now, it's so stress-relieving. This kind of unscrupulous lawyer deserves to be dealt with." Immediately, the surrounding crowd urged Su Wen to take the paint and splash it on his shop door. Su Wen sighed, grinned and said, I'm here to open the door." "What, open the door?" For a moment the surrounding crowd was stunned, and everyone wondered if they had misheard. The bespectacled man stared wide-eyed, looking him up and down twice. "F***ku, you're the unscrupulous lawyer Su Wen." Su Wen's lips curled slightly. "Yes, that's me, excuse me, could you please move aside? I need to open the door." After Su Wen admitted his identity, the surrounding, righteous people immediately erupted in a commotion, pointing and whispering about Su Wen. "You actually dared to open the door. You must have a death wish. You've come here to open the door and cause trouble for others, haven't you? You're disgusting, people like you should just die. You too, old Zhang and his cronies, don't deserve to live." Old Zhang, who was hiding in the distance recording with his phone, clenched his fists upon hearing this. If it weren't for him, Su Wen wouldn't have been surrounded and verbally abused. However, Su Wen sneered in the face of everyone's insults. "Are you, all you have are mouths?" The bespectacled man was stunned for a moment. What does that mean? Does he expect me to hit him in a short time? Everyone fell silent. Let them throw paint on Su Wen's back or point their fingers at him and hurl insults, they'll be fine with that. When it came to actually resorting to violence, they chickened out. Su Wen looked at Bai Longfei expressionlessly and said calmly, "No guts, weren't you all shouting the whole time? Now that I'm here, why are you all chickening out?" Hearing Su Wen's mockery, everyone clenched their fists, but no one dared to make a move. Su Wen glanced at the man with glasses. "You're the organizer, right? If I'm not mistaken, things must be going badly for you at work. Every day at work I get yelled at by my boss and I don't dare say a word." Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Su Wen snorted coldly and continued, "After getting home from get off work, you get scolded by your wife. You must be very unhappy every day." At this point, Su Wen's expression turned cold. "So, you live a life of constant subservience, yet once you see public opinion online, you lead the charge in criticizing it, even going so far as to lead a group of people to throw paint everywhere, all just to satisfy your own inner gratification. Does doing this make you feel relieved and accomplished? Little did you know, back in the real world, you're still just a cowardly weakling." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, the bespectacled man clenched his fists, pointed at Su Wen and gritted his teeth. "You." Su Wen's words pierced through his pretense and struck a chord deep within him. He's absolutely right. I live a life of excessive depression every day. Therefore, he transformed himself into a righteous person online, leading a group of people to hurl insults at others. If the distance is very close, he stirred up trouble online and gathered a group of people to throw paint. Each time he splashed paint, he felt a release from his inner turmoil and gained a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Seeing the bespectacled man's annoyed expression after being exposed, Su Wen slowly shook his head and spoke. "Ha, coward." Coward, he actually called himself a coward. His boss called him a coward, and when he got home, his wife called him a coward too. Now, he actually dared to call himself a coward. "You G want to die." The bespectacled man angrily swung his fist and smashed it towards Su Wen's head. Just as the fist was about to land on Su Wen's face, a large hand blocked the bespectacled man's attack. "Get out of here," the bespectacled man shouted. The next second he was slammed to the ground. The bespectacled man turned around menacingly, but upon seeing who it was, he immediately went limp with fear. "Police! Police!" Wang Qiang snorted coldly and let go of the bespectacled man's hand. Su Wen smiled slightly and said to Wang Qiang, "Director Wang, this group of people are causing trouble and disrupting social order. According to our country's laws, they should be detained for a period of time. In serious cases like this guy with glasses who incited a disturbance, the maximum sentence could be 5 years." Wang Qi's shock level increased by 100. Shock level from Gu Xiaomin plus 100. Fear level increased by 500 from Bai Longfei. Holy crap. Seize it. Upon hearing the word detained, the justice advocates scattered and fled. Bai Longfei, who had led the disturbance, also tried to run away, but Su Wen grabbed him by the collar. "Let me go. You have no evidence, you can't arrest me, I was just passing by." Bai Longfei struggled incessantly, but Su Wen held him firmly in his grasp. "Are you sure I don't have any evidence?" Su Wen sneered and turned to look at old Zhang, who was not far away. "Old Zhang, have you taken pictures of them all?" Old Zhang emerged from the corner with an embarrassed grin, waving his phone at Su Wen. "Don't worry, Attorney Su, I've filmed everything." Old Zhang admired Su Wen immensely. From the very beginning, Su Wen planned to punish these people. That's why he sent the law firm's address to Wang Qiang. Upon seeing the evidence of his crimes on old Zhang's phone, Bai Longfei immediately deflated, lowered his head and stopped talking. "If only I had known, he wouldn't do such a despicable thing." An office area of less than 10 square meters. It started to feel a bit crowded after 3 people were seated. After entering the room, Wang Qiang carefully looked around. Looking at the cramped law firm, he gave Su Wen a deep look. Really, true masters are indifferent to fame and fortune. This was the first time he had ever seen such a small law firm. I really admire that." However, Su Wen was staring blankly at the spot on the right side of his desk. "He has a habit. That's the spot on the right side of the desk. I always keep a pen there." However, at this moment, the pen disappeared. These were 20 pens that the original owner snagged on Pinduoduo for just 9.9 yuan. Not only that, no one has come to the law firm for 2 or 3 days. Logically, the law firm should be covered in dust. But the law firm was spotless, as if someone had cleaned it thoroughly. Su Wen took out another pen, placed it in its usual spot, and then spoke to Wang Qiang. "Director Wang, please have a seat." Old Zhang brought over the only 2 chairs in the law firm, and Wang Qiang politely waved him off. No need, we can talk standing up." As he spoke, Wang Qiang unfurled the banner in his hand, on which were written 8 large characters. "A model lawyer who cleverly saved 3 lives." Wang Qiang laughed loudly at Su Wen. "Haha, I was thinking of giving you a bonus, but seeing your esteemed firm, I know that Attorney Su is someone who is indifferent to fame and fortune and doesn't care much for money. This banner is just right." Su Wen's lips twitched slightly. "Seriously, have you ever met a lawyer who doesn't like money? This isn't a TV drama shoot, why are you giving away money like that?" But then I thought about the value behind this banner. It's far more effective than giving out bonuses. But Su Wen didn't seem to feel anything about it. "After all, I received far too many banners of appreciation in my previous life." On the contrary, old Zhang was very excited. He took the banner from Wang Qiang for Su Wen and said with a warm smile, "Attorney Su, Director Wang, you two talk, I'll go hang up the banner." Su Wen poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Wang Qiang. Wang Qiang sat down and took a sip of tea. "It's all thanks to you, that Pete is a madman. Without you, the 3 international students would probably be in grave danger. By the way, how did you know the kidnapper's exact location?" Su Wen clasped his hands together and smiled slightly at Wang Qiang. He couldn't very well say that he used hacking techniques. "This is all thanks to you." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiang laughed awkwardly twice. "Ha ha ha, it was my fault for being so talkative. I won't bring this up again." As the director, he naturally knew that Su Wen had hacked the other party's phone. But Su Wen was ultimately trying to save 3 lives. He will choose to keep this matter hidden and not report it. He will say in his report that he hired a technical team to pinpoint the other party's location. As long as the result is good, the process is sometimes not that important. Old Zhang, having hung up the banner, said to Su Wen, "Attorney Su, you two chat, I'll go outside and deal with the paint." After saying that, old Zhang walked out. Wang Qiang took a deep look at old Zhang's back, then turned around and said, "Old Zhang's case is going to be very difficult to win." Su Wen nodded without denying it. Although he was now certain of victory, he still understood the principle that too much talk leads to mistakes. Besides, Su Wen had only met Wang Qiang once, so he naturally didn't trust him that much. Seeing that Su Wen didn't speak, Wang Qiang started talking to himself. Jiangcheng has developed rapidly in the past 2 years, with high-rise buildings being constructed everywhere, attracting workers from nearby cities to come and work here. Wang Qiang let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with the weariness of life. Cases like old Zhang's are not uncommon, but how can they possibly compete with the local developers? Upon hearing Wang Qiang's words, Su Wen's eyes immediately lit up. Director Wang's implication is that previous reports of such cases were all withdrawn in the end. Wang Qiang frowned immediately, slammed his hand on the table and yelled at Su Wen, "Don't talk nonsense. When did I ever say such a thing?" After saying that, Wang Qiang left angrily. Hearing the commotion inside, old Zhang rushed in, grabbed Wang Qiang's arm and said urgently, "Director Wang, please don't be angry. Attorney Su didn't mean it that way." Wang Qiang glanced at old Zhang, snorted coldly, then shook off old Zhang's hand and left Good Luck Law Firm. Seeing Wang Qiang and Su Wen part on bad terms, old Zhang turned to look at Su Wen. At this moment, Su Wen, he had a big smile on his face. "What's wrong with Attorney Su?" Director Wang was so angry he slammed his fist on the table, so why was he still laughing out loud? Could he be? Old Zhang walked up to Su Wen with a worried expression and asked with concern, "Attorney Su, are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital?" Psychiatry? Yes, this kind of thing definitely requires a visit to a psychiatrist. "Why go to the hospital? I'm perfectly fine." Su Wen chuckled and looked in the direction Wang Qiang had left. "That old B******************************************************************* D. That's interesting. They were even worried that I might secretly record them." Old Zhang scratched his graying hair. Why did they suddenly start arguing? "Look at that." Su Wen smiled slightly and pointed to the spot where Wang Qiang had slammed his hand on the table before leaving. Old Zhang looked down and then he saw it. There was now a note on the table that originally only had a teacup. Old Zhang opened the note with a puzzled look on his face. After seeing the contents of the note, he was immediately shocked and his eyes widened in surprise. The note contained the names, phone numbers, and home addresses of 3 women. One of them was someone he knew, Cao Ziufang. Didn't she resign and go back to her hometown 6 months ago? Why are they on this list? Su Wen took the note that old Zhang tremblingly handed him, glanced at it, his phoenix eyes slowly narrowed, and he said coldly, "That Qian Cheng, he's done a lot of dirty work." Old Zhang immediately understood the meaning behind Su Wen's words. The people on this list are all women who have been harassed by Qian Cheng. This is only what was reported to the police initially. Besides, there must be other women who didn't report it because they were afraid of losing their jobs and not getting paid, or because they were coerced or bribed. Anger rose in old Zhang's heart. He slammed his fist on the wall and said viciously, "This kind of beast should spend his whole life in prison." On the way back to the Heping South Road police station, Wang Qiang had a faint smile on his lips. "That brat Su Wen? That's interesting. Despite his young appearance, he is incredibly shrewd. He was, after all, the head of a police station. He's even wary of me. Do I look like the kind of person who would collude with criminals?" Thinking about this, Wang Qiang sighed again. Often he clearly understood the ins and outs of things, but he was helpless against those criminals as well. All their hopes could be pinned on Su Wen. Let the lawbreakers. They will be punished by law. The day of the court hearing arrived quickly. Su Wen has barely rested in the past few days. Fortunately, it was a very fruitful experience. Under the manipulation of Yang Wei and Cheng Yao, the case of old Zhang has remained a hot topic online. This has attracted great attention from the judicial authorities. In order to boost her fame, Cheng Yao took this opportunity to apply for a live-streamed court hearing. As a well-known figure in the legal profession, attorney Luo Xiang receives a large number of private messages every day asking for his opinion on old Zhang's case. In response, Professor Luo Xiang made a statement. If attorney Su Wen can find a good angle to defend him, old Zhang may not necessarily have committed a crime. At the same time, Professor Luo Xiang also appealed online for people not to engage in cyberbullying. "I believe in the fairness of the judiciary and await the final outcome." The court hearing is scheduled for 9 o'clock a.m. At 8 o'clock, a large group of media reporters and some self-media bloggers were already waiting at the courthouse entrance. Cheng Yao was wearing a tailor-made skirt suit. As soon as she got out of the car, she was surrounded by a group of reporters. "Attorney Cheng, how confident are you of winning this trial?" 100%. Cheng Yao smiled and replied that she enjoyed being in the spotlight. "What are your thoughts on Attorney Su Wen's recent live stream where he rescued 3 international students?" Cheng Yao said to the camera, "It was just luck. If it were me, I would have done better." As expected of Jiang Cheng's largest law firm, Zhang He Law Firm, a rising dark horse, is indeed very confident. At that moment, a reporter suddenly asked a question. "Attorney Cheng, there are rumors online that you and Attorney Su Wen were previously in a romantic relationship. Is this true?" Upon hearing this question, Cheng Yao's face immediately turned cold. "Nonsense. Su Wen did pursue me before, but I didn't accept. My ideal type is someone stronger than me, not a loser." Cheng Yao's words distanced her from her previous relationship with Su Wen. At the same time, it was also mocking Su Wen, who had previously landed his clients in jail in both lawsuits. The reporter went straight to the point, asking, "What's your opinion on Su Wen's previous record?" Cheng Yao snorted coldly, 2 cases in a row, both resulting in your clients being imprisoned. "You could do that too." Because there were bloggers live streaming in the crowd, Cheng Yao's words were broadcast live. "This reporter is really funny." Cheng Yao is a rising star at Zhang He Law Firm, having won 10 cases in a row. How could she possibly be interested in that good-for-nothing Su Wen? Exactly, even if the beautiful Cheng were to find a boyfriend, she would definitely choose a high-quality man like me. Where's that good-for-nothing Su Wen? The trial is about to start. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Is he scared? Even the reporters standing nearby began to praise Cheng Yao. As expected of Attorney Cheng, that air of confidence is just too much. "Keep going, Cheng Lu. I believe in you." Just then, a taxi pulled up in front of the courthouse. "Su Wen is here." Someone in the crowd gasped first, and then all the reporters swarmed towards Su Wen. Cheng Yao suddenly felt lonely. Watching Su Wen and old Zhang get out of the taxi, Cheng Yao snorted coldly and swayed her hips as she walked into the courthouse. Su Wen and old Zhang had just gotten out of the car. He was immediately surrounded by layers of reporters who practically shoved their microphones up his nose. "Attorney Su, don't you feel any remorse for defending a heartless worker?" Right from the start, they were at loggerheads. Su Wen smiled slightly. "As an unscrupulous reporter, doesn't your conscience hurt?" The reporter was stunned for a moment. "This Su Wen. Why is it so aggressive?" "I simply asked one question. Why would he mock himself?" Immediately afterward, another reporter asked, "Attorney Su, I heard you were previously a member of Zhang Law Firm. Are you afraid?" Su Wen retorted assertively, "You've asked the wrong person that question. You should ask the other person." "Attorney Su, Attorney Cheng just said that you pursued her but were rejected. Is that true?" "That's utter nonsense. How could my judgment be so bad?" Judging from Su Wen's current perspective, he certainly wouldn't consider Cheng Yao a threat. "Attorney Su, people online are saying that as long as you perform consistently, you'll definitely get old Zhang locked up. What do you think?" Meanwhile, other reporters also turned their attention to old Zhang. "Old Zhang, Attorney Su has already sent his clients to jail. You've chosen him to represent you. What were you thinking?" Faced with the reporters' questions, old Zhang was somewhat timid, but he still spoke up. "I trust Attorney Su, he will definitely get justice for me." Old Zhang's answer also helped Su Wen out of that predicament. Desperate for clicks, the reporter persisted, asking further questions. "Attorney Cheng just mocked you, saying that you sent your clients to jail in your previous 2 cases, implying that it didn't matter who was in charge. What's your opinion on that?" Su Wen curled his lip in disdain. "Then she can go home today." The reporter who asked the question was taken aback. "What does this mean?" Su Wen grinned and said, "Anyway, she's definitely going to lose today, so even if it's just a dog on a dog, it's fine." After saying that, everyone present was stunned. Su Wen is far too confident. Seeing Su Wen's confident expression, everyone frowned. Could it be? Is he really going to win this case today? While everyone was still wondering, Su Wen slowly began to speak. "It's about time. We should go in. As for the outcome, we'll see in 2 hours." After saying that, Su Wen led old Zhang out of the crowd. Old Zhang was sweating profusely with nervousness as he watched the courthouse gates draw closer. He was just an honest and hardworking worker. I don't want to harm anyone, nor do I want to get ahead. I just want to live a peaceful and quiet life. He wouldn't want to come to a place like this if he hadn't been forced to. Su Wen noticed old Zhang's nervousness and put his arm around old Zhang's shoulder. Don't worry, I've got everything covered. Seeing Su Wen's relaxed expression, old Zhang immediately felt relieved. He had witnessed Su Wen's abilities firsthand over the past few days. In his heart, Su Wen had become the person he trusted most. It's as if as long as he's by my side, I have nothing to fear. Old Zhang's case has attracted great attention from the court, this time. The court specially appointed the most respected judge in the court as the presiding judge, Jiang Zhenghua. At this moment, Jiang Zhenghua had a head of white hair, wore a light blue judge's uniform, and had a judge's emblem pinned to his chest. He was nearly 60 years old, but he had an unyielding spirit, sitting upright on the stage. His gaze swept steadily across both sides, then he glanced at the time and lightly tapped the gavel. Thump! For a moment, everyone fell silent, focusing their attention on Jiang Zhenghua. Then, Jiang Zhenghua's deep, powerful, and authoritative voice slowly rang out. Both sides are now fully present. The court rules will now be read aloud. Next, everyone stand up. Jiang Zhenghua was the first to stand up, and then everyone else stood up as well. At the same time, the court hearing was also broadcast live. Lawyers on various Douyin platforms have started broadcasting the live streams, with lawyer Luo Xiang's live stream attracting the most viewers. It attracted tens of thousands of viewers as soon as it started airing. Everyone was concerned about the outcome of the trial, but no one was optimistic about Su Wen's chances. Many people are asking Professor Luo Xiang in the live chat what he meant by tricky angle. Luo Xiang didn't answer directly. He cleared his throat and, like a referee, began to analyze the situation of the past few days. At first, I was also misled by appearances, but after discovering attorney Cheng Yao's tactics, I began to have doubts. What tactics? In an instant, the barrage of comments surged. They were just a group of bystanders who didn't understand the lawyer's case-handling pace and tactics. Luo Xiang clasped his hands together, frowned slightly at the camera, and slowly spoke with a serious expression. Blitzkrieg. The crowd remained puzzled. At this moment, Jiang Zhenghua is reading out the court rules, which will take a few minutes. Luo Xiang uses this time to explain. Blitzkrieg, as the name suggests, is about defeating the enemy as quickly as possible. While it sounds impressive, blitzkrieg tactics are usually used to deliberately conceal certain things, fearing that the other side will find something to use against them. Therefore, it is essential to strike first, sowing discord between the client and their lawyer, quickly undermining their trust and denying them the opportunity to gather evidence. Attorney Cheng's blitzkrieg tactics are highly sophisticated. Most lawyers and clients would likely be overwhelmed by Attorney Cheng during the pretrial mediation stage. But to my surprise, Attorney Su handled it with ease, and judging from the current situation, there seems to be no rift between him and old Zhang. Professor Luo Xiang is well liked because he explains laws and cases in plain language, making them understandable even to those unfamiliar with the law. After he finished explaining, all the viewers in the live stream were immediately taken aback. Could there be more to this case than meets the eye? Judging from Professor Luo Xiang's words, he seems to favor Attorney Su. Is it possible that Attorney Su was too inexperienced and therefore failed to understand the other party's tactics? Very likely, after all, he's the mastermind who's sent his clients to jail twice in a row, ha. Luo Xiang's eyes were fixed on Su Wen's sturdy figure on the broadcast screen. Bigamy. If Su Wen can find evidence that the other party committed bigamy, it's quite possible that old Zhang's case could be settled in court, resulting in a 3-year prison sentence being waived. This is exactly what Luo Xiang meant earlier. A tricky angle. When Jiang Zhenghua read out the court rules, Cheng Yao whispered to Caiyan Cheng beside her, "Are you sure you've got Feng Huan's situation sorted out?" Caiyan Cheng sneered, "That be **ch. She hid back in her hometown after the incident. I finally managed to find her, and yesterday I even had someone send her a few designer handbags, and that's how she agreed to appear in court." Cheng Yao sighed softly, "That's good. As long as she and Li Guang are both willing to help you, then the other side is bound to lose. Kai Cheng grinned and said, don't worry, Li Guang's salary has already been transferred to his wife's bank account. There won't be any problems. But hearing Kai Cheng's words only made Cheng Yao more nervous. When Kai Cheng asked him to give Li Guang more money, he refused no matter what, only agreeing to pay the wages he owed Li Guang. Although Li Guang eventually agreed to testify in court, Cheng Yao still felt uncertain. One can only secretly hope that Kai Cheng won't cause any trouble. Just then, Jiang Zhenghua finished reading the court rules, raised his gavel again, and slowly looked at Cheng Yao. Please have the plaintiff's lawyer state the facts and the appeal request. Cheng Yao glanced at Su Wen with disdain. However, what met her was Su Wen's calm and composed gaze. Cheng Yao was greatly alarmed. At this moment, Su Wen exuded an aura of strategic mastery. It was as if everything was under his control. Su Wen like this? She had never seen it before. Cheng Yao took a deep breath, her momentum weakening slightly. She stood up, bowed slightly to Jiang Zhenghua, and then slowly began to speak. Your Honorable Judge, the following are our claims. First, the defendant at approximately 2:00 a.m. on March 15th of this year broke into our client's residence and intentionally injured our client, causing minor injuries. Therefore, the defendant is guilty of illegal intrusion into another person's residence and intentional injury. Secondly, the harm caused to our client by the defendant has seriously affected our client's physical and mental health. We hereby request the defendant to bear all our medical expenses, totaling 300,000 RMB. Thirdly, the defendant was an employee of our client. After the incident, he showed no remorse and incited workers to delay the construction schedule, causing our client serious economic losses totaling 500,000 RMB, which should be borne by the defendant. Fourth, we request that the defendant bear the litigation costs of 11,800 Huaxia RMB and the attorney's fee of 50,000 Huaxia RMB, totaling 61,800 RMB. As soon as Cheng Yao finished speaking, everyone in the courtroom and the viewers watching the live stream were startled. Goodness, after saying all that, they actually demanded nearly 900,000 yuan in compensation from old Zhang, the cost of assault. That's way too high, while lawyers make money so easily. A single case can cost a whopping 50,000, nearly 900,000 in compensation. I couldn't afford to pay that even if I sold myself. You wouldn't understand, would you? If the other party can't afford to pay, it directly affects the judge's sentencing, potentially extending the sentence to the maximum limit. This is a common tactic used by lawyers. Luo Xiang frowned upon hearing Cheng Yao's demands in court. Demanding 900,000 in compensation is really a bit. Luo Xiang almost blurted out the word shameless, then quickly tried to correct himself. That's really asking for the moon. However, the discussion among his viewers was even more intense. Where is 900,000 too much? This is the price for assault. If the punishment is too lenient, wouldn't social order be in chaos? To be honest, Attorney Cheng was already being lenient. Otherwise, he would have sent Su Wen in as well. I support Attorney Su. After all, he saved 3 lives a few days ago. I believe he's not an unscrupulous lawyer. Yang Wei sat at his desk, swirling the wine in his glass, his eyes fixed on Su Wen on the screen, filled with hatred. If you send your clients to jail 3 times in a row, I don't believe you can stay in the legal profession. Yang Wei downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, his fingernails digging into his palms, and said viciously, I can't do anything with your father, so I'll take it out on you. In court, after Cheng Yao finished stating her demands, he looked at Su Wen across from him with a defiant gaze. Su Wen didn't care about this at all. Instead, he looked at Cheng Yao with great interest and slowly spoke, Where's the evidence? Cheng Yao curled her lips into a cold smile and turned to look at the presiding judge. Your Honor, we request that a witness appear in court. Agree. Jiang Zhenghua's voice was deep and authoritative. After he finished speaking, the 2 bailiffs at the door nodded to each other and slowly opened the courtroom doors. Li Guang walked in slowly. He was still wearing the same blue overalls that Su Wen had worn a few days earlier when they met at the police station. After stepping into the witness stand, Judge Jiang Zhenghua lowered his gaze, looked at Li Guang's file on the table and spoke in a voice that seemed devoid of any emotion. Please state your name and other basic information, as well as your relationship to the two parties involved in this case. Li Guang kept his head down, and the slight trembling in his body revealed his nervousness. I am Li Guang, 35 years old, a worker under the plaintiff and also a colleague of the defendant. Li Guang turned his head away, somewhat afraid to look at old Zhang's face. After all, when Yang Wei first approached him, he did have a fleeting thought of betraying old Zhang. Furthermore, Su Wen had already guessed that he intended to betray old Zhang, so Su Wen must have already told old Zhang about it. He was ashamed. However, old Zhang became agitated upon seeing Li Guang. He was genuinely happy to see that his good brother was all right. Old Zhang couldn't hold back and shouted, "Old Li, it's so good to hear you're all right." Upon hearing old Zhang's voice, Li Guang turned around and met old Zhang's excited gaze. Old Zhang! Li Guang's voice was choked with emotion. Su Wen smiled and nodded at Li Guang. Seeing old Zhang's expression and Su Wen's smile, Li Guang was slightly taken aback. Could it be? Su Wen didn't tell him that he had initially considered betraying old Zhang. At this moment, Li Guang's gaze hardened. Bang. Please observe courtroom discipline. Jiang Zhenghua struck the gavel once more, then looked at Li Guang and spoke slowly. According to Huxia law, witnesses are required to truthfully state the facts of the case. If they intentionally fabricate information or make false statements, they will face criminal charges. Are you aware of this? Li Guang raised his head and nodded solemnly. Jiang Zhenghua glanced at Li Guang and continued, "Please read the contents of the witness testimony guarantee and sign it." Li Guang held the pen, glanced at old Zhang and then at Caiyan Cheng. Caiyan Cheng forced an awkward smile at him with his chubby face, and Li Guang signed his name without hesitation. After seeing Li Guang put down his pen, Jiang Zhenghua looked at Cheng Yao. The plaintiff may now begin asking questions. Cheng Yao stood up, first bowed slightly to Judge Jiang Zhenghua, then turned to Li Guang and spoke. Li Guang, on the night of the incident, was it old Zhang who led you into the home of our client, your boss, Caiyan Cheng?
Yes.
Li Guang did not deny it. Su Wen had told him to tell the truth and not to lie. Upon hearing Li Guang's answer, Cheng Yao's lips curled up slightly. What seems like a simple question actually involves a great deal of knowledge. If Li Guang answers yes to this question, it will confirm that old Zhang has committed the crime of illegally entering someone else's residence. Cheng Yao asked again, "Did you personally witness old Zhang physically assaulting my client?"
Yes.
Li Guang did not deny either of the two questions. Cheng Yao turned to look at Judge Jiang Zhenghua and began to speak. Your Honor, the witnesses have testified that the defendant, old Zhang, illegally entered our client's residence and subjected our client to prolonged beatings. Immediately, viewers watching the live stream flooded the screen with comments. What's the point of this case? The witnesses have all given their testimonies, just announced the verdict. Exactly, old Zhang seemed like an honest man, but I never expected him to be so disgusting. Is this lawyer Su mute? Why isn't he saying a word? Luo Xiong frowned. The situation was very bad for old Zhang. Please don't rush, everyone. Attorney Cheng's question is actually quite misleading and we can't make a decision right away. In court, Jiang Zhenghua gave a deep then turned to look at Su Wen. Does the defendant have any questions? Su Wen stood up calmly, bowed slightly to Jiang Zhenghua and then looked at Li Guang and asked, "Before breaking down the door, could you be 100% certain that the person inside was Caiyan Cheng?" Li Guang slowly shook his head. "I can't be sure." Su Wen smiled slightly, turned to Judge Jiang Zhenghua and said, "Your Honor, I have finished asking my questions." The viewers watching the live stream were instantly speechless. That's it. After holding it in for so long, all you got to ask was such a trivial question? Is Su Wen some kind of clown hired by the monkeys? Even if you don't know who's inside the house, this still constitutes the crime of unlawful intrusion into another person's residence. Old Zhang is dead. As expected, Su Wen didn't disappoint me. He performed as expected and is about to send the third party to jail. As expected, the beautiful Cheng Yao was right. Su Wen is a complete waste. He's not even a hair's breadth better than the beautiful Cheng Yao. I thought it was going to be a spectacular showdown, but it turned out to be just a mother beating her son. They should just give a verdict already. Yang Wei watched the live stream on the screen with a cold smile. They say that like father, like son, it seems this statement can't be trusted. Jiang Zhengyue looked at Su Wen with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, then turned to Cheng Yao and asked, "Does the plaintiff have any further questions?" Cheng Yao smiled triumphantly as she spoke to Jiang Zhenghua. "We have no further questions." Jiang Zhenghua asked Su Wen again, "What about the defendant?" Su Wen slowly shook his head. "We have no problems either." Li Guang was stunned. He had thought he would be questioned repeatedly after he came up to court, and he had done a lot of mental preparation before appearing in court. Unexpectedly, after asking only 3 questions, they let me leave. Until he left the courtroom, Li Guang was still wondering if his appearance today was somewhat unnecessary. As Li Guang walked out of the courtroom, Cheng Yao stood up and spoke directly. "Your Honor, the witnesses have made it very clear that the defendants did indeed break into my client's home and cause harm to my client." As she spoke, Cheng Yao produced a certificate issued by the hospital. "This is our primary piece of evidence. It's a medical report from the hospital confirming that the person involved sustained minor injuries. With both witnesses and physical evidence, the case is now very clear." The implication was that they were urging Jiang Zhenghua to be sentenced. Jiang Zhenghua glanced at the physical evidence of Cheng Yao's accident, then turned to look at Su Wen. "Defendant, is there anything else you would like to say?" His gaze towards Su Wen held a hint of expectation. He would be very disappointed if Su Wen were to give up so easily. Su Wen stood up and straightened his collar. Suddenly, a confident aura emanated from him and he slowly spoke. "Your Honor, we are filing a counterclaim. Suing the opposing party, Caiyan Cheng. Feng Huan, the wife of my client, was R*******D. Counterclaim, I think you've gone too far." For a moment, everyone in the courtroom and all the viewers watching the live broadcast were shocked. The other party is only suing you for illegal intrusion into someone else's residence. You actually countersued someone for R******. Furthermore, even if Caiyan Cheng did R***** other people, what does that have to do with this case? What are the requirements for a counterclaim? Simply put, it must be closely related to the case and have a direct causal relationship for it to be acceptable. But in this case, where does the claim of R**** come from? I knew Su Wen would poop in court, but I didn't expect him to poop such a huge pile. It's hilarious. Does he even have the basic qualities of a lawyer? Is he trying to get himself and old Zhang locked up together? I don't understand. Even if it's proven that Caiyan Cheng committed R****, it doesn't erase the fact that old Zhang illegally entered someone else's home. Professor Luo Xiang, you are a seasoned and renowned lawyer in Daxia. Do you know what attorney Su's intentions were in doing this? Luo Xiang frowned and slowly shook his head when he saw the question in the live chat. I don't quite understand his approach either, but I believe attorney Su must have his own reasons. In court, when Caiyan Cheng heard Su Wen counteraccuse him of R****, he slammed his fist on the table in anger, stood up, pointed at Su Wen's nose and cursed. "You accuse me of R****? What the hell evidence do you have to prove I R****? Du? Silence. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Zhenghua raised his gavel and struck it hard. His serious gaze fell on Caiyan Cheng and Cheng Yao quickly pulled Caiyan Cheng to sit down. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Zhenghua looked at Su Wen and slowly spoke. "Do you know what the consequences of a false counterclaim are?" Su Wen smiled slightly. "Thank you for the reminder, presiding judge. I am filing a counterclaim." Before Jiang Zhenghua could speak, Cheng Yao said, "The witness has already testified that old Zhang illegally entered our client's residence. I request that the application be rejected." Su Wen smiled coldly as he looked at Cheng Yao and slowly spoke. "When did the witness say that my client was guilty of unlawful intrusion into another person's residence?" The words caused an uproar. Li Guangming just stated that it was old Zhang who broke into Caiyan Cheng's house. Su Wen's brain isn't working well, but does that mean his hearing isn't working well either? Just as Cheng Yao was preparing to launch a counterattack, Su Wen stood up abruptly, exuding an undeniable confidence. "On the day of the incident, our client, following clues, located his wife's residence. Just as he reached the door, he heard his wife screaming from inside. Our client believed his wife was being assaulted and, in a moment of panic, broke down the door. Upon entering, he found Kaiyan Cheng standing naked in the room. At this point, Su Wen took a deep breath and addressed Judge Jiang Zhenghua with passionate fervor. Imagine which man, seeing his wife being humiliated, could resist taking action. Everyone in the courtroom stared in disbelief. Su Wen slowly took out a piece of evidence from the file bag. It was the cell phone that Feng Huan had used before. The phone screen was displaying the address of the crime scene. Our client was able to locate his wife's address precisely because of the delivery address on this phone. In conclusion, our client's entry into the residence and the resulting harm to Kaiyan Cheng were all for the purpose of protecting the life and health of others. Therefore, it does not constitute the crimes of illegal intrusion into another person's residence or intentional injury. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell into dead silence. The hundreds of thousands of netizens watching the live stream were all shocked. After regaining their senses, everyone remembered that Su Wen had only asked Li Guang one question. Were you absolutely certain at the time that the person inside was Kaiyan Cheng? At the time, everyone thought it was a trivial matter. However, at this time, Li Guang's answer, combined with Su Wen's evidence and statements, they actually managed to give old Zhang a perfect not guilty defense. Furthermore, they countersued the other party for R**. On the judge's bench, Judge Jiang Zhenghua watched Su Wen's figure with a flickering gaze. In the plaintiff's seat, Kaiyan Cheng looked panicked, large beads of sweat soaking his collar. Wasn't Su Wen supposed to be a good-for-nothing? How can your thinking be so clear and your words so eloquent? Her own lawyer, Cheng Yao, acted like a little kid in front of her. Attorney Cheng, say something. Why are you acting like you're mute? Kaiyan Cheng's mind is now filled with the thought that the other party is going to countersue him for R**. He knows perfectly well what he has done before. Now he no longer cares about how to get old Zhang into jail, he only wants to protect himself. If the other party does find evidence to indict him, he could very well be sent to jail. His only remaining support now was Cheng Yao, who was still in shock beside him. Hearing Kaiyan Cheng's voice, Cheng Yao finally snapped out of her shock. She covered her mouth, her voice tinged with unease, and whispered to Kaiyan Cheng. Don't worry, even if they countersue, they can only countersue you for R*** G Feng Huan. As long as Feng Huan is on your side, you'll be fine. After speaking, Cheng Yao stood up, took a deep breath, and addressed Judge Jiang Zhenghua. Your Honor, this is only the opposing side's testimony. Their evidence is incomplete. We request a second witness to testify. The second witness mentioned by Cheng Yao. That's none other than old Zhang's wife, Feng Huan. Whenever Feng Huan appears, she indicates that she voluntarily had a relationship with Kaiyan Cheng. Therefore, Kaiyan Cheng would not be guilty of R**. Agree. Accompanied by Jiang Zhenghua's authoritative voice, two bailiffs slowly opened the courtroom doors once again. All eyes in the courtroom were focused on the entrance. Old Zhang looked at Su Wen with a nervous expression. During this period, he had no contact with Feng Huan. I only heard from Su Wen yesterday that Kaiyan Cheng found Feng Huan and bought her several low-quality counterfeit backpacks. At this time, Feng Huan, dressed in a seemingly gorgeous pale yellow dress, slowly walked in through the main entrance. Huaner. It wasn't old Zhang who spoke, but Kaiyan Cheng, who was in the plaintiff's seat. Seeing Feng Huan's outfit today, Kaiyan Cheng instantly breathed a sigh of relief. This pale yellow dress was the gift he had his driver give to Feng Huan yesterday. The fact that she wore this dress to court is enough proof that she has her own principles. Feng Huan slowly walked into the witness stand. Judge Jiang Zhenghua began his remarks following the same established procedure. The witness provides basic information about themselves and reads and signs the witness's guarantee to appear in court. After the process was completed, everyone, including the viewers in front of the screen, clenched their fists and stared intently at Feng Huan on the screen. Her testimony will determine the final verdict in the entire case. Plaintiff, you may begin asking questions. Upon hearing Jiang Zhenghua's voice, Cheng Yao's palms sweated with nervousness. She took a few deep breaths, turned to look at Feng Huan, and asked in a trembling voice, "Did you willingly have S**X with Kaiyan Cheng?" Feng Huan glanced at the clothes she was wearing. Damn Kaiyan Cheng, things have escalated to this point. they even gave themselves counterfeit goods. Thinking of this, Feng Huan gave Kaiyan Cheng a cold look and said in a cold voice, "No." No, Feng Huan's two short words instantly shocked everyone. Isn't this the witness the plaintiff brought in? Why aren't you speaking up for the plaintiff but instead helping the defendant? At this moment, not only Kaiyan Cheng and Cheng Yao were stunned, but even the presiding judge Jiang Zhenghua was extremely shocked. Cheng Yao looked at Kaiyan Cheng with a hint of fear in her eyes. Didn't you say you'd already won over Feng Huan? Why did Feng Huan turn against them right away? Are you G kidding me? Before anyone could react, Feng Huan, like a shrew, pointed at Kaiyan Cheng's nose and began to hurl insults. "You beast, you drugged my drink, defiling my innocence, and then tried to fool me with a bunch of fake goods claiming they were designer brands. Every time I didn't want to have S*X with you, you forced yourself on me and even got me pregnant with your child. I'm going to kill you." Feng Huan became increasingly agitated. I don't know if it was Kaiyan Cheng who ruined her reputation and family. It was because the bags Kaiyan Cheng gave her were all counterfeit and substandard. Feng Huan's emotions were unusually volatile. If it weren't for the bailiff stopping her, she might have already rushed up and fought Kaiyan Cheng. Upon hearing Feng Huan's insults, Kaiyan Cheng lost his temper and stood up, shouting back at her. "How dare you betray me? I feed you, drink you, and buy you gifts every day, and you dare say you didn't do it willingly." Feng Huan retorted, not to be outdone, "You beast, you are ***** me. Dare you say you didn't drug me that night?" For a time, the two were arguing fiercely. The courtroom scene turned into a chaotic, noisy marketplace. Cheng Yao's face was ashen as if she had eaten shit. She stood in front of Kaiyan Cheng, trying her best to stop him from cursing anymore. Continuing to hurl insults will only have a negative impact on the verdict, but Kaiyan Cheng was now completely enraged and pushed Cheng Yao to the ground. "Silence! Silence!" Jiang Zhenghua kept B***** G the gavel, but Kaiyan Cheng and Feng Huan seemed not to hear him and the noise only grew louder. Cheng Yao watched as the situation spiraled out of control, trembling with anger. She knew. She's already doomed to lose this lawsuit. Hopefully, Kaiyan Cheng won't get himself involved. The viewers in the live stream chat also became excited at this point. Wow, what a complete reversal. I never imagined that Kaiyan Cheng would old Zhang's wife and then sue old Zhang for illegal intrusion. I knew Kaiyan Cheng was no good a long time ago. His face is full of menacing features. He looks like a R*****T. Old Zhang is so pitiful. He's silently endured so much lately, and I even criticized him before. I'm such an animal. Attorney Sue is truly amazing. She found such a brilliant defense strategy, completely turning the tables on the opposing lawyer. It's too early to convict him. Currently, we only have Feng Huan's testimony. It's difficult to convict Kaiyan Cheng of R*****. Silence, silence. Jiang Zhenghua's throat was practically hoarse from shouting, but the noise just wouldn't stop. The argument only stopped when two more bailiffs entered, grabbed Feng Huan by the arms and dragged her out of the courtroom. With the show over, Su Wen finally sat up lazily. Presiding Judge Jiang Zhenghua glared fiercely at Su Wen. He must have anticipated this situation. The plaintiff requested 2 witness appearances. The first witness, Su Wen, feigned weakness and only asked one question. This led the other party to believe they had the victory in hand, and they quickly skipped over the first witness. Second identity document. Su Wen must have made thorough preparations beforehand, which led to the current situation. Su Wen is simply, they're making a fool of the other person. The plaintiff's 2 consecutive requests for witnesses were tantamount to digging their own grave, completely negating their advantage. Cheng Yao was now in utter despair. It's very difficult to win this lawsuit now. Your Honor, Cheng Yao stood up, her body trembling with anger. Although Feng Huan accused our client of R***, there is no substantial evidence and therefore her accusation is invalid. Su Wen glanced at Cheng Yao indifferently. Even now, are you still not giving up? Su Wen stood up and bowed slightly to Judge Jiang Zhenghua. Your Honor, we are filing a counterclaim. Jiang Zhenghua did not directly agree to the previous countersuit. Therefore, Su Wen filed a counterclaim again. Before Jiang Zhenghua could speak, Cheng Yao hurriedly said, Your Honor, we request that the opposing party's counterclaim be dismissed. For a moment, the entire room fell silent, and all eyes were on Jiang Zhenghua. Agree. Jiang Zhenghua's voice was devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing Jiang Zhenghua's agreement, Cheng Yao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just agree to the rejection. If the counterclaim is rejected, at least this relationship won't develop in the worst possible direction. Cheng Yao is now truly afraid of Su Wen. From the very beginning, Su Wen was constantly digging a pit, waiting for them to jump in themselves. Just as Cheng Yao was relieved that her counterclaim had been rejected, Jiang Zhenghua realized that his wording might be somewhat inaccurate, so he cleared his throat and spoke again, his voice carrying a hint of authority. The counterclaim is approved. What? The counterclaim is approved? Cheng Yao's heart, which had just calmed down, instantly leaped into her throat again. Su Wen's lips curled slightly, and then he took out the counterclaim documents he had prepared in advance and handed them to the bailiff next to him. The bailiffs quickly handed all the documents over to Jiang Zhenghua on the judge's bench. Jiang Zhenghua looked at the documents Su Wen handed over with a serious expression. However, the more he looked, the more astonished he became. His previously calm face first showed a hint of shock, then a look of shock gradually spread across his entire face. Even his hands. So shocked was she that she began to tremble slightly. This Su Wen, in just a few days. They've done so much, all witness testimonies and physical evidence have been collected. He. They even wanted to send the opposing lawyer in as well. Cheng Yao saw Jiang Zhenghua's reaction. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Your Honor, he said, I again request that the opposing party's counterclaim be dismissed. Jiang Zhenghua put away the counterclaim documents that Su Wen handed over. Take 2 deep breaths, he has already. It had been a long time since he had handled a case so thrilling. Upon hearing Cheng Yao's application again, Jiang Zhenghua tried to calm himself down and gently tapped the gavel. Rejection invalid. She was speaking to Cheng Yao, but her gaze remained fixed on Su Wen. Cheng Yao wanted to speak up and try to get a chance, but Jiang Zhenghua didn't give her one and slowly spoke to Su Wen. You may begin stating your counterclaim. Su Wen smiled, his beautiful phoenix eyes looking at the panicked Cheng Yao opposite him, and slowly stood up. First, the plaintiff alleges R** and long-term psychological control over my client's wife, repeatedly forcing her to have sexual relations against her will for several months. Violations of our country's laws regarding R** indecent assault and insult. The circumstances are extremely serious and egregious. We request that the plaintiff Kaiyan Cheng be sentenced. Life imprisonment? Life imprisonment? Su Wen's words immediately caused Kaiyan Cheng to fall off his chair, collapsing to the ground, trembling with fear and turning pale. Shouldn't you be the one suing the other party? How did you end up with a life sentence? Cheng Yao quickly helped Kaiyan Cheng up, reassuring him, don't worry, they don't have evidence to convict you yet. Hearing Cheng Yao's words, Kaiyan Cheng's expression improved somewhat. However, before he could get up, Su Wen's voice, like a heavy hammer, crushed him once again. Secondly, the plaintiff, Kaiyan Cheng, falsely accused our client of illegally entering another person's residence and intentionally causing injury. This has caused serious damage to the reputation and mental well-being of our client, and has also generated significant public criticism. We request that the plaintiff bear all our medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress, totaling 500,000 Huxia yuan. 500,000. Upon hearing the amount, Kaiyan Cheng gasped for breath, his eyes rolling back in his head. For him, asking him for money is worse than taking his life. Cheng Yao quickly pinched Kaiyan Cheng's philtrum, and Kaiyan Cheng was able to catch his breath. Attorney Cheng, you were the ones who approached me first. If I lose money today, I'll definitely sue you. A hint of displeasure flashed in Cheng Yao's eyes. How did such a cowardly man become a boss? What a piece of trash. He even tried to take advantage of me, disgusting, but now, facing a critical moment, she didn't want to fight with Kaiyan Cheng and spoke up again to reassure him. This is only the application stage, the judge hasn't ruled yet. What are you afraid of? However, Su Wen's next words instantly caused Cheng Yao to collapse to the ground as well. Thirdly, the plaintiff, Kaiyan Cheng, and his attorney, Cheng Yao, maliciously published inappropriate remarks about my client online and hired online trolls to collaborate with other bloggers, inciting their followers to maliciously attack my client. This has severely impacted my client's daily life and mental state, constituting the crimes of defamation and insult under Huxia law. And the circumstances are serious. We hereby request that the plaintiff, Kaiyan Cheng, be compensated for economic and emotional distress damages, totaling 200,000 Huxia yuan. Regarding the plaintiff's lawyer, Cheng Yao, we request that her lawyer's license be permanently revoked and that she be sentenced to 3 years in prison. For a moment, Cheng Yao collapsed to the ground, her face filled with disbelief. No, impossible, he has no chance of finding evidence. All information is kept confidential. She posted videos slandering old Zhang and privately hired online trolls and bloggers to repost them. The number of reposts has far exceeded the sentencing standard. If Su Wenjin really did find evidence of her slandering old Zhang online, then her life is over, who betrayed her. At this moment, suddenly, Cheng Yao's mind conjured up the image of Xiao Dong carrying his belongings and leaving Zhang law firm. It's him, Xiao Dong, no wonder he suddenly wanted to resign. Having figured all this out, Cheng Yao collapsed to the ground, powerless to resist. She's finished, my life is over. Fourth, we request that the other party bear the legal fees of 30,000 Huxia yuan for our client. At that moment, everyone fell silent. The entire courtroom was silent. It was as if one could hear the other's heartbeats. The defendant is the plaintiff. A splendid and compelling defense left everyone speechless. And this reversal. They arrived way too quickly. Even Jiang Zhenghua, who was used to seeing all kinds of storms, couldn't help but swallow hard. However, according to the procedure, Su Wen still needs to provide evidence that the other party cannot refute before a final judgment can be made. Jiang Zhenghua took a deep breath, trying hard to control his voice, and spoke, "Please have the defendant produce evidence or witnesses." Su Wen looked at Cheng Yao and Kaiyan Cheng, who were collapsed on the ground, and slowly said, "Our side requests that witnesses appear in court." Soon, a middle-aged woman wearing a mask and sunglasses walked in. Her appearance. This completely shattered the last glimmer of hope in Kaiyan Cheng's heart. Cao Ziyufeng? It was Cao Ziyufeng, the one he had forcibly defiled, who took a sum of money and returned to her hometown. Cao Ziyufeng, hunched over with disheveled hair and lifeless eyes, walked into the witness stand. This wasn't the first time Su Wen had met Cao Ziyufeng. But Cao Ziyufeng's current state, neither human nor ghost, still caused Su Wen a pang of heartache. After Cao Ziyufeng returned to her hometown with a sum of money, the story of her being defiled was leaked by someone. Subsequently, her reputation began to suffer. Her husband grew tired of her and divorced her. They also took the child and all the money she had. From that day on, Cao Ziyufeng lived worse than a beggar, drifting aimlessly through each day, neither human nor ghost. But Cao Ziyufeng, what mistakes did we make this time? She was just a woman who went out to work for her family. The moment they saw Cao Ziyufeng, everyone in the courtroom was moved. 2 days ago, after seeing Cao Ziyufeng in this state, Su Wen did not want her to appear in court to testify. Cao Ziyufeng insisted on appearing in court, she said. She wanted to see with her own eyes the person who had ruined her life receive the punishment they deserved. This could be Cao Ziyufeng, my last wish in this life. Looking at Cao Ziyufeng in front of him, Su Wen tried his best to control his emotions. He walked slowly to Cao Ziyufeng, trying to control his voice and make it sound gentle. "Cao Ziyufeng, do you have the money to tarnish your evidence?" Cao Ziyufeng nodded slowly, her voice hoarse. I have." She stretched out her withered, blackened hand like a dead branch and shakily pulled out 2 transparent plastic bags from her pocket. This was the only thing she could use to prove her innocence, and for the past year she valued it more than her own life. Su Wen took the plastic bag from Cao Ziyufeng and handed it to the bailiff standing nearby. One of these 2 pieces of evidence is the drug Kaiyan Cheng gave her back then. The other one is the white liquid left behind by Kaiyan Cheng, which has been tested. The expert report, I presume the presiding judge has already seen it. Jiang Zhenghua nodded, then turned to look at the plaintiff and asked in a cold tone, "Do you have anything else to say in your defense?" However, Kaiyan Cheng and Cheng Yao remained silent, slumped on the ground. The witness left the room. 2 bailiffs helped Cao Ziyufeng slowly walk towards the door. Just as she was about to leave the courtroom, Cao Ziyufeng turned around, looked deeply at Su Wen and took off her mask. A face so thin it bony and scarred appeared in the live stream. Her dry, cracked lips slowly opened to Su Wen. Thank you, thank you. Then he lowered his head, hunched over, and turned to step into the blazing sun. That simple thank you brought tears to the eyes of hundreds of thousands of netizens watching on their screens. Su Wen took a deep breath, his voice slightly choked, and spoke with righteous indignation. Based on the testimonies of the two witnesses and the evidence presented, this confirms that the plaintiff, Kaiyan Cheng, violated my client's wife. At this point, Su Wen looked around, located the position of the live broadcast camera, and began to speak. Some people might say that a life sentence is too harsh. But what I want to say is, this is just what we've seen so far. In those dark corners there are many things we haven't discovered yet. Su Wen pointed at Kaiyan Cheng, who was slumped on the ground, and said viciously, "Those women who were defiled have ruined their lives because of the actions of these beasts. What wrong have they done? If the law cannot severely punish these criminals, that criminal will only become more brazen. What I want to say is, this is an invasion. This is just the beginning. A nightmare that will haunt them for life. If the majesty of the law is disregarded by criminals, then let the law instill fear in them." Shocking, that's absolutely stunning. Su Wen's words effectively kept the hundreds of thousands of viewers watching the live stream in check. Even Luo Xiang, a well-known lawyer in Daxia, was held captive for a full 5 minutes, watching everything happening on the screen in disbelief. Subsequently, the chat rooms across various live streams erupted with a frenzy of comments. Luo Xiang glanced at the flood of comments, said nothing, tears welling in his eyes, and closed the live stream. At that moment, all the lawyers at the live broadcast site seemed to understand Professor Luo Xiang's intention and chose to shut down the broadcast. In an instant, all netizens flooded into the live broadcast room of the court hearing. The number of people kept increasing, and soon it exceeded 200,000. The screen was instantly flooded with comments, all saying the same thing. Please, law, let them be terrified. At the same time, a court staff member holding a mobile phone hurriedly walked in and handed it to Jiang Zhenghua on the judge's bench. Jiang Zhenghua glanced at it and his eyes widened instantly. There was only one text message on the phone screen. It was sent by Chen Pingsheng, vice president of the Supreme People's Court. The text message contained only 8 characters. Please, law, let them be terrified. Jiang Zhenghua was immediately alarmed. This matter had actually attracted the attention of the vice president of the Supreme People's Court. At that moment, Jiang Zhenghua finally understood Su Wen's scheme. It seems that Su Wen did very little in court, but in reality it's about leveraging the opponent's momentum to defeat them. The public opinion was stirred up by Cheng Yao and her group. Now, what has defeated Cheng Yao and her group is precisely the public opinion they stirred up. Each step in this process, every single word, not even a single phrase, they all played a crucial role. Fear, a deep sense of fear, even though the presiding judge has not yet delivered a verdict, but in Kaiyan Cheng and Cheng Yao's hearts, I'm already feeling a deep sense of fear. The two of them collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Su Wen, who was not far away, haunted their hearts like a nightmare. In the next 5 minutes, Su Wen presented a list of evidence that Cheng Yao and Kaiyan Cheng had defamed Lao Zhangtu online, as well as the tragic scene at Lao Zhangtu's doorstep after he was cyberbullied. Cheng Yao slumped to the ground, her eyes vacant, offering no rebuttal. Inside the Zhang law firm, upon witnessing this, Yang Wei smashed the wine glass in his hand, his face contorted in rage. Useless, a complete piece of shit. This roar instantly echoed throughout the entire law firm. The staff outside were so frightened they didn't dare to breathe. Just then, the door to Yang Wei's office was pushed open. A woman in a suit with a pretty face walked in and glanced indifferently at the broken wine glass on the ground. Attorney Yang, Attorney Yan, please have all partners attend a meeting in the conference room. Yang Wei clenched his fists in anger, gritting his teeth as he said, I know. In this lawsuit, Cheng Yao was completely powerless to fight back and lost utterly. This will inevitably have a certain impact on the reputation of Zhang law firm and Cheng Yao. It was Yang Wei who trained them. Gao Cheng from the law firm knew everything about his messy affair with Cheng Yao. Therefore, Yang Wei bears an unshirkable responsibility. In court, silence. The trial is nearing its end at this stage. Seeing Kaiyan Cheng and Cheng Yao still slumped on the ground, old Zhang's excitement was palpable. However, presiding Judge Jiang Zhenghua delayed in announcing the verdict. Attorney Su, is it really possible to sentence Kaiyan Cheng to life imprisonment? Old Zhang asked Su Wen in a low voice. After speaking, he turned his head with some worry and looked at Jiang Zhenghua on the judge's bench. It's been so long and the presiding judge still hasn't delivered the verdict. Hearing old Zhang's question, Su Wen slowly shook his head. Seeing Su Wen shake his head, old Zhang was immediately alarmed. Is it impossible to get a life sentence? Su Wen revealed a confident smile. This old Zhang had misunderstood him again. Don't worry, the presiding judge is probably considering whether to sentence her to life imprisonment or the death penalty. Old Zhang was stunned for a moment. Death penalty? They can even sentence someone to death. Since the death penalty is permissible, why not apply for it directly from the beginning? I have the same question. And there's also Judge Jiang Zhenghua on the bench. He looked at Su Wen, who was standing confidently below the stage with a questioning gaze. This kid, what on earth is going on? Based on the evidence he currently possesses, it is entirely sufficient to sentence Kaiyan Cheng to death. But why would he apply for a life sentence? Jiang Zhenghua closed his eyes, his mind racing through everything that had happened during the court hearing that day. We want to find out why Su Wen applied for life imprisonment. 2 minutes later. Jiang Zhenghua opened his eyes in surprise. That kid, he's even more ruthless than his father. Public opinion. Su Wen slowly began to explain. As I said before, the violation is just the beginning, not the end. The death penalty might deter other criminals for a while. But time is a river of forgetting. Once the fervor fades, people forget. What I want to do is ensure that the media remembers this day forever. As long as Kaiyan Cheng is alive, the media will continue to follow and report on this case. Besides, Su Wen's lips curled into a cold smile. The death penalty is far too lenient on him. Use their own methods against them. To deal with those who treat the law like a joke, we must be 1,000 times, 10,000 times tougher than them. This is why. The reason why Su Wen was known as breaking law in his previous life, just then. Jiang Zhenghua slowly raised the gavel beside him. All eyes were on him. A tense atmosphere instantly enveloped everyone, including the viewers in the live stream. Everyone was screaming in their hearts. Sentenced, sentenced, bang. The sound of the gavel reached everyone's ears. Everyone stand up. The solemn and dignified voice, like an alarm bell, resonated in everyone's hearts. Jiang Zhenghua was the first to stand up and the rest of the group followed suit. Only Kaiyan Cheng and Cheng Yao remained slumped in place, their faces pale. Jiang Zhengyuan lowered his eyes and glanced at them indifferently. Several bailiffs quickly stepped forward, grabbed the two men's arms and helped them stand up. Old Zhang was breathing heavily, his eyes darting around as he looked at Jiang Zhenghua on the stage. At this moment, he had been waiting for a long time. During this period of time, he was living under someone else's roof, unable to return home. His Douyin account receives thousands of insults from people every day, even his son, Guo. She followed him every day, living a life of misery. Now, the truth has come to light and everything is about to settle down. Criminals will ultimately receive the punishment they deserve. Jiang Zhenghua slowly picked up the trial documents, his deep and solemn voice echoing throughout the courtroom. I hereby pronounce the verdict. After deliberation, the panel ruled that in case number XXXXX Minchuks, the plaintiff Kaiyan sued the defendant Zhang, requesting. Judge Jiang Zhenghua will now announce the final verdict in this case. The investigation revealed. The plaintiff's statement and evidence are unclear and insufficient. According to Huxia law, the defendant Zhang is. This does not constitute the crimes of illegal intrusion into another person's residence or intentional injury. Therefore, the plaintiff's claim is dismissed. This is truly gratifying. Immediately, the viewers in the live stream cheered. The law, as expected, did not disappoint them. When old Zhang heard that Jiang Zhenghua had rejected the other party's lawsuit, his eyes instantly welled up with tears. During this period, although he didn't say anything ever since Guo was cornered and threatened at her doorstep, he always had a strong sense of self-blame and guilt in his heart. Those cyberbullies sent him threatening messages day and night, keeping him up at night. In just a few days, he suffered too many grievances, but there was no one he could confide in. Sometimes he thinks, or maybe we should just leave it at that. But Su Wen was like a ray of light pulling him out of the tormenting hell. Now the rain has stopped and the sky is clear. Old Zhang was finally exonerated and tears streamed down his face. In the courtroom, including the bailiffs, everyone looked intently at the solemn and dignified figure on the judge's bench. Jiang Zhenghua cleared his throat, looked coldly at Qian Cheng's figure, and said in a deep voice. After deliberation, the panel ruled that in case number XXXXX Minchuks, the defendant Zhang filed a lawsuit against the plaintiff Qian and his attorney Cheng, requesting. The investigation revealed. The defendant has provided evidence and the witness leads are complete, in accordance with our country's laws. The plaintiff Qian assaulted Miss Feng on March 15th of this year while she was intoxicated. Furthermore, he showed no remorse afterward, using egregious methods to control Miss Feng and repeatedly forcibly had sexual intercourse with her. The offenses meet the judicial interpretations of Huxia law regarding r***, forced indecency, and insult, and the acts are egregious, causing a significant social impact. Meanwhile, the plaintiff Qian falsely accused the defendant Zhang of illegally entering another person's residence and intentionally causing injury. Furthermore, they spread false information online, inducing unsuspecting netizens to cyberbully Zhang. Upon investigation, the evidence was found to be authentic and conforms to the judicial interpretations of Huxia law regarding the crimes of insult and defamation. His egregious behavior caused severe psychological trauma to the defendant, Zhang. This case has had an extremely negative impact on the defendant, Zhang, and society as a whole. He should be punished for multiple crimes. The suspect Qian is now sentenced to life imprisonment, his civil rights are revoked, and he is ordered to pay the defendant, Zhang, 500,000 RMB in compensation. Life imprisonment. Su Wen actually managed to send the plaintiff to prison. He was also sentenced to life imprisonment. Upon hearing Judge Jiang Zhenghua's verdict, Qian Cheng's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Upon seeing this scene, Cheng Yao turned pale and her body trembled involuntarily. No, it's not my fault. As if possessed, Cheng Yao broke free from the restraints of the two bailiffs, rushed to old Zhang's side, and knelt directly on the ground. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me. Cheng Yao grabbed old Zhang's collar like a stray dog, begging for his forgiveness. Jiang Zhenghua has not yet received her verdict. If she can gain old Zhang's forgiveness now, she still has a glimmer of hope. However, old Zhang's gaze fell on Su Wen, who was standing to the side. He remembered Su Wen telling him that, in court, do not act on your own initiative. Listen to him in everything. Cheng Yao followed old Zhang's gaze and looked at Su Wen, who had a calm expression. She knew that old Zhang would definitely listen to her. Cheng Yao hurriedly grabbed Su Wen's hand. Please ask old Zhang to forgive me. I don't want to go in. Su Wen snorted coldly and shook off Cheng Yao's hand. Cheng Yao immediately grabbed Su Wen's leg. I know you still love me, right? I'll do anything you ask, as long as you get old Zhang to forgive me. Please, for the sake of what we were once together, please save me, please. If the soul within this body at this moment is still the same as Su Wen from before. Seeing Cheng Yao in such a humble state, one would certainly find it hard to choose to forgive her. But Su Wen now is absolutely determined not to let her go. Bailiff. Su Wenbin wanted to call the bailiffs to maintain order at the scene. Cheng Yao quickly interrupted him and pleaded again. No, I'll trade other people's secrets for your forgiveness. Don't you wonder why such major accidents happened in your previous two cases? I know. As long as you get old Zhang to forgive you, I'll give you the evidence, okay? Su Wen snorted coldly. From the day he transmigrated, he had suspected that someone had framed the original owner of this body. There can't possibly be anyone else but Yang Wei, only. Su Wen has never been able to find Yang Wei's motive or evidence to frame him. Otherwise, given Su Wen's personality, he would have gone to cause trouble for Yang Wei long ago. Looking at Cheng Yao kneeling on the ground, her face full of humility, Su Wen sneered, I will investigate this matter myself. After speaking, Su Wen looked at the bailiff beside him and said in a deep voice. Cheng Yao disrupted court proceedings. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, the last glimmer of hope in Cheng Yao's eyes shattered completely. Completion, everything is over, it's all Su Wen's fault. it's all his fault. Why can't he forgive himself? Su Wen, I'm not done with you yet. Cheng Yao, as if possessed, got up and lunged at Su Wen. Upon seeing this, two bailiffs quickly stepped forward and stopped her. Silence! At the same time, Jiang Zhenghua slammed his gavel down. Cheng Yao was startled and collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears. Jiang Zhenghua gave Cheng Yao a cold look and his solemn voice rang out again. The plaintiff's attorney, Cheng, manipulated online public opinion and publicly insulted the defendant, Zhang, and his attorney, Su. They also hired online trolls to manipulate public opinion, inciting fans and unsuspecting netizens to subject the two individuals to cyberbullying. Seriously damaged the reputation and mental and physical health of Zhang and Su. This case meets the judicial interpretations of the crimes of defamation and insult under Huxia law, and the circumstances are egregious. Currently, the suspect Cheng is sentenced to 3 years imprisonment with a 1-year suspended sentence. His lawyer's license is permanently revoked. The perpetrators receive the punishment they deserved. In a short time, the audience in the live stream cheered immediately. The trial phase is basically over at this point. Just then, the courtroom doors were suddenly pushed open. Dad. Gyugyo ran in from outside, looking very excited. Gyugyo. The moment old Zhang saw Gyugyo, tears welled in his eyes, but his face beamed with a smile. He crouched down, opened his arms, and hugged Gyugyo tightly as she rushed towards him. The father and son embraced tightly. The heartwarming scene immediately touched everyone present, and everyone looked at them with smiles. Just then, a voice broke the warm and cozy scene. At some point, Feng Huan appeared at the court hearing. Old Zhang! The court hearing has ended. Teacher Luo Xiang also started the live broadcast again. Luo Xiang suddenly shut down his broadcasts because he wanted his tens of thousands of viewers to go to the live stream of the court hearing. Give Su Wen a helping hand. Now that the trial is over, he has a lot to say to his fans. Upon seeing that Mr. Luo Xiang had started his live stream, tens of thousands of netizens flooded back into his live stream room. At this moment, Luo Xiang changed his clothes again, wearing a straight suit with the national emblem on his chest, and sat solemnly in front of the camera. Dear viewers, his slightly trembling voice confirmed his emotional agitation. It has been a very, very long time since I have seen such a brilliant defense. In Attorney Su, I saw true fairness and justice. I've seen far too many cases similar to old Zhang's. Professor Luo Xiang's voice seemed to hold countless stories and an indescribable sense of helplessness. But in the end, he only said one thing: I've seen far too much. In an instant, everyone in the live broadcast room was inspired by Professor Luo Xiang. Teacher Luo Xiang took a deep breath, his voice trembling even more. In cases of the strong infringing upon the weak when rights are at play, the vulnerable party appears utterly helpless. Just imagine, what would old Zhang be like now if it weren't for Su Wen? The audience in the livestream fell silent. Without Su Wen, old Zhang might not have even made it to the trial stage. The online criticism and violence alone could break his spirit. Either old Zhang has to pay Caiyan Cheng nearly 1 million yuan in compensation. Either old Zhang will be convicted of illegally entering someone else's residence and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Neither of these options is something old Zhang can afford. And there's old Zhang's wife and Cao Ziyufeng, who was violated to the point of being barely recognizable as human. They clearly suffered unlawful harm. But she didn't know how to resist. She couldn't resist. Instead, she was trapped by the invisible yet omnipresent power and money, unable to resist. How many women have suffered this kind of PUA-style sexual assault from their superiors, yet were powerless to resist? At this point, a single, glistening tear could be clearly seen in the corner of Professor Luo Xiang's eye. This is what we discovered. Now they've broken through the clouds and are seeing the sunlight again. But in the dark corners we can't see. How many women silently endure humiliation because they fear power and money? Luo Xiang looked at the courtroom scene, and a smile appeared on his lips as he saw Su Wen's straight figure. I was just thinking, if I were represented by old Zhang's lawyer, how far could I go in this case? But the result is, I'm not as good as Attorney Su. His words immediately surprised everyone in the live stream. Professor Luo Xiang is a well-known lawyer in the legal profession, but he himself admitted that he was not as good as Attorney Sue. How could that be? Attorney Sue's tricky defense angles and his tactical application can only be described in 2 words. Perfect. Immediately, the live stream chat was flooded with comments. The angle was indeed very tricky and unexpected. They also caught their opponent off guard, but what exactly are the tactics that Professor Luo Xiong is talking about? Professor Luo Xiong, I remember you said before that Attorney Cheng Yao used a blitzkrieg tactic, but what tactics did Attorney Su Wen use? Upon seeing the question in the live chat, Professor Luo Xiong took a deep breath and slowly uttered 3 words. Blitzkrieg. That's right, Su Wen also used a blitzkrieg tactic, used their own methods against them. That's Su Wen's strategy this time. Let Cheng Yao and her group stir up public opinion, the bigger the better. Then, in the initial stages of the trial, I used my weakness to my advantage, making the other party believe that I had the victory in the bag. But in reality, once Cheng Yao underestimated her opponent, she stepped into the dangerous situation she had set for herself. Then she will face a series of heavy blows. Su Wen first disrupted the other party's rhythm by pointing out that old Zhang was rescuing people, not illegally intruding. They then steered online public opinion to their side. Before the other party can react, a countersuit can be filed to deliver a decisive blow. It seems like a long process. But in fact, from the moment Su Wen asked Li Guang his first question until the end of the trial, it only took a short 10 minutes. Interested students can study this carefully, focusing on the practical application of blitzkrieg against blitzkrieg. I have said everything I needed to say. Then Mr. Luo Xiong ended the live stream. But actually, he didn't finish his sentence. Others didn't notice, but he did. This Su Wen, they were set up, a Zhang law firm in a large conference room. At this time, all 6 partners of Zhang law firm were in place. Didn't you say you were best at blitzkrieg tactics? How come you were defeated by Su Wen using the same tactics? Several major clients have already called, saying they want to reconsider long-term cooperation. Do you even realize the extent of the losses you've caused the law firm? Faced with the accusations from the crowd, Yang Wei coldly looked at the other 5 partners and calmly put down his teacup. We're both lawyers, we need to be based on solid evidence in our words and actions. This is Cheng Yao's case, what does it have to do with me? A slightly overweight middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses slammed his hand on the table. You're the one who brought Cheng Yao up from the bottom. Don't think we don't know about your messy relationship with her. Now that you've lost the case and the law firm's reputation is damaged, you're definitely involved. Yang Wei, not to be outdone, slammed his hand on the table, stood up and said menacingly, Yan Xiaocheng, if you can't produce any evidence, believe me, I'll sue you for defamation. All right, stop arguing. The speaker was a woman wearing a white shirt. Her neat short hair framed the perfect curves of her face and her bright, clear eyes exuded sweetness and charm. Yang Wei shouted angrily at her, Shen Yudeng, you have no right to speak here. Yan Xiaocheng immediately roared, if you've got the guts, come at me. What kind of skill is it to take your anger out on a girl? Believe me or not, I'll report you to the Bar Association and have your license revoked. For a time the two were arguing fiercely. The other 3, however, had smirks and crossed their legs, looking completely like spectators watching a show. A few minutes later, Yan Xiaocheng and Yang Wei were unable to gain the upper hand and gradually stopped arguing. Just then, a man who looked to be about 50 years old slowly stood up, looked at Yang Wei, and said in a deep voice, the law firm conservatively estimates the losses at several million. Someone has to take responsibility for this. This person is Cao Jin, one of the founders of the law firm and the only founder present today. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Yang Wei. Yang Wei almost ground his back teeth to powder, but he had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and say, although this matter has nothing to do with me, the law firm is in trouble and I will definitely help them recover these millions in losses. Cao Jin sneered, I'll give you a month. If you can't recover the losses, then withdraw from the partnership and leave Zhanghe. A courtroom scene, 2 click sounds followed. 2 silver bracelets were placed on Qian Cheng and Cheng Yao's wrists. Cheng Yao stared coldly at the camera, her lips moving slightly but no sound came out. Help me. Thump, it was Jiang Zhenghua who struck the gavel, representing fairness and justice. The sound of the gavel instantly drew everyone's attention. Jiang Zhenghua slowly stood up, looked around, and then his solemn voice rang out again. The verdict has been announced. Court is adjourned. After speaking, Jiang Zhenghua put away the documents on the table, glanced at Su Wen with considerable appreciation, and walked towards the small door to the side of the judge's bench. Old Zhang's case attracted the attention of Chen Pingsheng, vice president of the Supreme People's Court. At this moment, he needed to report to his former superior immediately after the court hearing ended. Jiang Zhenghua announced the end of the court hearing and the live broadcast was immediately turned off. But Jiang Zhenghua did not tell them to leave immediately. He wanted to leave the scene for Su Wen. At this moment, Qian Cheng regained consciousness, the moment I saw the silver bracelet on my wrist. He then realized, he was indeed sentenced, and it's life imprisonment. What exactly happened? Isn't it me who's suing old Zhang? Wasn't it said that he was guaranteed to win this case? Why was a silver bracelet on his wrist? I've committed no crime, I'm innocent, you can't arrest me. I've done nothing wrong. Qian Cheng struggled helplessly. He glanced at Cheng Yao, who was standing to the side with her head down, seemingly lost in thought, and was instantly filled with rage. Damn it, I'll beat you to death, you be ***ch. You all lied to me, you've all ruined my life. Qian Cheng stretched out his hands, trying to strangle Cheng Yao. However, the bailiff standing nearby pressed down on Qian Cheng's body. I refuse to accept this, I refuse to accept this, Qian Cheng roared weakly. However, several bailiffs escorted him and Cheng Yao together out of the courtroom. When passing by Su Wen, Cheng Yao slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with malice as she looked at Su Wen and said in an icy voice, I'm not done with you about this. Su Wen chuckled irritably, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Shouting at the departing judge Jiang Zhenghua, Your Honor, the plaintiff's lawyer threatened me, I demand the revocation of her probation. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Cheng Yao trembled and quickly lowered her head, shutting her mouth. Jiang Zhenghua's body trembled slightly. He turned back and glared at Cheng Yao before hurriedly leaving. Temporary reversal of judgment. This procedure is far too complicated. Moreover, she has already severely punished Cheng Yao in this matter, but this Cheng Yao. What a fearless creature! Seeing this, the bailiffs, not wanting to cause any further trouble, quickly escorted the two out of the courtroom. Let me go. I'm innocent, let me go. Watching the bailiffs escort the two out of the courtroom, old Zhang looked at Su Wen with excitement, unsure how to express his gratitude. However, at this very moment, Guo, who was standing nearby, suddenly knelt down on the ground. Guo. Su Wen hurriedly reached out to stop her, but that small figure was so stubborn. Seeing this, old Zhang didn't stop them. Instead, he knelt down along with Guo. Old Zhang was an honest man who didn't know how to express his gratitude. Although Guo is still young, she is exceptionally intelligent. He knew that the reason his father was still standing here was because it was all thanks to Su Wen. He not only saved his own father but also his entire family. This is a great kindness. Guo kowtowed to Su Wen, her young face showing genuine sincerity. Uncle Su, thank you for saving my dad. When Guo grows up, Guo wants to learn from you and become a lawyer to uphold justice for the people. Su Wen quickly helped Guo and old Zhang up. Then he squatted down and reached out to pinch Guo's little nose. Guo is great, Uncle Su believes in you, let's pinky swear. At this moment, Guo's smile looked like that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. But when Guo turned her head, the smile on her face froze, replaced by a coldness that kept people at a distance. Feng Huan appeared behind Guo without her noticing. Guo, mommy misses you so much. Facing Feng Huan's outstretched arms, Guo didn't rush into her mother's arms like she did when she was little. Instead, he held his father's hand tightly, coldly staring at the woman who was both familiar and unfamiliar. Feng Huan is back after the court hearing. After old Zhang received 500,000 yuan in compensation, she chose to return to her family. Faced with Guo's cold stare, a hint of panic flashed across Feng Huan's face. She awkwardly turned to look at old Zhang. At this moment, old Zhang remembered the sunflower that she had ruthlessly thrown out of the bus window. He recalled what Su Wen had said to him. Ultimately, she no longer liked sunflowers. What she likes now is that beautiful, alluring yet deadly poison, a symbol of selfishness. Poppy, if yesterday Kai Cheng had given her a genuine designer item instead of a counterfeit. Old Zhang was certain that the woman he once deeply loved would betray him without hesitation. Even if Cheng Yao denies being assaulted, it won't change the current outcome, it will just make the process a bit longer. Seeing the pleading look on Feng Huan's face, old Zhang's shoulders trembled slightly and he took a deep breath. He wanted to give her a good scolding, but only 3 words came out. You go. Feng Huan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. She couldn't believe that old Zhang would actually tell her to leave. Old Zhang used to be so devoted to her. Now, why would you choose an exit to leave? Kai Cheng has already gone in. She is now. Where else can we go, could it be? Does he no longer love himself? No, impossible. They've been together for so many years, old Zhang wouldn't be so heartless. Old Zhang, please forgive me this time, I'm a victim too. Just let me go home, okay? However, before Lao Zhang could speak, Gyu's cold voice rang out. Where were you when my dad and I had no money for food? Where were you when my dad and I were being bullied? That big bad guy only lied to you, he didn't restrict your freedom. Why don't you come back? Gyu became increasingly agitated, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Once upon a time, he so wished his mother could be there to protect him, but she didn't even make a single phone call. Old Zhang picked up Gyu with heartache, wiped away the tears from the corners of Gyu's eyes and looked at Feng Huan coldly as he spoke. After that, I will file for divorce from you in court. Upon hearing this, Feng Huan froze on the spot. Old Zhang, carrying Gyu, walked straight past her. Seeing that old Zhang really didn't want her anymore, Feng Huan quickly turned around and grabbed old Zhang's arm. So now that you have money, you don't want me anymore, huh? Divorce, fine. Give me half of the 500,000 yuan settlement and I'll agree to a divorce. Otherwise, don't even think about it. What are you saying? Old Zhang immediately clenched his fist. This woman, they're truly beyond redemption. She didn't genuinely want to return to her family, instead they were interested in. Kai Cheng paid him 500,000 yuan in compensation. What, you don't want to give it? Feng Huan had now completely changed her attitude, looking at old Zhang with an arrogant and condescending air. You know, we're still legally married, so half of this money should belong to me. For Feng Huan, as long as we can get that 250,000. This money was enough for her to rent a small shop and then do some small business. No more working on construction sites under the scorching sun every day. Moreover, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Feng Huan and Kai Cheng spent several months together, although Kai Cheng had been lying to her all along. But she had already grown accustomed to a life where she had no worries about food or drink. To make her go through hardship again would be more painful than killing her. Upon hearing Feng Huan's words, old Zhang was immediately stunned. Could it be that I really should share this money with her? He remembered Su Wen saying that Feng Huan would receive a sum of money after the lawsuit ended. Could this money be Kai Cheng's compensation? If so, then he's willing to pay that money. Then, old Zhang's gaze turned to Su Wen behind him. Su Wen's lips curled into a cold smile. From the very beginning, he had guessed that Feng Huan would come to ask for this compensation after the matter was over. But how could Su Wen possibly let her have her way? Miss Feng, I must remind you that, from a legal perspective, compensation received from a lawsuit belongs to the individual's personal property and is not jointly owned by both spouses. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Huan froze on the spot. Impossible, how could this possibly belong to an individual? It's not about after getting married. Does all income belong to the couple as joint property? If she can't get this money, wouldn't she have wasted her time? She might as well have gone and testified for Kai Cheng. Retraction, no money. I'm going to go to the judge and recant my testimony. Su Wen immediately saw through Feng Huan's thoughts and grinned. I'm guessing you're thinking of going to the judge to recant your testimony. If that's the case, then you've committed bigamy. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Huan's eyes widened immediately. How does he know what he's thinking? After regaining her senses, Feng Huan finally understood. It turns out that this Su Wen. They set her up from the very beginning, in a short time. Feng Huan was caught in a dilemma. She got nothing for testifying for old Zhang. If I testify for Kaiyan Cheng, Su Wen will sue me for bigamy. Either way, I'm going to die. Feng Huan's eyes immediately filled with anger and she said fiercely to old Zhang. Old Zhang, you're driving me to my death. What good will it do you? Old Zhang also fell silent at this moment, looking at Su Wen with a pleading look in his eyes. After all, they had known each other for a while. He was also worried that if he pushed Feng Huan too far, it would disrupt his and Guoguo's lives. Moreover, Su Wen had indeed said before that she would receive a large sum of money after the trial. Su Wen gave old Zhang a reassuring look. All of this. From the very beginning, he had already figured out how to handle it. Su Wen calmly took out a divorce agreement and a guarantee from his briefcase and handed them to Feng Huan. As long as you sign this divorce agreement and guarantee that you will never harass old Zhang and Guoguo again, I can guarantee you a comfortable life from now on. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Huan's eyes immediately lit up. In her heart, the feelings between her and old Zhang had long since faded. As for Guoguo, Su Wen said he wouldn't harass her, but he didn't say that he couldn't visit her normally. Therefore, for her, all she needed to do at that moment was sign 2 documents which would guarantee her a worry-free life for the rest of her days. It was such a great deal. Feng Huan accepted the documents Su Wen handed her without hesitation. Old Zhang held his breath at that moment. The moment has finally arrived. Was his long-standing relationship with Feng Huan about to come to an end at this moment? Looking back on everything that happened, old Zhang even secretly hoped that Feng Huan would refuse to sign and then tell him. She couldn't bear to leave him, she wanted to go back and live a good life with him, however. The next second, old Zhang's gaze towards Feng Huan was filled with utter despair. Under the lure of profit, Feng Huan took the divorce agreement, didn't even glance at it, and signed her name without the slightest hesitation. Mom. Guoguo whispered Mom to Feng Huan. That was the last time in his life he called Feng Huan Mom, but Feng Huan didn't hear Guoguo's voice at all. After signing the document, she looked at Su Wen with an expectant expression. Attorney Su, now you can tell me how to ensure I'll be financially secure for the rest of my life. Su Wen sneered and shook his head dismissively. Really? Human nature is always most vulnerable to the test of self-interest. Say it. Feng Huan grabbed Su Wen's arm, her face beginning to contort in a grimace. Su Wen narrowed his eyes, pulled his arm away, and said coldly, If I were you, after Kaiyan Cheng's sentencing, I would have already started looking for a lawyer to help me protect my rights. Don't forget the child in your belly is Kaiyan Cheng's. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Feng Huan immediately burst out laughing. Oh right, how could she forget? The child in her womb is Kaiyan Cheng's. Although Kaiyan Cheng was imprisoned, his property was not confiscated and he is still obligated to support his children. Moreover, what if Kaiyan Cheng unfortunately dies in prison? The child in her womb will also be entitled to a share of Kaiyan Cheng's assets. Although Kaiyan Cheng is not a well-known entrepreneur or boss, but all his assets add up to several million. This money, that's enough for her to have plenty to eat and drink. What's this called? This is called a poor mother, a noble son. Thank you, I'll go find a lawyer right away. Feng Huan grasped Su Wen's hand and thanked him repeatedly, her face beaming with undisguised joy. Then, she left the courtroom without looking back, not even glancing at Guoguo. Su Wen wiped his hands on his clothes with a hint of disgust, then patted old Zhang's shoulder with the hand that Feng Huan had just grabbed. Old Zhang, don't be sad, maybe you'll meet someone even better. Guoguo suppressed her grief and grasped old Zhang's large hand. Dad's fine, as long as we're together, Guoguo is content. Old Zhang watched Feng Huan's departing figure and asked curiously, will she really be able to live a life of comfort and security in her later years? Su Wen's lips curled slightly, and a cold glint flashed in his extremely beautiful phoenix eyes. Theoretically it is possible, but... Su Wen walked towards the courtroom exit, his voice slowly reaching old Zhang's ears. You know, why I didn't request the death penalty for Kaiyan Cheng. Is it life imprisonment instead? Death penalty. Perhaps this will be even more gratifying. But indefinite. But it will allow old Zhang to live a more stable life in the future. From the very beginning, Su Wen had planned everything, including Feng Huan causing trouble today. All of this was within Su Wen's expectations. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, old Zhang was immediately taken aback. I see. In this way, as long as Qian Cheng is alive. Feng Huan would then cause trouble for Qian Cheng and his wife, but wouldn't disturb his and Guo's life. Watching Su Wen walk away, old Zhang wanted to hurry up and follow, but saw Su Wen wave his hand with his back to them. The outside should already be surrounded by reporters. Take Guo and go out through the side door. Old Zhang stopped in his tracks, then holding Guo's little hand, bowed deeply to Su Wen's retreating figure. Guo is still young, and Su Wen is worried that his appearances in the media will affect his real life. Only then did old Zhang take Guo and leave through the side door. I walked out of the courthouse. A huge throng of reporters instantly surrounded Su Wenli, layer upon layer. The reporters were scrambling to interview Su Wen, practically shoving their microphones up his nose. Su Wen looked displeased and pushed away the microphone that was closest to his nostrils. This group of people, before the trial, the couplet was full of sarcasm and ridicule. Now that he has won a great victory, he comes to interview himself in high spirits. But for Su Wen, isn't this also a good opportunity? Su Wen smiled slightly at the group of reporters and chose a good angle. To make myself look more handsome and gentle in the photos, he cleared his throat. Dear viewers, this case is being handled entirely by attorney Su Wen of He Yunlai Law Firm, located at the deepest part of the intersection of Changsing South Street and Dong'er Hutong. That is, it's me. The trial has now concluded, and as expected, thanks to everyone's dedicated efforts, we have achieved a resounding victory. Remember this, Changsing South Street at the very end of the East 2nd Alley is the He Yunlai Law Firm. Because the location was too difficult to remember, Su Wen emphasized it again. For a moment, all the reporters were stunned. Holy crap, Su Wen is using us as a publicity stunt. Is that correct? This is really not right. We wanted to ride his coattails. How did it turn out that he's using us for advertising? Su Wen looked at the stunned crowd and chuckled, a hint of annoyance in his voice. No interview, if not, then I'm leaving. What, you think you can just run away after advertising? In an instant, everyone's emotions soared. This is a case where the defendant is made the plaintiff. The last person to turn a defendant into a plaintiff was Fang Tangjing from the TV series Hail the Judge. How could they let Su Wen get away with such a high-profile news story? Attorney Su, how do you feel now that you personally sent your ex-girlfriend to jail? The first question is a bombshell. These reporters, driven by a desire for sensationalism, had already planned out what kind of trap they would set for Su Wen. No matter what answer Su Wen gives, he cannot deny his past relationship with Cheng Yao. Sending your ex-girlfriend to jail with your own hands, that's either heartless or cold-blooded. Su Wen smiled slightly. This kind of question is child's play. What difficulty could it possibly be? At Good Luck Law Firm, there are only 4 words: fairness and justice. Our sole goal is to bring the guilty to justice. He deliberately emphasized the words Good Luck Law Firm. The reporter who asked the question turned green with embarrassment. This guy, is he old? He's acting like a seasoned veteran. He spoke flawlessly and also managed to give us a free advertisement. Attorney Su, as far as we know, old Zhang's case could result in a death sentence. Why are you applying for life imprisonment? Did you take money from him? As soon as the reporter finished speaking, the surrounding noise immediately fell silent. This is a question that everyone is curious about. Su Wen could have been sentenced to death, so why did he apply for life imprisonment instead? Many reporters are conducting interviews live. After this question was asked, many netizens frowned in confusion. Could it be? Su Wen is truly an unscrupulous lawyer profiting from both the defendant and the plaintiff. If Su Wen cannot provide a satisfactory explanation to the public now, his reputation will collapse instantly, and he will be branded as someone who preys on both the defendant and the plaintiff. Ruthless, that guy is ruthless. Su Wen glanced at his employee badge and silently memorized his appearance. Han Su, not subtle at all, this person will surely be of great use in the future. Su Wen's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Han Su with interest and asked in return. Sentencing is not the end but the beginning. Only by living can he constantly remind those who want to commit crimes, right? Su Wen spoke in riddles, but at the same time gave Han Su an opportunity. Hansu had a shifty, rat-like appearance with long hair that covered his lewd eyes. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Hansu's narrow eyes immediately gleamed. At this moment, he suddenly recalled an interview with a prison warden that he had conducted a few years ago. In that interview, the reporter asked the warden which type of criminal was the least popular in prison. After a long silence, the warden spoke. R*****T. All the prisoners hated rapists because they only dared to harm women and therefore were despised by everyone. Their daily life in prison consisted of nothing but being beat. Every time the prisoners took a bath, those imprisoned for R** were afraid to go to the public bathhouse. Ruthless. Su Wen is really too ruthless. They're way ruthless than me. Hansu understood the meaning behind Su Wen's words. At this moment, everyone was interviewing Su Wen. But no one paid attention to Kaiyan Cheng, who was about to go to jail. If I get there first, I'm sure I'll gain a lot of attention, and as Su Wen said, this matter is not over yet. As long as he continues to report on Kaiyan Cheng's imprisonment, his popularity will remain. He can live off this one story for the rest of his life. This is unacceptable. They made a killing. At the same time, as long as I keep following and reporting on Kaiyan Cheng, even if Kaiyan Cheng has the chance to get out of prison, he will become a hated person by everyone. Kaiyan Cheng's later life can be summed up in 4 words. That is, living is worse than death, and Su Wen. As long as Kaiyan Cheng's case continues to be discussed and debated, he will gain more exposure and receive more cases. This is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Wow, that's absolutely amazing. At that moment, Hansu was filled with utter admiration for Su Wen. Thanks for reminding me. After expressing his gratitude, Hansu immediately turned off the camera and left the scene without looking back. In a short time, everyone was stunned. Is this reporter out of their mind? Why did you ask a question and then just leave? However, Su Wen watched Hansu's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. This person looks somewhat sleazy, but they are definitely worth nurturing. The reporters harassed Su Wen for a full half hour. Su Wen easily resolved all the difficult questions. Not only that, when answering questions, Su Wen always manages to give his law firm a shout-out. In a short time, the audience watching the interview couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, this lawyer Su is absolutely hilarious. The only thing I remember from the entire interview was the words, "Good luck law firm." Who said Su Wen wasn't good enough? Su Wen is amazing. He even won such a difficult case for old Zhang. His professional skills are outstanding. I can't believe it. Look at those reporters, their faces are green. Su Lu is completely outmatched by them. It's like a game of cat and mouse. Teacher Luo Xiang was sitting in front of his computer, watching Su Wen being interviewed on the screen. On the table, there are 2 sheets of paper covered with writing. The above contains a detailed record of all the information and events in old Zhang's case. At this moment, even Luo Xiang, a renowned figure in the legal world, was deeply shocked and could not shake off the shock for a long time. Initially, he believed that Su Wen's perfect victory in the lawsuit was largely due to luck. But then he analyzed all the evidence, the process, including every single word Su Wen said, frame by frame. He suddenly realized, Su Wen, from the very beginning, it started from a humanistic perspective. A deadly trap has been set for everyone. Anyone who doesn't follow his lead will be ruthlessly sent to prison. Before Li Guang appeared in court to testify, Su Wen didn't say a single word. Until Li Guang appeared, Su Wen only asked one simple question, a question that everyone else had overlooked. Are you sure the person in the room is definitely Kaiyan Cheng? What seems like an extremely ordinary question actually reveals a threat upon closer examination. Yes, a threat. If Li Guang answers yes, then Su Wen could present evidence to prove that Li Guang was lying, perjury, and Feng Huan. Luo Xiang had already guessed the whole story pretty accurately. If Feng Huan's testimony leans towards Kaiyan Cheng, therefore Feng Huan and Kaiyan Cheng have committed bigamy, and Feng Huan may also be sentenced along with Kaiyan Cheng. But Feng Huan, an extremely selfish person, prioritizes their own interests above all else. With Kaiyan Cheng out of power, Feng Huan would love to be as far away from him as possible, so how could she possibly help him testify? As for Kaiyan Cheng, what was the purpose of Su Wen's application for life imprisonment instead of the death penalty? Luo Xiang had already guessed everything. The thought of Kaiyan Cheng's future life in prison sent a chill down Luo Xiang's spine. That would truly be worse than death. He could only describe Su Wen in 2 words: ruthless. And Cheng Yao too. From the very beginning, Su Wen never took Cheng Yao seriously. Cheng Yao hasn't been in the industry for long, and it's impossible for her to generate such a large amount of public opinion on her own. Everything Su Wen did, it's all to force the people behind Cheng Yao to come out. Luo Xiang zoomed in on Cheng Yao's lip movements as she spoke to the camera at the end. It's not hard to see the meaning behind those 2 words she spoke: help me. Luo Xiang slowly closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Although Cheng Yao wasn't particularly smart, she wasn't stupid either. That cry of help me, it's just as threatening. It seems that the person behind Cheng Yao will make a move soon. How will Su Wen respond? Half an hour later, Luo Xiang posted a video on his social media account with the title, "Using Human Nature as the Central Theme, the Desperate Lawyer, Su Wen." The video immediately sparked a heated discussion throughout the legal profession upon its release. Su Wen, a lawyer who has only recently started practicing law. A lawyer who has twice sent his clients to jail. Does he deserve the praise he received from Professor Luo Xiang? Breaking Bad Law, those 4 big characters. Attorney Su's defense was absolutely brilliant. It was a real eye-opener. Are you kidding me? Old Zhang's side has all the evidence. Anyone could win. What does it have to do with Su Wen? Exactly. This lawsuit was fought like a street argument. It had absolutely no substance. Ultimately, it all comes down to applying legal provisions to evidence. Truly skilled lawyers excel at interpreting the law. Su Wen's approach is far too simplistic. It's only because he ran into a newbie like Cheng Yao against a true expert Su Wen really couldn't handle it. UB **ch. That F **GB **ch. Inside the partner's office at Zheng Law Firm, Yang Wei paced back and forth in the room, his face contorted with anger. His mind is now filled with the lip-reading Cheng Yao uttered to the camera. Help me. A threat. This is a F **G blatant threat. Cheng Yao's words, save me, were clearly directed at Yang Wei. That wretched woman didn't implicate him in court. He orchestrated the public opinion surrounding the case. It was so that I could save her in a critical moment. That vile woman. Although she outwardly obeyed him completely, the two did indeed have an improper relationship. But Cheng Yao, from the very beginning, had impure motives when she approached him. She not only filmed herself and Yang Weisheng, they also secretly discovered a lot of evidence related to Yang Wei's improper handling of the case. If Yang Wei lets her go now, that B **ch will definitely expose everything he's done. Since entering the industry, Yang Wei has never been led by the nose like this before. Zio Dai, come in, Yang Wei shouted. Soon, a young man with dark skin, big white teeth, and glasses walked in from outside. Ti Xiang is an intern lawyer under Yang Wei. Attorney Yang, what brings you here? Ti Xiang asked nervously, standing at the door. Everyone in the law firm already knew that Cheng Yao had been sentenced. Lawyer Yang is in a bad mood right now, and he suddenly called me in. It can't be anything good. Yang Wei looked at Ti Xiang and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Cheng Yao should be transferred to the police station soon. Go find her and have her sign a power of attorney. Cheng Yao was convicted of insult and defamation and sentenced to 3 years imprisonment with 1 year's probation. According to the normal procedure, after all the court procedures are completed, she will be free to move around in Jiangcheng. But the process isn't finished yet. Cheng Yao should first be taken to the police station closest to the court for custody. Cheng Yao can only go home after all the formalities have been completed and transferred to the community where she lives. Okay, Attorney Yang, is there anything else? Ti Xiang asked respectfully. Yang Wei waved his hand impatiently. That's all, hurry up and get it done. Ti Xiang shrank his neck and let out a long sigh. Fine. Yang Wei didn't vent his anger on him. That young dong, isn't that why they left? If he dares to take his anger out on me, I'll quit too. There is no reason. The post-2000 generation is just so carefree. Just as he was about to leave Yang Wei's office, Yang Wei called him back, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Remember to tell Cheng Yao. If you want me to help her appeal for acquittal and keep her law practice, then you should take what you shouldn't have kept. Hand it all over. Ti Xiong was taken aback. Isn't the evidence against Cheng Yao conclusive? Could it be that there's still a chance? Appeal. Inside the police station lobby, Chief Wang Qiang and newly promoted Zheng Jianfeng looked at Su Wen with surprise. The evidence of Cheng Yao's malicious defamation has been solidified. Is there still a need for an appeal? After leaving the court, Su Wen took a taxi directly to the police station. As luck would have it, Cheng Yao needed to stay briefly at the police station under Wang Qiang's jurisdiction before the paperwork was completed at the community center. When Su Wen arrived, Cheng Yao had just been taken into custody, because Su Wen solved an international kidnapping case during a live broadcast. Zheng Jianfeng was promoted directly from a trainee police officer to a full-fledged officer, a speed that is astonishing. As a result of this incident, Director Wang Qiang came to the attention of his superiors and received commendation. If nothing unexpected happens, he will likely get a promotion in another month or two. Moreover, Su Wen's recent victory in the case against old Zhang had caused a sensation throughout the entire police station. When the two saw Su Wen, their excitement was palpable. Wang Qiang chased away the police officers who had gathered around, intending to invite Su Wenjin into his office for tea. But Su Wen didn't know why either. They insisted on chatting in the lobby. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, this person will be coming to see Cheng Yao soon to sign the engagement agreement. Su Wen took a sip of tea, but his eyes glanced unintentionally towards the door. Just then, Ti Xiong, who had just arrived at the entrance of the police station, overheard Su Wen's words and was immediately startled. Oh my God, could Su Wen be a fortune teller? They actually figured it out. Yang Wei wanted him to come and get Cheng Yao's signature, but then I thought, what's the point of calculating it? Even if you foresaw that Yang Wei would help Cheng Yao file a countersuit, could you possibly stop him? A countersuit is everyone's right. Even Jesus couldn't stop it, I'm telling you. However, the next second, Ti Xiong overheard Su Wen's words and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Su Wen sat on a chair in the hall and slowly sighed. What a pity. What's a pity? Director Wang Qiang asked curiously. Su Wen glanced at Ti Xiong, who had stopped at the door, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he spoke slowly. Although I don't know who helped Cheng Yao manipulate public opinion, I imagine they must be a very cautious person. Ti Xiong nodded undeniably at the door. He was an intern lawyer under Yang Wei and knew Yang Wei very well. Naturally, it was known that Yang Wei was a very cautious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to the position of partner at a law firm at such a young age. Immediately, Ti Xiong became interested in Su Wen's words and began eavesdropping directly at the door. Su Wen continued. A person as cautious as him is unlikely to leave any evidence against him. Otherwise, Cheng Yao could have presented evidence in court to accuse the people behind her, and then she wouldn't have been sentenced. Poor Cheng Yao, she knew she was being used as a pawn, but she was completely helpless. Zheng Jianfeng scratched his head, looking naive, and asked, Are all lawyers this heartless? Forehead, upon hearing Zheng Jianfeng's words, Su Wen was speechless for a moment. This kid. Why do they start hurling insults and launching indiscriminate attacks? Wang Qiang raised his hand and slapped Zheng Jianfeng hard on the head. How can you talk like that? Isn't there a kind-hearted lawyer right in front of you? Forehead. Su Wen was speechless again. The word kind-hearted seemed completely foreign to him when facing vicious criminals. Su Wen's motto is to be more ruthless than the criminals. Only then will they respect the law and fear it. Su Wen didn't argue with the two of them and continued speaking. If the people behind Cheng Yao want to file a countersuit on her behalf, they will definitely find a scapegoat. A scapegoat. Su Wen's words immediately startled the two people in front of him, as well as Ti Xiong, who was eavesdropping at the door. They then pricked up their ears, pressed them against the crack in the door, and listened intently. That's right. Su Wen nodded and continued. Just like you said, the evidence against them for smearing old Zhang online is conclusive. If the people behind Cheng Yao want to countersue, then there are only two options left. What method? Zheng Jianfeng asked curiously. Su Wen picked up the teacup on the table, stood up, and slowly walked towards the door. Seeing this, Ti Xiang, who was hiding by the door, quickly hid in the corner and continued to eavesdrop. After Su Wen walked to the door, the two were no more than 2 meters apart. He cleared his throat and deliberately raised his voice. The first method is simple. Find a scapegoat lawyer to represent Cheng Yao in her countersuit and try every means to shift all the blame onto the lawyer. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Dai Xiang was immediately shocked. He swallowed hard and sweat soaked his collar. This scapegoat. Could it be me, that damned Yang Wei? He might actually get himself arrested for Cheng Yao's sake. Oh shit. What a beast. Hearing the sound of someone swallowing saliva coming from the corner, Wang Qiang immediately understood Su Wen's purpose for coming. Suppressing a laugh, he asked loudly, "So what's the second method?" "A second method," Su Wen sneered. "It's simple, force the lawyer to give false testimony for Cheng Yao, overturning the previous evidence." Zhang Jianfeng scratched his head, noticing the suppressed smiles on their faces. Forging documents is illegal. If you're caught, you'll not only go to jail, but your lawyer's license will also be revoked. What fool would do that? Su Wen slowly shook his head. A fool will only realize he's been tricked when things come to light. Isn't Cheng Yao a perfect example? Wang Qiang added fuel to the fire, continuing to ask, "But why are the people behind Cheng Yao so determined to help her file a countersuit?" Su Wen sighed. "Perhaps it's because Cheng Yao has evidence of other wrongdoings he's committed. For the people behind Cheng Yao, sending someone who has no leverage over him into prison is far safer than Cheng Yao implicated him in exchange for a reduced sentence." "I understand." Ti Xiang, who was eavesdropping in the corner, suddenly understood. "I've long heard that Cheng Yao and Yang Wei have an inappropriate relationship, and it's quite possible that Cheng Yao has something on Yang Wei. And myself." Just as Su Wen said. Yang Wei pushed her out to be a scapegoat to take the blame for Cheng Yao. "Oh shit. I'll work wholeheartedly for you, queuing up every morning to buy you coffee and picking up your packages and takeout during the day. I've worked diligently for 2 months and you G want to send me to jail? This lousy job. Whoever wants to do it can do it, I'm not doing it anymore." Just then, Su Wen let out a deep sigh and said, "With so many intern lawyers at Zhanghe law firm, there's bound to be one fool who will fall for it." Ti Xiang, who was eavesdropping from the corner, clenched his fists immediately. "Right. Su Wen is absolutely right. If I resign, Yang Wei will delegate this task to someone else. Snort, they actually wanted to harm me, then I'll ruin your plans thinking of this." Ti Xiang didn't care whether Su Wen would find out about him. He walked out from the corner with an angry expression, got into a taxi and headed straight for Zhanghe law firm. Seeing this scene before them, Wang Qiang could no longer contain his laughter and burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. After Ti Xiang left, Su Wen's purpose in coming here was achieved. "I'm sure this intern lawyer will go back and sabotage things behind the scenes," spreading what she heard and heard everywhere. In that case, even if Yang Wei still wants to remain behind the scenes and control things, no one wanted to be his puppet, forced Yang Wei to appear. That was the purpose of Su Wen's visit to the police station. Now that the war has begun, he intends to slaughter the enemy completely and send them all in to eliminate any future trouble. However, a mere charge of defamation is not enough to warrant a severe sentence for Yang Wei. Su Wen couldn't think of a good way to find more evidence for the time being. Just as Su Wen was about to leave, a police officer led an old man in. The old man was poorly dressed, thin, and his face was covered in dirt, making it impossible to see his features clearly. The moment Wang Qiang saw the old man, he let out a deep sigh and went to greet him. "Old Jiang, why are you going to collect debts again?" Upon hearing Wang Qiang's address to the old man, Su Wen was slightly taken aback. Why did that address sound so familiar? As Su Wen carefully searched his memory, he was suddenly startled. "Jiang Yaokai, once the richest man in Jiangcheng, how did you end up in this state?" Upon seeing Wang Qiang, Jiang Yaokai grabbed Wang Qiang's arm with trembling hands, his eyes brimming with tears, and said with a wronged expression, "Is it illegal for me to go and ask for my own money back? Why don't you arrest the people who owe money and instead bring me back? I, Jiang Yaokai, have never done anything wrong in my life. Why are you police officers targeting me like this?" Director Wang Qiang sighed heavily. Old Jiang, you're going to other people's homes to collect debts has disrupted their lives. We had no choice. Jiang Yaokai's weathered face was covered in wrinkles. He stubbornly shook his head. How can I get my money back if I don't go home to ask? In a short time, everyone inside the police station fell silent. Yes, if we don't go to our homes to ask, how can we get our money back? Director Wang Qiang was speechless for a moment, then finally advised, this matter, you need to hire a lawyer. It would be better if we didn't mention lawyers. Upon hearing the mention of lawyers, Jiang Yaokai immediately became furious. Those lawyers kept promising they could win my case, but not one of them could guarantee I'd get my money back. I'm already in this state, and those people still want to scam me out of my legal fees. How can I trust them? Wang Qiang fell silent again. Everyone knows that in debt cases, as long as the evidence is complete, the lawsuit can be won. But if the other party is a deadbeat, getting the debt back is harder than climbing to heaven. Just then, Wang Qiang suddenly saw Su Wen standing to the side and immediately slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten about this kid? Other lawyers may not be able to help Jiang Yaokai recover the debt, but this kid. But they won the case against old Zhang, and they even got the other party and their lawyer imprisoned. He must have a way to help Jiang Yaokai recover the debt. Mr. Jiang, I can recommend a lawyer for you. He'll definitely be able to help you get your debts back. Upon hearing Wang Qiang's words, Jiang Yaokai was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand with a look of disbelief. I recently consulted with Zhang Law Firm, the best law firm in Jiangcheng. Even they couldn't recover the money I owed. Upon hearing Jiang Yaokai's words, Su Wen curled his lip in disdain. The fact that they can't bring it back only proves their incompetence. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Jiang Yaokai was immediately startled. When did Jiangcheng produce a lawyer with such an arrogant attitude who doesn't even respect Zhang Law Firm? Is it because I'm getting old and feeling lonely? Don't you know anything at all? Wang Qiang burst into laughter. He could tell that Su Wen had become interested in the case. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have left the police station long ago. Mr. Jiang, you know lawyer Luo Xiang, right? Jiang Yaokai paused slightly, then nodded. Attorney Luo Xiang is a well-known lawyer in Daxia. Could it be that he's Luo Xiang's student? Zhang Jianfeng grinned and said to Jiang Yaokai, he's far more capable than Professor Luo Xiang's students. What, even more capable than Luo Xiang's students? How is that possible? Lawyer Luo Xiang is not only famous online, but also a professor at Daxia University of Political Science and Law, the highest institution of legal learning in Daxia. His students. In the legal world, they are all figures who can stand alone. When did Jiangcheng produce such a person? Impossible. You're just taking advantage of my old age, thinking I'm easy to fool and trying to bully me, aren't you? Zheng Jianfeng hurriedly took out his phone, opened the information about teacher Luo Xiang, and handed it to Jiang Yaokai. Mr. Jiang, if you don't believe me, don't you believe in teacher Luo Xiang? Attorney Su is a lawyer whom Professor Luo Xiang personally called a deadly lawyer. In Jiangcheng, only he has the ability to help you. Jiang Yaokai looked at teacher Luo Xiang's video with an expression of disbelief. When Luo Xiang referred to Su Wen as a deadly poison, his pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. After learning about old Zhang's entire case, Jiang Yaokai's expression changed from disbelief to shock, and finally to deep despair. At this point, he had already come to believe in Su Wen's abilities. Jiang Yaokai's hands trembled, his desperate eyes looked at Su Wen and his voice choked with sobs. But I can't even afford lawyer fees right now. For a moment, everyone in the room fell silent again. It's worth noting that Jiang Yaokai was once the richest man in Jiangcheng. Although Jiangcheng is only a medium-sized city, it may become the richest city in Daxia. At the time, their assets were at least several hundred million. Now, he looked like a beggar. His emaciated body was clearly a sign of malnutrition, unable to pay legal fees. Which lawyer would be willing to offer Jiang Yaokai a contingency fee arrangement? But actually, whether or not he has money is not important to Su Wen. Once the debt is recovered, the legal fees can be paid off. Su Wen was naturally confident about this. Moreover, Jiang Yaokai's appearance at this moment is just the right time to use his case to set up a trap and lure Yang Wei out from behind the scenes. old Jiang. Su Wen stepped forward, a confident smile on his lips, and slowly began to speak. Approximately how much debt do they owe you? Old Jiang was stunned for a moment, then said with a look of despair, 80 million. 80 million? The police officers around him widened their eyes in astonishment when they heard the amount. Su Wen remained calm in the face of this. 80 million is no small amount, it's perfect for baiting. Su Wen lowered his eyes in deep thought, seeing that Su Wen had not spoken for a long time. Jiang Yaokai sighed heavily. It seems that he was also unwilling to act as a risk agent for himself. Jiang Yaokai lowered his head in despair and slowly walked towards the door. Just then, Su Wen's voice came from behind him. Mr. Jiang, I'll take your case, but you have to agree to one condition. Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, Jiang Yaokai immediately turned around, his eyes sparkling with renewed hope, and said in a trembling voice. You said if it's something I, the old man, can do, I definitely will. Su Wen's lips curled up slightly. I need you at the police station today. Stay a little longer. Su Wen left the police station an hour later. A black Audi A6 pulled up directly in front of the police station. Yang Wei did not get out of the car immediately. Instead, with an angry expression, he lightly smacked the turntable with his hand. Damn, Mercury's really been going badly lately, nothing's going right. After returning to the law firm, Dai Xiang lied and claimed that he had been stopped by the police and had not seen Cheng Yao. Therefore, he was severely scolded by Yang Wei for more than 10 minutes, and the scolding echoed throughout the entire law firm. Just when everyone thought that Ti Xiang would be severely criticized and cry his eyes out. However, Ti Xiang walked out of Yang Wei's office with a happy expression. Because Yang Wei had decided to have another intern lawyer go to the police station to have Cheng Yao sign the power of attorney. But Yang Wei went on to find several intern lawyers. They were all making various excuses to avoid it. Grandma got into a fight with other kids on her way to school. My cat gave birth to twins, so I need to take time off work to go home and celebrate. Yang Wei was caught in a dilemma. I was planning to trick an intern lawyer into becoming a scapegoat. But they all seemed to see through my thoughts, and one by one they made excuses to avoid it. But if I don't help Cheng Yao appeal, Cheng Yao will reveal all his secrets and then his career will be completely over. Useless. They're all G useless. I refuse to believe that people can be this unlucky forever. Yang Wei, his face dark, got out of the car and walked into the police station. However, as soon as he entered, he saw an old acquaintance who was weeping bitterly in the lobby. Director Wang, these people owe me money and won't pay it back. I'm going to sue them. Upon seeing Yang Wei enter, Director Wang Qiang earnestly spoke to Jiang Yaokai. Mr. Jiang, haven't you already hired a lawyer? Please don't go to their door to ask for it yourself. You're not young anymore. What if you bump into something and get injured? Upon hearing Director Wang Qiang's words, Yang Wei stopped in his tracks and pricked up his ears. Jiang Yaokai had previously consulted with Zhang Law Firm, although he wasn't the one who consulted them. But Jiang Yaokai was, after all, the richest man in Jiangcheng 10 years ago. News of his visit to the law firm quickly spread within the firm. Therefore, Yang Wei had a general understanding of Jiang Yaokai's debt case. An 80 million debt. In Jiangcheng, a small city, 80 million is a huge case. Unfortunately, this case is incredibly complex. Recovering the debt is virtually impossible. Moreover, Jiang Yaokai didn't have the money to pay the agency fee. But when Yang Wei heard that someone had taken on Jiang Yaokai's case, his eyes lit up immediately. If there's a plaintiff, then there must be a defendant. With an agency fee of 80 million, you can easily collect at least several million, as long as I take on the defendant's legal representation. The losses the law firm incurred from old Zhang's case have been made up for, haven't they? As expected, there's always a way out. No one can be unlucky forever, hahaha. Director Wang, this is my lawyer's license. I need to see Cheng Yao. Yang Wei proudly took out his lawyer's license, walked up to Wang Qiang and acted arrogantly, which was quite annoying. Wang Qiang, with a cold face, gave a curt The police officers nearby quickly stepped forward and took Yang Wei to see Cheng Yao. Seeing Yang Wei walk inside, Wang Qiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Attorney Su, you truly have a flawless plan. This unscrupulous lawyer actually took the bait so quickly. Su Wen took the court documents and returned to the Good Luck Law Firm. After the court hearing, all data needs to be properly stored. Moreover, Yang Wei is very likely to appeal old Zhang's case, so these court documents cannot be lost. However, when Su Wengang opened the door of the law firm, he was immediately stunned and stood there. He habitually keeps a pen on his desk. Lost again. These past 2 days he's been busy with old Zhang's case and hasn't been to the law firm much. The law firm was spotless. Clearly, the law firm has been thoroughly cleaned again, and this person was the pen thief. Su Wen couldn't help but complain. Does this thief have some serious problem? He didn't steal anything valuable, he only stole a pen. After stealing his things, I even did some housework for him while I was at it. However, Su Wen suddenly thought of a very interesting theft case and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This female thief is quite interesting. He took out another pen, placed it on the right side of the computer, saved the file, and then plopped down in the chair. These past few days, it exhausted him. The most difficult part of old Zhang's case was finding evidence that could definitively prove Caiyan Cheng's R**. In the days leading up to the trial, Su Wen went to Cao Ziyufang's hometown and searched for 2 or 3 days before finally finding her. By the time they brought Cao Ziyufang back to Jiangcheng, it was already the day before the trial. Fortunately, this court hearing was very fruitful. Su Wen will receive 30,000 yuan in agency fees in just a few days. Most importantly, he gained fame by broadcasting the court proceedings live. He also sent his scheming ex-girlfriend to jail, even the emotional values in the system of the mind. At this point, the number had reached an astonishing 300,000. Now, Yang Wei has also fallen into the trap. All he needs to do is help Cheng Yao appeal and act as the defendant's representative in Jiang Yaokai's debt case. So Yang Wei, we're not far from going in. It's not that Su Wen is narrow-minded. Rather, the 2 previous cases involving the original owner both resulted in the parties involved being imprisoned, which must be inextricably linked to Yang Wei and Cheng Yao. If Su Wen's guess was correct, Yang Wei and Cheng Yao want to send the original owner of this body to jail. Su Wen has yet to find any clues as to why they did this, but if you push them to the brink, they'll definitely slip up. Su Wen opened Douyin TikTok wanting to see if netizens' opinions of him had improved. However, after watching for only a few minutes, Su Wen's face immediately darkened. Old Zhang's case has complete evidence. Even a dog could be beaten up. It's not technically difficult. It was just a lucky fluke, a stroke of luck. What real lawyer doesn't argue their case based on legal principles and reason? It's even been called breaking bad law, which is absolutely laughable. Su Wen let out a deep sigh. This world is so similar to the world I was in before. No matter how well or perfectly you do it, there will always be doubts. People, why am I always on the path of proving myself? That's fine. In the next case, I'll show you what a proper interpretation of the law looks like. Only. Old Zhang's case exhausted Su Wen. Although old Zhang wanted to help, he didn't know anything about it. Su Wen is rich now. It's time to hire an assistant for yourself. Soon, Su Wen posted a job advertisement online. Requirements: female around 20 years old with good-looking features and basic legal knowledge. Most importantly, you need to be extremely fast. Looking at the posted job information, Su Wen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I just don't know this thief who loves cleaning. Is it possible we've been scammed? Are you crazy? You pervert. The burly girl spat on the ground, tossed her 2 braids around, and walked out angrily. Just as she stepped out the door, there was a loud bang, and the door frame was nearly knocked down. Su Wen was speechless. I just require that your hand speed must be fast. You've misunderstood. What does this have to do with me, Su? Just then, a clear bell-like sound rang out from outside the door. Hello, I'm here for an interview. The sound was pleasant. Su Wen looked up and saw a very pretty girl with 2 pigtails. 2 small, fair hands gripped the door frame. He cautiously peeked out, curiously observing Su Wen inside the room. The girl's eyes, like 2 clear springs, were bright and captivating. As she spoke with Su Wen, her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, making her incredibly adorable. Even Su Wen was slightly taken aback when he saw the girl. Her looks are in no way inferior to those of TV stars and may even be slightly better. Only. The girl's gaze inadvertently drifted to the pen on the table and her cheeks instantly flushed red. Su Wen noticed this detail. Thief, the girl in front of me is very cute. He's the suspect who stole the pen. Su Wen's lips curled slightly. So quickly they've taken the bait? Stealing the same item twice in a row from the same location proves she has a peculiar fetish. These types of people will keep a close eye on everything happening at the location where they commit the theft, and out of curiosity, they will often return to the scene of the crime to observe it secretly. Su Wen posted job advertisements precisely to capitalize on this point and cast a wide net to catch fish. Please come in, Su Wen said calmly without revealing his true feelings. Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, the girl bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then walked out awkwardly. A lithe figure dressed in a snow-white long dress appeared in Su Wen's eyes. Her delicate features and exquisite beauty are captivating. She looks just like a girl who stepped out of an anime. The girl, head bowed and feeling somewhat uneasy, walked to the desk and slowly sat down. Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he picked up the pen beside his right hand and tapped it lightly on the table. The girl blushed with guilt, not daring to look Su Wen in the eye, much less at the pen in his hand, burying her chin deep in her chest. What's your name? Accompanied by the sound of a pen tapping on the table, Su Wen slowly asked his first question. Fang Zhan. Seeing Fang Hui's guilty look, Su Wen raised his hand to cover the smile on his lips. This girl. She's a classic naive and innocent girl. Why are you here for a paralegal interview? The girl's two soft, boneless hands immediately clasped together. Why are you here for an interview? I didn't think of it. I came here because I was curious after seeing the job posting. I don't know either. Fang Hui answered softly and then lowered her head even further. This is how you answer. He'll probably refuse to hire me then. Do you have any basic legal knowledge? Su Wen continued to ask. The girl didn't answer, she just nodded blankly. Su Wen was slightly taken aback. This naive and innocent girl actually had a law degree. Then Su Wen asked the crucial question, your hand speed must be very fast, right? Being able to come and go freely in one's own office without leaving a trace is something no ordinary thief could do. Fang Hui's thieving skills must be top-notch. In Su Wen's knowledge, skilled thieves like this usually have very fast hands. This is why Su Wen added a strange requirement to the job posting, you must be quick with your hands. But precisely because of this, many female job seekers, upon seeing this unreasonable request, secretly cursed Su Wen as a rogue and then quickly swiped away. Hearing Su Wen's question, Fang Hui was puzzled, but she still nodded slowly. My hand speed is indeed much faster than the average person's. Upon hearing Fang Hui's answer, Su Wen's lips curled up slightly. Previously, Su Wen only suspected that Fang Hui was the thief who stole the writing brush. Now it's confirmed, she was the thief who stole the pen twice. Su Wen looked at Fang Hui thoughtfully, then slowly spoke. Since you've studied the law, answer one question for me. Fang Hui cautiously raised her head, her eyes blinking as she looked at Su Wen and nodded, although she was timid and not good with words. But during her university years, she consistently ranked first in her class in exams. Okay, go ahead and ask. Fang Hui's voice was soft and gentle. Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he asked, if your client has committed theft and wants to obtain a reduced sentence, what methods are available? Theft. Upon hearing the word theft, Fang Hui was immediately startled. Could they have already discovered something? Why would someone suddenly ask about theft? Fang Hui quickly lowered her head, not daring to look Su Wen in the eye, and secretly took out her phone to send a message. The message contained only 2 words, help me. Seeing that the message had been successfully sent, Fang Hui patted her chest, let out a long sigh of relief, and cautiously began to speak. There are legals concerning theft. In our country's laws, there are a total of 6. Article 264, Article 269. To Su Wen's astonishment, Fang Hui slowly recited all the relevant legal provisions concerning theft. Memorizing legal provisions? What era are we living in? Who's so kind as to recite the entire legal text from memory? This girl? How silly of me. Although times have progressed, very few people can recite legal provisions anymore. But in this kind of environment, to still be able to recite all the legal provisions is truly a talent, including Su Wen. He already knew those laws and regulations by heart. Therefore, Su Wen never admitted that he was a good person. Good people are not the only ones who get bullied. They will also let criminals who should be punished escape the law, all for the sake of their damned pride and cheap self-esteem. Looking at Fang Hui, who seemed harmless and had the law on her mind, Su Wen's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the table. Wrong, this girl is not as simple as she seems. She's stalling for time. Let it be delayed. Su Wen just wanted to see it anyway. What exactly is her purpose in stalling for time? After patiently waiting for Fang Hui to finish reciting the legal provisions, Su Wen slowly asked, "You still haven't told me what are the methods for reducing a sentence." Fang Hui took a deep breath, silently calculating the time in her mind. Why hasn't my brother arrived yet? Methods for reducing sentence reduction. Fang Hui deliberately slowed down her speech. First, you can report other people's illegal activities. Second, actively participate in prison activities and demonstrate good behavior or meritorious service. 3. Fang Hui spoke slowly, but Su Wen didn't rush her. Instead, he patiently listened to her finish. After Fang Hui finished speaking, Su Wen's lips curled slightly and he asked in return, "That's it?" Fang Hui nodded somewhat guiltily, "No, that's all." Su Wen chuckled, a hint of annoyance in his voice, and slowly began to speak. "You seem to have forgotten one." Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, Fang Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. Sensing Fang Hui's shocked gaze, Su Wen smiled slightly. Pathological theft. A reduction in sentence may also be appropriate. Upon hearing the words pathological theft, Fang Hui was so nervous that her palms were sweating, and she was at a loss for what to do for a moment. This was her secret, and the only person who knew it was her brother, who wasn't related to her by blood. Fang Hui was inwardly astonished. Could it be that Su Wen already knew her secret? Yes, Fang Hui forced a smile. I forgot about that. Yes, I forgot. I just said I forgot. How clever of me. Anyway, I didn't plan to come to work. If I fail the interview, so be it. Besides, even if he guessed that he had pathological theft, he had no evidence. Thinking of this, Fang Hui breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew tilde. However, the next second, Su Wen stood up, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, and extended his right hand. Congratulations, you passed the interview. Oh my, what? I didn't hear wrong, did I? I actually passed the interview? Dame someone please save me. Fang Hui felt like crying, but looking at Su Wen's smiling face, she didn't know how to refuse his kindness. Just then, the roar of the sports car engine tore through the surrounding air as it sped toward the law firm. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Fang Hui was overjoyed. She finally managed to stall until her brother arrived. Su Wen looked outside with great interest. A red Koenigsegg was seen parked in front of the law firm. Oh, Koenigsegg, any one of these cars is a sports car worth tens of millions. Is he a super-rich second-generation heir? Crimson butterfly wings unfurled and the man stepped out of the car. As soon as he appeared, his arrival transformed the otherwise bleak surroundings into a remarkably pleasing sight. Flirtatious. For the first time, Su Wen experienced the word alluring in a man. A few strands of hair fell casually onto his exceptionally beautiful peach blossom eyes. A white t-shirt draped over her languid body, revealing her delicate collarbone. Elder brother. Fang Hui stood up, ran out happily, and hugged Fang Yao's arm. "You've finally arrived." Fang Yao raised his hand and ruffled Fang Hui's hair, a doting smile playing on his lips. "How did you manage to sneak over here?" In his languid tone, there was not a trace of blame. Fang Yao's eyes were fixed on Su Wen inside the room. "Don't worry, no matter what happens, as long as I'm here, you'll be fine." After saying that, Fang Yao took out 100,000 Huxia yuan from the car, lazily walked into the law firm, and threw the cash in his hand directly in front of Su Wen. "Whatever my sister stole from you, I'll take responsibility for the consequences. This 100,000 yuan should be enough, right? Brother, it's not what you think." Fang Hui followed in and stood nervously beside Fang Yao. Looking at the 100,000 Huxia yuan on the table, Su Wen's lips curled into a smile. He really is a super rich second generation. He can casually spend 100,000 Huxia yuan. Only. Fang Hui only stole 2 pens, surely she wouldn't have to give him 100,000 yuan in cash? Su Wen habitually glanced down at it. Wrong, now there are 3 pens. This girl. Just now, when I wasn't looking, I somehow managed to steal the pen from the table again. Seeing Su Wen's gaze, Fang Hui gave an awkward smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. He took the pen he had just accidentally taken from his sleeve, placed it on the table, and carefully pushed it in front of Su Wen. Number sorry, hee hee. Su Wen's lips curled slightly, and his extremely beautiful phoenix eyes met Fang Yao's lazy gaze. Although the person in front of me looks like a silly rich kid, but Su Wen. Yet I sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from him. It's like martial arts masters being able to sense each other. The 100,000 Huxia yuan on the table. This was their first game of wits. If Su Wen takes this money, he will give others a handle to use against him. If he doesn't take it, it means Su Wen has chosen to concede defeat in this game. Oh dear, this is really difficult. Su Wen sighed softly, but without hesitation he put the 100,000 Huxia yuan on the table under the table. Hesitate for a second. This is all disrespectful to 100,000 yuan. Fang Yao looked at Su Wen with great interest, his eyes gleaming. This Su Wen, this is indeed quite interesting. Su Wen put the money away, took out paper and pen, and began to write in a flourish. Soon, Su Wen pushed a statement of voluntary donation in front of Fang Yao and said calmly, "As you know, we lawyers are very meticulous. Since you're going to give me 100,000 yuan, let's sign a voluntary gift agreement." As he spoke, Su Wen revealed a sly smile. Fang Yao is a smart man. He took out 100,000 to test Su Wen. Su Wen, on the other hand, guessed that he must have his own purpose in coming here and simply considered it as collecting the agency fee in advance. However, we can't let Fang Yao lead us by the nose. This voluntary donation agreement is Su Wen's counterattack. Looking at the resource donation agreement that Su Wen pushed over, Fang Yao's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly understood the reason. They've thrown the problem back at themselves. Signing it would mean admitting defeat and losing 100,000 Huxia yuan. If he doesn't sign, it proves he can't afford to play the game. Su Wen is only returning the 100,000 RMB that doesn't belong to him, but he still holds the evidence of Fang Hui's theft. It's signed. Without hesitation, he signed his name on the voluntary gift agreement. Fang Yu, just then Fang Hui's voice became as soft as an autumn leaf falling to the ground. "Brother, I only stole 2 pens, it wouldn't cost 100,000 yuan. What?" Fang Yao feigned a shocked expression and turned to look at Fang Hui. "Just 2 pens?" Fang Hui nodded, somewhat ashamed. "Yes, 2 pens." Su Wen smiled knowingly, his eyes fixed on Fang Yao, who seemed possessed by a theatrical genius. However, it's pathological theft, so it's understandable. Su Wen's words truly surprised Fang Yao. No one knew about her sister's pathological theft except herself. Moreover, this disease. It's extremely rare and very few people know about it. Since Su Wen was able to guess it in such a short time, it proves that he is indeed quite capable. No wonder he was able to win old Zhang's case. Fang Yao stood up, looked at the small room of only 10 square meters, then sighed, his lazy voice ringing out again. Fine, 10,000 it is, it's not much anyway." As he spoke, Fang Yao's gaze fell on a corner to the side, then he turned to Su Wen and said, "But I have one condition." Oh, Su Wen looked at Fang Yao with interest. Was he about to reveal his purpose? If that's really the case, then I really overestimated him before. Then Fang Yao stretched and said with a hint of drowsiness, pointing to a corner to the side, "Put a sofa here for me. I gave you 100,000 yuan, you should at least give me a place to sleep." Fang's Group. A Fortune 500 company with numerous subsidiaries. It involves multiple fields such as healthcare, finance, and real estate, and its business scope covers more than 40 countries across Daxia. Look at the information found on the computer. Although Fang Yao did not admit his identity, but someone who can afford a Koenigsegg worth 30 million must have a deep connection with the Fang Group. Only, with such a powerful background, why would Fang Yao choose to stay in this small Jiangcheng instead of making a name for himself in the business world? What's even more infuriating is, this Fang Yao really treats his lawyer like his own home. Yes, you can put it in this corner. Could you please make a little more? Okay, that's settled then, thanks for your hard work. Because he was worried that Su Wen would buy him a cheap sofa. Fang Yao had ordered a luxury sofa worth tens of thousands of yuan online and was currently directing the workers to put it inside. So you were fired from your last job because you stole someone's phone case. Hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui blushed slightly and nodded somewhat shyly. After I was fired, my brother told me to rest at home, saying that the legal profession, even dogs don't. Damn it, Fang Yao's lazy voice rang out. We're going to take down the lawyers. After the delivery worker left, Fang Yao slumped into the sofa and slowly began to speak. Since Attorney Su has passed your interview, why not take the job? Look at the environment here, it's so nice. As he spoke, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Fang Yao's face. Oh my, Fang Hui was speechless. How can this environment be improved? A space of 10 square meters. Fang Yao brought in another sofa. There was barely any room to stand anymore. Su Wen couldn't help but roll her eyes. This Fang Yao had a face that every woman would fall in love with. But this mouth. When they start insulting someone, they can be really vicious. Su Wen looked at Fang Hui and spoke slowly. You are indeed very talented, and we would love to have you working at our law firm. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui's eyes instantly lit up. Has it been affirmed by someone? Fang Hui never expected that her brother would agree to let her work here. To my surprise, Su Wen actually said she was very outstanding. Since that's the case, then she must work hard here. Go Fang Hui, you can definitely do it. Control your urge to steal. Go go go. Fang Hui mustered her courage, her bright eyes blinked rapidly, and she bowed to Su Wen in a very cute way. Then she clenched her little hands and said with a serious expression, "Thank you for your trust. I will definitely work hard, please believe me, although this was just an interview." But Su Wen was the second person, besides his own brother, to have ever affirmed him. What about wages? Although Fang Hui certainly doesn't lack money since she's going to work here, the salary needs to be discussed beforehand. We can't expect the young girl to work for us for free without paying her a single penny. This is a legitimate law firm. Fang Hui sat in the chair, glanced at Fang Yao cautiously, and then, with a nervous expression, held up one finger. 10,000. Upon hearing Fang Hui's offer, Su Wen immediately frowned. Goodness. Having just entered the workforce, I applied for a job as a legal assistant, and they actually asked for an outrageous salary of 10,000. But Fang Hui is indeed worth nurturing. 10,000 yuan is actually acceptable. Once she's more experienced, we can just assign her more cases. Seeing Su Wen frown, Fang Hui suddenly felt a little guilty, clenched her small fists, and spoke again. 20,000, that's the most I can give. In my previous job, I only paid my boss 15,000 yuan a month. Fang Hui's face flushed slightly. She lied. At her previous company, in order to get the job smoothly, Fang Hui had to pay the boss 25,000 yuan every month. What? Upon hearing Fang Hui's words, Su Wen froze on the spot. Turn out to be. Fang Hui is right, she's paying money to herself every month. What was the name of your previous law firm? Fang Hui paused slightly, then said, Hippocampus Law Firm. Su Wen silently memorized the law firm's name, then took out an employment contract and handed it to Fang Hui. Fang Hui opened the contract, glanced at it briefly, and her eyes widened immediately, her voice filled with surprise. 10,000. She looked up, an irrepressible smile on her face. Can I really earn 10,000 huxia yuan a month? Su Wen smiled and said, Of course, your excellence is more than enough to justify this price. In addition, there are corresponding commissions for court hearings, drafting complaints, and accepting cases. 5 days on, 2 days off, with a maximum of 40 hours of work per week. Overtime work is required in special circumstances and will be paid at double the normal rate. For business trips, travel expenses can be declared in advance. As Fang Hui listened to Su Wen's words, her expression grew increasingly agitated, and she eventually even jumped up. This is simply an amazing company. Oh right, the paperwork for the 5 social insurances and 2 housing funds isn't finished yet, so it might be 2 months late. What? Fang Hui's eyes widened immediately. They even have the 5 social insurances and 2 housing funds. Sign, you must sign. Now that I have my own salary, I can support myself and won't have to rely on my brother's money every month. Fang Hui quickly signed her name on the contract. When she raised her head, Su Wen looked at her with annoyance, sighed, and stretched out his hand. Give me back my pen. Fang Hui smiled awkwardly, then took the pen she had just slipped into her pocket and took it out. Seeing Fang Hui's excited expression, Su Wen sighed deeply. This silly child, no, foolish cows and horses. I can only imagine how much hardship I endured while working before. Aren't what I've said just standard policy required by law? Fang Yao, who appeared to be sleeping, was on the sofa nearby. A slight smile appeared on his lips and he closed his eyes completely. This Su Wen is indeed quite interesting. Inside the Heping South Road police station, Cheng Yao looked at the agency agreement that Yang Wei pushed towards her with an unusually cold gaze. His face, which had been passable before, was now contorted in a chilling way. You haven't signed the contract for Party B yet. Cheng Yao has completely lost trust in Yang Wei. Since her sentencing, she has figured everything out. The case was one that Yang Wei was asked to take. Yang Wei also asked her to spread rumors online, but now she was the one who was sentenced and had her lawyer's license revoked. Yang Wei, he's using her as a gun. Fortunately, from the beginning she had collected evidence of Yang Wei's crimes as well as videos of herself with him. In this situation, I want Yang Wei to do everything he can to help me. There's only one way. Force Yang Wei to get involved in this mess. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes, looking at Cheng Yao, who had previously been trying to please him but was now threatening him, and said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" "Otherwise what?" Cheng Yao retorted, not to be outdone. "If anything happens to me, I guarantee you won't get away with it." Cheng Yao pushed the agency agreement back, and Yang Wei picked up a pen and signed his name directly. "You're a madman, you're a complete madman." When Cheng Yao saw Yang Wei sign the document, her lips curled into an astonishing smile and she kept sneering. If Yang Wei can help her win the appeal, then she. That gives you plenty of time to seek revenge on Su Wen. So there were so many details hidden in old Zhang's case. Fang Hui rested her elbows on the table, cupped her face in her hands, and listened with great interest. Fang Yao lay on the sofa, eyes closed, a lazy voice sounding. Your ultimate goal is to force Yang Wei to appeal for Cheng Yao and then wipe them all out, isn't it? Su Wen stretched, glanced at Fang Yao lying on the sofa with a contented expression, rolled his eyes and didn't deny it. Given Fang Yao's intelligence, Su Wen was not surprised that he could guess this. Only, these two siblings are way too enthusiastic. I had just gotten up this morning when these two siblings called, saying they didn't have the key to the law firm and couldn't get in. He called me over early in the morning to talk about old Zhang's case. Su Wen checked the time, it was already 9 o'clock. Originally, I wanted to use Cheng Yao to force Yang Wei out, but now I have a better way. Just then, an old-fashioned 28-inch bicycle stopped in front of the law firm. Fang Yao slightly opened his eyes, and after seeing the person's face clearly, a slight smile appeared on his lips before he closed his eyes again. Fang Hui looked at the newcomer with curiosity. The person who arrived was dressed in a very well-tailored suit and was carrying a briefcase stuffed full of documents. Even with his gray hair, he kept it neatly styled, making him look very wealthy. Only, why would someone like that ride a beat-up bicycle? Su Wen stood up, walked to the door, and greeted them. "Mr. Jiang, please come in." "You're too kind, Attorney Su. Thank you so much for your help today." Jiang Yaokai politely shook hands with Su Wen and at Su Wen's invitation entered the law firm. However, upon entering, Jiang Yaokai froze on the spot, staring at the law firm, which was less than 10 square meters in size and completely exposed, a hint of doubt flashing across his face. Having previously run a business, I've always believed that a company is a reflection of its owner's reputation. Su Wen's Good Luck Law Firm is probably the most shabby one in Jiangcheng. There's actually someone sleeping inside. Can Su Wen really handle his own case? However, when Jiang Yaokai saw Yao's face clearly on the sofa, his eyes widened instantly and he exclaimed in utter shock. "Young Master Fang." Fang Yao slightly opened his eyes, glanced at Jiang Yaokai indifferently, and then closed his eyes again. Jiang Yaokai instantly realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut his mouth. "Please have some water." Fang Hui then poured a glass of water and placed it on the table. Fang Yan. Jiang Yaokai was startled again. What was this young lady doing here? And this auntie even poured water for herself, isn't this going to kill him? The identities of the Fang siblings are extremely secretive and few people in the entire Jiangcheng know about them. but he was once the richest man in Jiangcheng and he knew some things that others didn't. Number don't be so polite, I can do it myself. Su Wenquan took in Jiang Yaokai's shocked expression, but he didn't ask any questions. He knew that the Fang siblings' secret would come out on their own sooner or later. Please have a seat. Su Wen returned to his seat and invited Jiang Yaokai to sit down. However, Jiang Yaokai looked at Fang Yao with trepidation and hesitated to sit down. It's all right, have a seat. Fang Hui smiled slightly at Jiang Yaokai, who then sat down. However, the next second, Jiang Yaokai's eyes widened and he heard Su Wen speak calmly. Fang Hui, you'll be in charge of taking notes. Oh my god, you dare order Fang Yao's sister around? I think you're tired of living. But the next second, Fang Hui nodded happily, then took out a small pink notebook and swiped the pen from Su Wen's desk. Everything is ready, Su Wen said calmly. Mr. Jiang, let's begin. Please tell us the whole story from beginning to end in detail, but one thing, you can't lie, otherwise no one can help you. Old Jiang gave an awkward smile, his eyes glancing at Fang Yao lying on the sofa. With this great deity present, even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to lie. Jiang Yaokai's case. It all started 11 years ago. 11 years ago. Across Daxia, a nationwide crackdown on organized crime and gangs has been launched, employing a massive anti-gang campaign. Jiangcheng. Although it is a small city, however, it is also a no-man's land, a stronghold of organized crime. Therefore, Jiangcheng thus became an important target for the supervisory team in their crackdown on organized crime. Although the vast majority of criminal gangs were eradicated, some who were deeply hidden managed to escape punishment through various means. Within a year, many unfinished housing projects appeared in Jiangcheng. Jiang Yaokai. Taking this opportunity, they bought several properties and revitalized them. In just 1 year, he became the richest man in Jiangcheng. He was able to become the richest man in Jiangcheng. 99% of success comes from luck and 1% comes from courage. But in the second year, Jiangcheng attracted a group of investors from other places and Jiang Yaokai's good fortune came to an end. During that period, Jiang Yaokai's assets began to shrink drastically, and if he couldn't find other profitable businesses, bankruptcy was only a matter of time. Jiang Yaokai realized this. One day, a man wearing a thick gold chain, a gold watch, and exuding a gangster-like aura barging into Jiang Yaokai's office with his gold teeth showing. Chen Jiu, what are you doing here? Chen Jiu, because he was too clever, never left any evidence when he did dirty work, and thus became a fish that slipped through the net in the crackdown on organized crime. Sensing Jiang Yaokai's wary gaze, Chen Jiu didn't care at all. With his obese body, he sat down directly opposite Jiang Yaokai. Old Jiang, I've come to see you, of course, to discuss business. Business? I have no business to discuss with you. Jiang Yaokai refused outright. Jiang Yaokai had heard of the reputation of Chen Jiu, but it was all bad. Jiang Yaokai was just an honest and upright businessman. He and Chen Jiu were not on the same wavelength at all, so naturally there was no business to discuss. Old Jiang, don't be so absolute, trust me, you'll definitely make a lot of money on this business. Jiang Yaokai wanted to refuse, but Chen Jiu took out a contract and pushed it in front of Jiang Yaokai. I've acquired the abandoned Fuxi Jiayuan project in the western suburbs. Upon hearing the words Fuxi Jiayuan, Jiang Yaokai instantly perked up. This unfinished building is actually quite sought after. Although it's called an unfinished project, it's basically completed. It's just that the contractor was arrested during a crackdown on organized crime. Once we secure this project and complete all the paperwork, we can start selling and we're sure to make a fortune. Hearing Chen Jiu's words, Jiang Yaokai was tempted. My company has been declining, and if I can't find a profitable project, I'll face bankruptcy sooner or later. But the reputation of aged wine. It's truly impossible to trust them. Chen Jiu noticed that Jiang Yaokai was already interested and grinned, revealing the gold teeth in his mouth. This project can be completed with an investment of only 80 million. If you don't trust me, I can give you an IOU. If I'm not mistaken, your initial purpose in approaching Jiang Yaokai was to get money and write an IOU. Yang Wei leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, looking at Chen Jiu across from him with a wide grin, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth, and felt a surge of disgust. From the very beginning, you were plotting to frame Jiang Yaokai. Chen Jiu laughed twice. Don't you lawyers always need evidence when you speak and act? Where's the evidence? While Su Wen was meeting with Jiang Yaokai, Yang Wei was also talking to Chen Jiu. As far as I know, Jiang Yaokai has already hired a lawyer and I believe you will receive a court summons soon. Chen Jiu chuckled dismissively. Like I said before, everything requires evidence. He was an extremely arrogant person. Back then, the crackdown on organized crime was a massive undertaking, and he was brought to court several times but ultimately escaped legal punishment each time. He plotted to frame Jiang Yaokai, so what? Since there was no evidence to prove that he committed fraud, the case could only be classified as a loan dispute. Unregistered resident, he's long since become African. All his assets are in his ex-wife's name. He has no reason to be afraid of not paying his debts. Yang Wei pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. You swindled Jiang Yaokai out of 80 million, claiming you were using the money to renovate a house and sell it for a good price. But instead of renovating them, you sold them to a group of deadbeats at 30% below market price and only accepted cash. But you have one condition. If you want to buy a house from me at a lower price, you must sign a loan agreement with me. Yang Wei spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Chen Jiu. When Yang Wei saw that Chen Jiu didn't refute what he said, he knew that his guess was correct. Then, Yang Wei, with a confident expression, continued. Ultimately, you quickly sold out all the houses in Fuxi Garden by offering them at low prices. At the same time, you also received IOUs totaling 80 million, and then gave all of these IOUs to Jiang Yaokai, saying you had no ability to get the money back. The end result is that you swindled Jiang Yaokai out of 80 million while simultaneously selling all the houses. You're profiting from both sides. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiu looked at Yang Wei with a slightly provocative gaze and laughed twice. Haha, as expected of one of the best lawyers in Jiangcheng, you told a very good story. Yang Wei's lips curled into a cold smile. The aged wine is indeed potent. No wonder it managed to evade the crackdown on organized crime. My guesses may not be entirely correct, but they are probably pretty close to the truth. Most people would have been startled upon hearing their own analysis and would have subsequently become completely convinced of their own abilities. But this aged wine is very cautious in his words and actions. In just a few words, the story is good. He vaguely acknowledged what he had said. We need to use some serious stuff. Yang Wei spoke again. If Jiang Yaokai hires a lawyer, he'll definitely sue you for fraud. If you lose, 80 million is enough to put you in jail for life. Fraud. Caiyan Cheng sneered, slammed his hand on the table, and continued. Attorney Yang, I've been scared since I was a kid. You want to take my case? Fine, but you'd better be able to intimidate me first. Even if Jiang Yaokai's lawyer wants to sue me for fraud, I'll still say the same thing. Where's the evidence? Without evidence, what am I afraid of? Regardless of whether Yang Weiji minded or not, Chen Jiu lit a cigarette, exhaled thick smoke, and acted completely arrogant. Yang Wei frowned. Chen Jiu's impolite behavior displeased him greatly. His words just now implied that, I've committed fraud, so what can you do about it? Yang Wei narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Jiu, speaking coldly. I admit you're smart, but you've overlooked one thing. Chen Jiu didn't speak but arrogantly raised his head, looking down at Yang Wei with his nostrils, waiting for him to continue. Oh shit. They really won't give up until they've hit rock bottom. Although Jiang Yaokai can't possibly get the 80 million back if his lawyer can find the original sales details of Fuxi Jiayuan. Considering that you took 80 million from him but didn't renovate the house properly, it's highly likely you'll be classified as a fraudster. Furthermore, I've already found out that the lawyer Jiang Yaokai hired is Su Wen, the same lawyer who helped old Zhang win his case. Upon hearing the name Su Wen, Chen Jiu, who had been leaning back in his chair, was startled and immediately sat up. What he found Su Wen. Old Zhang's case caused quite a stir in Jiangcheng. As a local of Jiangcheng, Chen Jiu watched the entire trial of old Zhang's case. In court, Su Wen stated that his client broke into the room to rescue his wife who had been assaulted, and therefore this did not constitute the crime of unlawful intrusion into another person's residence. He was so moved by her gaze that he got all wet. Even someone as intelligent as him couldn't have anticipated such a sharp angle. In a short time, Chenju fell silent. If Jiang Yaokai had hired some ordinary lawyers, he naturally wouldn't have been afraid. But if it were Su Wen, who knows what angle he'll take or what kind of evidence he'll find? Worry began to rise in Chen Jiu's heart, and he didn't come back to his senses until the cigarette butt burned his hand. Then, he threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground and stomped it out, then asked Yang Wei, "If I entrust this to you, can you guarantee that nothing will happen to me?" Yang Wei snorted inwardly but maintained a smiling expression on his face. "There aren't many people in the entire Jiangcheng who can help you. And I am one of them." Chen Jiu pondered for a moment, then nodded. "As long as you guarantee I won't go to jail for fraud, I'll hire you as my lawyer." Attorney Su, this is fraud, it's fraud." As Jiang Yaokai spoke, he became increasingly emotional, and by the end, he was almost in tears. But you can't blame him for that. Once the richest man in the city, he has now fallen so low that he can only afford to ride a 28-inch motorcycle every day. The contrast is simply too great. Even the well-tailored suit he was wearing, they were all the last sets they kept because they couldn't bear to sell them. This is the last shred of dignity he, as a former richest man, has retained, a pitiful amount. Don't cry, don't cry. Attorney Su will definitely help you get your money back, right? Fang Hui looked at Su Wen with an innocent expression, her extremely beautiful eyes blinking repeatedly. "Really, Attorney Su, you absolutely have to get my money back. This is fraud." Jiang Yaokai's thoughts are very simple now. As long as the Fang siblings believe in Su Wen, then he would unconditionally trust Su Wen. Su Wen gave Fang Hui a disapproving look. Fang Hui immediately realized she had said the wrong thing and playfully stuck out her tongue. "Mr. Jiang, I need to see those IOUs Chen Ju gave you." "No problem." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Jiang Yaokai hurriedly opened his briefcase. Then there was a loud thud. A heavy stack of IOUs appeared on the table. "It weighs a full 5 pounds, thump." A thick stack of IOUs was slammed onto the table with a dull thud. Fang Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the more than 100 IOUs on the table. That's a bit too much. Everyone has seen IOUs. This was the first time anyone had ever seen an IOU that could be sold by weight. Even Fang Yao, who was lying on the sofa pretending to be asleep, opened his eyes, took a deep look, then sneered and closed his eyes again. Only Su Wen remained calm as he looked at Jiang Yaokai. "These IOUs, were they all signed by Chen Jiu and those people who bought the houses?" Jiang Yaokai nodded and let out a heavy sigh. "He told me that he had lost everything on the Fuxi Jiayuan project and was unable to recover the debts, so he signed a debt transfer agreement with me." Upon hearing this, Su Wen inwardly wanted to complain. Such an obvious scam, and they signed it without hesitation. That's incredibly stupid. I don't know how they even became the richest person in Jiangcheng. Su Wen took some of the IOUs and casually flipped through them. Each of these IOUs was written very clearly. Information on both parties, loan amount, repayment date, repayment method, loan interest, collateral, signatures, and date. The IOU contains all the necessary information. But what's strange is that all of these people's collateral consisted of houses they had recently bought in Fuxi Jiayuan. Moreover, the loan amounts they borrowed were not large, ranging from 400,000 to 600,000 yuan, averaging around 500,000 yuan per loan. The original market price for the houses in Fuxi Jiayuan was around 800,000 yuan. These figures are clearly the result of careful manipulation, like a vintage wine. Fang Hui raised her little fist angrily, looking as if she wanted to punish evildoers, but her voice was soft and sweet as she spoke. "That's terrible. Why did you have to go and collect the money Chen Jiu lent out?" Su Wen slowly began to speak. "These people who borrowed money to buy houses are either unregistered individuals or have already transferred other assets. The house in Fuxi Garden is registered under their names and is their only property. Furthermore, according to the loan agreement, the amount to be enforced is greater than the amount owed." After hearing Su Wen's rambling explanation, Fang Hui pouted and wilted. As a law student herself, she naturally understood what Su Wen was saying. The existence of Huxia laws is to protect the basic livelihood of citizens. Therefore, enforcing the claim regarding a sole property is inherently difficult. In addition, the loan amount does not meet the criteria for seizing the property. Jiang Yaokai was dragged down by these people to the point that now all he has left when he goes out is a broken bicycle. Thinking of all this, Jiang Yaokai couldn't help but wipe away a tear. After the bankruptcy, my wife divorced me, custody of our son was awarded to her, and all my former friends distanced themselves from me. Now I have nothing left but this pile of IOUs. Fang Hui thoughtfully handed Jiang Yaokai a tissue, comforting him. This is a trap set for you by Chenjiu. You must sue them for fraud. As long as you can find the original sales records for Fuxi Jiayuan, you can get a settlement. At this point, Fang Hui's exceptionally beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. Su Wen glanced at Fang Hui indifferently. This girl. Right now, all he can think about is how to steal the sales details of Fuxi Jiayuan. Yes, it's fraud. Jiang Yaokai took a deep breath, looked at Su Wen and said, I'm going to fight for my honor. I'm definitely going to sue them for fraud. Su Wen frowned, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. No, even if you're charged with fraud, it's still very difficult to get your money back. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yaokai's newly ignited hope was immediately extinguished. In civil cases, it is very difficult if the property is the only property to be enforced, and sometimes it is impossible to enforce the judgment. Even if you win the criminal case, it will be very difficult to get back the 80 million. Could it be, Jiang Yaokai's voice choked with emotion, that even you can't do anything about it? Before arriving, Jiang Yaokai was full of confidence. Old Zhang's court hearing and Luo Xiang's praise of Su Wen filled Jiang Yaokai with high expectations for Su Wen. But now that they've been talking for so long, what Su Wen and Fang Hui have been saying, it was almost identical to what other lawyers said. Simply put, Chenjiu owes you 80 million and those people also owe Chenjiu 80 million. Just when everyone had lost hope, Su Wen spoke slowly again. When the debts between the two parties were equal, Chenjiu withdrew after signing a debt transfer agreement with you, leaving those people to owe you 80 million. Jiang Yaokai lowered his head and remained silent. Despair had set in. Perhaps there's really no way to get that 80 million yuan debt back. However, the next second, Su Wen slowly spoke. Our goal is to get the money back, so wouldn't it be enough to just seize their property? Jiang Yaokai raised his head and looked at him as if he were a fool. Isn't this just talking nonsense? Even a 3-year-old knows that as long as the house is seized, the money can be recovered. The problem is, given the current situation, it's almost impossible to recover the assets from the only property owned by the seller. But who is Su Wen? In his past life, he was a deadly drug dealer with a 100% success rate in thousands of cases. This kind of case was extremely simple for Su Wen. However, Su Wen paused. While I have a way to execute it, the initial costs might be substantial. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Jiang Yaokai's eyes lit up, and his voice trembled involuntarily. You mean you have a way to enforce judgments on their only property? Su Wen nodded heavily. A rough estimate suggests it will cost over 1 million. Can you afford that? Upon hearing that the initial investment would be over 1 million yuan, Jiang Yaokai sighed. He can't even afford lawyer fees now, let alone come up with millions. Just then, Fang Yao, who had been pretending to be asleep but actually eavesdropping, slowly sat up and lazily looked at Su Wen. It's only a little over 1 million. I'll cover the cost, but you must get the money back from Jiang Yaokai. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone looked at Fang Yao in disbelief. That's over 1 million, not just $100, just like that. That's incredibly disregard for money, but for Fang Yao, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Young Master Fang, are you really willing to help me? Jiang Yaokai looked at Fang Yao with excitement. Others might not have the ability to take out 1 million to play, but Fang Yao definitely did. Fang Yao rolled his eyes at Jiang Yaokai, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. You're not worthy of my help. I just want to know, how will Attorney Su solve this age-old problem? As he spoke, Fang Yao's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he looked at Su Wen. Su Wen also looked at Fang Yao thoughtfully. Is this a test of retired cadres using over 1 million yuan? Fang Yao is rich, but he wouldn't just throw out over 1 million yuan to play around with me for no reason. He must. We encountered some very difficult problems. He wanted to use that million-plus yuan to test his skills and see if he had the guts to take on a case that no lawyer in the entire Jiangcheng could handle. Su Wen smiled confidently and asked slowly, What if I lose? Fang Yao sneered, then I'll just pretend I was blind and misjudged you. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the room plummeted to freezing point. Jiang Yaokai felt extremely uneasy, as if he were sitting on pins and needles. A moment later, Su Wen smiled slightly, turned his head, and his gaze fell on Jiang Yaokai. I'll take this case. Even without this million. Su Wen also had a way to help Jiang Yaokai get his money back through legal means. However, the process will take a long time. Now that Fang Yao has lent Jiang Yaokai 1 million, things have become much simpler. Jiang Yaokai and Su Wen signed a contingency fee agreement, just like old Zhang, with legal fees to be paid after the assets are seized. However, as a result, Su Wen demanded legal fees of 8% of the subject matter. In TV dramas, deals often involve hundreds of millions of yuan, with agency fees ranging from 10% to 20%. These are mostly fake. The higher the value of the case, the lower the percentage of agency fees. 8% is already a very high agency fee. Even at 8%, once the debt is recovered, Su Wen will be able to receive 6.4 million in legal fees. Great, Fang Hui smiled sweetly. Then can we prepare to sue Chenjiu for fraud? If you want to prosecute Chenjiu for fraud, you must find the sales details of Fuxi Jiayuan. In that case, she can achieve great merit. Although Fang Hui's mind was full of stealing, her professional knowledge was still very strong. In a very short time, it is possible to determine what the key evidence in the case is. This is enough to prove that she is a promising talent, but Su Wen slowly shook his head. I said before, even if we appeal the Chenjiu fraud case, we might not get the money back. Fang Hui stretched out a finger, scratched her cheek, and suddenly widened her eyes, saying happily, I understand, just like old Zhang's case, you must have come up with a really tricky angle, right? Jiang Yaokai also looked at Su Wen with anticipation. He sought Su Wen's representation because he was impressed by Su Wen's performance in old Zhang's case. Even Fang Yao, who was bored out of his mind, rested his cheek on his hand and looked at Su Wen. Su Wen's lips curled slightly as he spoke slowly. Sue them for refusing to pay back the money they owe. What? In a short time, everyone's eyes widened. These 100+ debtors are all seasoned deadbeats. They wouldn't be afraid to appeal a civil dispute. It is even possible that neither of them will appear in court. Since their house is their only property, the court can't do anything about it. Attorney Su, you're not kidding me, are you? I thought Su Wen would have some tricky ideas, but I never expected him to be so unreliable. It would be better to listen to Fang Hui and sue the other party for fraud. Su Wen naturally knew what Jiang Yaokai was thinking, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips. If you want your money back and to get the aged wine in, you have to do as I say. Fang Hui nodded seriously. So what do we do next? Do you need my help? Of course. We'll go ask those people for the money. Su Wen put the pen on the table into the cabinet, not giving Fang Hui a chance to steal it, and said to Fang Hui, Old Jiang and I are going to Fuxi Jiayuan. You take good care of the shop. People who can remain deadbeats for years are basically unemployed individuals. These people are generally short-tempered, and they all live in the same neighborhood with a complex network of relationships. Going to collect debts could very likely lead to danger. If he encounters a burly thug, he can handle it on his own. But Fang Hui is such a cute little girl, she'll probably cry for a long time after being punched like that. As for Elder Jiang, now that he's so old, I doubt anyone would dare touch him. Fang Hui pouted and lowered her head, her eyes filled with disappointment. She really wanted to go to Fuxi Garden too. I wasn't doing this just for fun, I just wanted to help out, that's all. Just then, a large hand landed on Fang Hui's head and gently rubbed it. It's okay, if you want to go, I'll go with you. A doting voice rang out. Fang Yao would do his best to satisfy Fang Hui's every wish. Some Sino oh really? Nai-chan is so great? Yes! Fang Hui nodded heavily, her face full of excitement. Su Wen packed up the recording pen and other items, looked at Fang Yao's captivating eyes and sighed. A flamboyant rich kid, good at picking up girls, but when it comes to collecting debts, you can't exactly bewitch them, can you? You guys should stay at the law firm, it might be dangerous over there. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Fang Hui hurriedly spoke up. It's okay, as long as your brother is here, you'll be safe. Just as Su Wen was wondering, he saw Fang Hui start counting on her fingers. I remember my brother was a black belt in Taekwondo, a black belt in Karate, a Wying level Sanda Huxia kickboxing champion, and also in wrestling, fencing, Tai Chi. Fang Hui counted all 10 fingers in a row. There are so many more. There was this guy who was 2 meters tall who tried to hit me, but my brother just gave him a gentle push and knocked him down. That move looks like ... It looks like the wild horse parts its main move from Tai Chi. For a moment, even Su Wen was shocked. Fang Yao looks so lazy, but I never expected him to have such profound skills in combat. Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Not only is he handsome, but he's also rich, a good fighter, and most importantly, very smart. This kind of person. This is practically a walking bug in the system, only. He could have lived a comfortable life as a rich second-generation heir, spending his days in brothels, indulging in a life of extravagance and debauchery. Why did he force himself into this state? Su Wen nodded. In that case, let's go together. But let me make this clear beforehand. Once we arrive at Fuxi Garden, you must follow my instructions and not cause any trouble. Fang Hui jumped up excitedly, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Su Wen looked at the overjoyed Fang Hui with a serious expression and said, "Especially you must control your desires and not steal anything from anyone." Fang Hui gave Su Wen a sweet salute and smiled sweetly. "I guarantee I won't take a single penny from the people." On the way to Fuxi Jiayuan, Su Wen opened Douyin and clicked on a profile page named Han Su. At this point, the pinned video on Han Su's page had over 500,000 likes and over 10 million views. And that's the title of the video. Real-time updates on everything that happens after a R*****T is imprisoned. This person was a reporter who had received some guidance from Su Wen after the trial of old Zhang's case. After Su Wen's guidance, Han Su seized the opportunity presented by the trending topic, gaining over 100,000 followers with a single video and making a fortune. Su Wen clicked on the private message, quickly tapped the phone screen with his fingertips and soon sent a message. A hot topic will emerge at Fuxi Jiayuan in 1 hour. At this moment, a shifty-eyed, unusually sleazy-looking young man appeared. Lying in bed, admiring the fact that my post had over 10 million views, my phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the sender's name, I jumped out of bed in excitement. Holy crap. It was Attorney Su who texted me. Han Su was filled with excitement as he read the message from Su Wen. If it weren't for Su Wen, he would still be a small-time reporter, drifting along and chasing after trending topics all over the world. An event that Su Wen calls a hot topic must be able to generate a lot of buzz for him. Su Wen, they're practically my second parents. He quickly grabbed his phone and replied to a private message. Godfather, your son is coming right away. Debt collection. Naturally, it should appear as shabby as possible, the more miserable the better. Moreover, the suit Jiang Yaokai is wearing today is the last decent outfit he has left. This was his last shred of dignity. He only wears this outfit when he's meeting someone important. Hearing that Su Wen wanted to go with him to collect the debt, Jiang Yaokai then suggested that he go home to change his clothes and asked Su Wen and the others to wait for him at Fuxi Jiayuan. At that moment, a red sports car with its wings open stopped at the entrance of Fuxi Garden. Fang Yao leaned lazily against the driver's seat, a blade of grass he'd found somewhere dangling from his mouth, looking at the somewhat annoyed Su Wen. This radiance? That's absolutely outrageous. Using the excuse that the sports car could only seat 2 people, he took Fang Hui ahead of him and arrived at Fuxi Garden. As for myself, I could only take a taxi and slowly make my way here. You wait for us in the car for a while. If anything unexpected happens, then you can come over, Su Wen said to Fang Yao. Fang Yao was not an employee of the law firm after all. Furthermore, debt collection involving more than 3 people can easily be classified as mass harassment, and you also need to pay attention to the time. It shouldn't be too early or too late. They also cannot arbitrarily enter the homes of debtors and disrupt their lives. Furthermore, it is absolutely forbidden to use intimidation, insults, threats, or other violent means to collect debts. Fang Hui sighed deeply. It's precisely because of these legal provisions that debtors have become increasingly rampant and fearless. You keep your money, I'll eat my food and sleep my sleep. You're the one who's upset, not me. These debtors share the same brain. This is their true thought process. That's not entirely true. The law protects the lives of its citizens. Life is always above all else. If the law didn't stipulate this, social order would collapse and many more innocent people would be harmed. Su Wen has always had a clear understanding of the essence of the law. Fang Hui pouted, so we're just letting these people exploit loopholes in the law and get away with it. Su Wen slowly shook his head. Su Wen acknowledged Fang Hui's level of professionalism. Only. You must step outside the framework of the law, study its deeper interpretations, and then consider it in conjunction with human nature. Only then can you achieve invincibility. Break free from the framework of the law. Oh. Fang Hui looked like she didn't understand. No one had ever said these words to Su Wen before. Even when I was in school, my teachers always said that we should strictly adhere to the legal framework when defining and thinking about things. But when it came to Su Wen, he, however, allowed himself to break free from the framework of the law, which was completely different from what her law professors had taught her when she was in college. But it seems, Su Wen's point is more valid. If conventional legal means cannot bring those lawbreakers to justice, then unconventional means must be used, as long as the bottom line of the law is not crossed. As long as the perpetrators are punished as they deserve. That's more than enough. But, Fang Hui asked cautiously, will it really be effective if we just come to collect the debt so openly and honestly? Upon hearing this, Su Wen laughed in an annoyed tone. How could it possibly work? These are all seasoned deadbeats, fearless and audacious. Naturally, it won't have any effect. Then aren't we going to be doing something unnecessary? Fang Hui tilted her head and asked curiously. Su Wen's lips curled slightly. I'm here to tell them that Jiang Yaokai has hired a lawyer so they can be on their guard. Fang Hui was even more confused. When suing someone for defaulting on a debt, the appeals lawyer will usually quietly go to the court to take measures to preserve assets and freeze the debtor's assets. Then sue the party involved. This is the best way to get the money back. But Su Wen, on the contrary, came to collect the debt in a grand manner, posing as a lawyer. Isn't this just giving the other side time to prepare? Su Wen noticed the question in Fang Hui's eyes and continued speaking. As I said before, we need to step outside the framework of the law and see the root of the problem. From your perspective, Jiang Yaokai has already signed a debt transfer agreement with Chen Jiu, so you believe that the people who owe Jiang Yaokai money are these hundreds of deadbeats. Fang Hui bit her index finger and Su Wen, whose eyes were sparkling, nodded. Yes, isn't that right? Su Wen smiled slightly. Then why did you want to sue Chen Jiu for fraud when you were at the law firm? Fang Hui was stunned for a moment because he's committing fraud. So, Su Wen said slowly, the root of the problem still lies with Chen Jiu. Upon hearing this, Fang Yao's exquisitely beautiful peach blossom eyes immediately lit up. Are you trying to sow discord between the hundreds of deadbeats and Chen Jiu? Su Wen looked at Fang Yao with great interest. Undeniably, Fang Yao's IQ is indeed very high. After saying a few simple words, he understood his own thinking. Fang Hui, who was standing in front of him, had a furrowed brow and her big eyes darting around. At that moment, he was still thinking about how to steal the sales details of Fuxi Jiayuan. However, Fang Yao also frowned at this moment, clearly thinking about Su Wen's method. They are a group bound by shared interests and there are many of them. It's very difficult to sow discord among them. Su Wen nodded. Fang Yao was right, but Su Wen already had a plan in mind. Actually, it's quite simple, it's a feint. It looks like we're prosecuting hundreds of debtors, but in reality our target is Chen Jiu. So what exactly do we do? Fang Hui asked curiously. Su Wen's lips curled into a cold smile. As long as we can find a way to make their only property no longer their only property, causing them to suffer losses, their relationship with Chen Jiu will collapse. So, just as he was about to understand Su Wen's idea, so you're going to use 1 million to help them rent a house. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's eyes immediately lit up. The law does not support the enforcement of judgments against a single property because citizens' livelihoods cannot be guaranteed. But what if they own a rental property in addition to the only property under their own name? That only property, it can be executed perfectly. Oh dear, I'm so stupid. how come I didn't think of something so simple in the first place? Su Wen slowly shook his head and said, I will not do anything illegal. Although the information of these debtors is already reflected in the loan agreement. Using someone else's identity information to rent a house is illegal. Then what are you going to do? Fang Hui looked at Su Wen expectantly. Su Wen's lips curled into a cold smile as he spoke. Exploiting human greed, switching between offense and defense. An eye for an eye. For Su Wen, his opponents were not these deadbeats who refused to pay their debts, nor Chen Jiu who orchestrated the fraud. Rather, it was the lawyer they hired, Yang Wei this time. Su Wen wanted to use the same methods Yang Wei used in the old Zhang case to give Yang Wei a lesson in forehand and backhand techniques. Then he, send it in. Dealing with immoral people. One should not be bound by morality. Su Wen always kept in mind the principle that good people are often taken advantage of. It's immoral to default on debts, but setting up scams is even more outrageous. Su Wen would naturally show no mercy when dealing with them. Just then, Jiang Yaokai arrived late dressed like a beggar. Attorney Su, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Su Wen nodded. Now that everyone's here, let's go collect the debt. Jiang Yaokai looked somewhat agitated. A lawyer coming to collect debts must have some unique methods. Unlike him, he learned to collect debts from his ex-wife. First cry, then make a scene, then threaten suicide. He was eager to see what novel methods Su Wen would use to collect debts from these deadbeats. But Su Wen's methods are bound to be much more effective than my own crying, making a scene and threatening suicide. Good. Jiang Yaokai took out several IOUs from his briefcase and handed them to Su Wen. Su Wen waved his hand and a SKED Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Why are you giving me these? Jiang Yaokai was stunned for a moment. How can I get my money back from those people without a loan agreement? Don't you lawyers all like to present evidence and argue your case logically? Su Wen grinned and said, I'm here to get yelled at, not to collect a debt. Keep these things safe, we don't need them for now. What, looking for a scolding? Jiang Yaokai was a little confused at this point. Wasn't he here to collect a debt? How did it turn into me actively seeking out criticism? Could it be that? Does Attorney Su have some kind of unusual fetish? Do you have masochistic tendencies? Su Wen glanced at Jiang Yaokai with annoyance, checked the time, and then urged him on. Let's go, or we'll be late. Oh, are you really asking for trouble? Although Jiang Yaokai didn't understand what Su Wen was doing, he had already entrusted Su Wen to handle his case. More importantly, the Fang siblings trusted Su Wen. Su Wen is our key asset, we must hold on tight. Come on, let me show you the way. Jiang Yaokai himself has lost count of how many times he has come to Fuxi Jiayuan to collect debts over the past few years. He even broke several bicycles from peddling them. After saying that, Jiang Yaokai hid his bicycle in a corner and locked it to a telephone pole with an iron chain. Those who owe money are shameless. Over the past few years, Jiang Yaokai's bicycle has suffered a lot because of debt collection issues. Either the bike seat was stolen or the wheels were punctured. After hiding the bicycle, Jiang Yaokai led Su Wen and Fang Hui into the residential area. Fang Yao did not listen to Su Wen and obediently stay in the car to wait. Instead, he followed the three at a distance, keeping his eyes fixed on Fang Hui to ensure her safety at all times. As soon as he entered the residential area, someone with sharp eyes recognized Jiang Yaokai. The group of people looked at Su Wen and his two companions with ill intent, their eyes filled with disdain. Jiang Yaokai pointed to the two buildings at the very back of the residential complex and said, "These two buildings are inhabited entirely by people who owe me money." Fang Hui was stunned for a moment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Both of these buildings have 18 floors. There are 4 households on each floor, totaling more than 100 households. It turns out that the entire place is inhabited by deadbeats. This isn't a residential area. It's a haven for deadbeats? Soon, Su Wen followed Jiang Yaokai and knocked on the door of the first debtor. The person who opened the door was a burly middle-aged man, shirtless, covered in tattoos, and with an extremely fierce face. Fang Hui immediately hid behind Su Wen, not daring to look him in the eye. The middle-aged man spat on the ground with disdain the moment he saw Jiang Yaokai. "Pah! You stinking beggar, what bad luck to you begging again." Jiang Yaokai was instantly trembling with anger. What begging? I'm here to collect my hard-earned money. The middle-aged man sneered, no money. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Jiang Yaokai trembled with anger and turned to look at Su Wen. Su Wen patted Jiang Yaokai on the shoulder, no rush. After saying that, Su Wen knocked on the door again and then called out. Hello, I'm Jiang Yaokai's lawyer. You have 3 days to repay the debt or we'll be suing you. You'll be in big trouble then. Upon hearing the word lawyer, the middle-aged man opened the door again, looking at Su Wen with disdain. Go ahead and sue me if you want. I'm broke anyway, what can you do to me? Faced with the middle-aged man's disdain, Su Wen calmly spoke, go ahead and sue. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He had originally thought that the lawyer would argue with him logically and then he would laugh at him mercilessly. But to my surprise, this lawyer seemed to be a fool. Those 3 seemingly insignificant words felt like punching cotton. Then go ahead and sue, the middle-aged man said, somewhat annoyed. Su Wen smiled slightly and said slowly, sue then sue. Then go ahead and sue me, you son of a b***ch. What are you doing talking nonsense here? Su Wen snorted lightly and spoke again, sue me then. In an instant the tense atmosphere was broken. No matter what the middle-aged man said, Su Wen only replied with 3 words, sue me then. Seeing the middle-aged man's annoyed expression, Fang Hui couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Wen's current appearance is truly, he deserves a beating. The middle-aged man clenched his fists and gritted his teeth fiercely. I really want to beat up this annoying brat in front of me. But this kid is a lawyer and if I hit him I'm afraid my days won't be easy. If they get sent to jail it would be a huge loss. F***ku. The middle-aged man slammed the door shut, took out his phone and found a group chat with over 100 people, those who owed Jiang Yaokai money and hadn't paid it back. Family members, that beggar hired a stupid lawyer. He seems to have something wrong with his head and he's driving me crazy. They were met with a cold shoulder when the middle-aged man invited them in. Jiang Yaokai's lips twitched involuntarily. Is this Su Wen's method of debt collection? It doesn't seem to be working at all. It's better to just cry, make a scene, and threaten suicide. For a moment, Jiang Yaokai even doubted whether hiring Su Wen to represent him was a mistake. However, Su Wen remained calm and turned to the 2 of them. Let's go to the second house. Return, go again. How can you possibly get your money back if you ask for it like that? But Su Wen didn't care about any of that. He went straight to another house and knocked on the door. Hello, I'm Jiang Yaokai's lawyer. You have 3 days to repay the debt or we'll be suing you. You'll be in big trouble then. At this moment, a gaunt middle-aged man inside the room had already seen the message posted by the burly middle-aged man in the group chat and sneered. He's just a lawyer, what's there to be afraid of? As a seasoned defaulter, he actually managed to get angry at a lawyer. Still young, needs more practice. It's a shame that he has such a strong and muscular body. I'll humiliate this lawyer properly and then I'll definitely show off in front of him. Thinking of this, the gaunt middle-aged man curled into a cold smile. Open the door. A gaunt middle-aged man opened the door. His room had some old doors. One was an outer iron gate and the other was an inner wooden door. The middle-aged man simply opened the wooden door, then looked at the 3 men provocatively through the crack in the outer iron gate. Chinese letter. If Hua Shan dares to claim second place, then no one dares to claim first. You're here to collect a debt, right? A lawyer, right? I'll show you what it means to be utterly shameless and invincible. When he saw Fang Hui behind Su Wen, his eyes lit up. Holy crap, he even brought a pretty girl with him. He loves teasing these adorable twin-tailed little girls the most. Hua Shan looked at Jiang Yaokai with a provocative gaze, his tone full of sarcasm. Old Jiang, you were once the richest man in Jiangcheng. How can you visit someone's home empty-handed? That's incredibly rude of you. Upon hearing Hua Shan's outrageous statement, Fang Hui's eyes widened in shock. This person, how shameless. If it weren't for the security door in between, I would have wanted to punch him. Jiang Yaokai leaned close to Su Wen's ear and whispered something. This person's name is Hua Shan. He speaks very rudely and is very difficult to deal with. Is your speech unpleasant, difficult to deal with? Su Wen's eyes widened immediately. That's exactly the kind of person he came to see today. Su Wen glanced at Hua Shan indifferently. At this moment, Hua Shan was wearing a white vest covered in oil stains and her hair was a mess like a bird's nest. His face was unusually thin as if all his energy had been drained and his entire face was covered in stubble. Through the gaps in the iron fence, Su Wen could also see toilet paper scattered all over the ground. Presumably, this man named Hua Shan rarely went out. He stayed at home every day, constantly venting his energy with his massive arms. This kind of person is not only rude but also extremely sleazy. Hearing Hua Shan's outrageous remarks, Su Wen calmly said, "You think you can pay us back just because we brought gifts?" Upon hearing this, Hua Shan's face lit up with joy. This lawyer must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. They actually want to give me a gift? If that's the case, bringing a gift is just one of the requirements. And the other one? Su Wen narrowed his eyes slightly. Hua Shan's lips curled into a lewd smile as he looked at Fang Hui behind Su Wen with ill intent. "Let her call me Dad." Fang Yao, who was eavesdropping from a distance, glared at Hua Shan's words and clenched his fists, insulting Fang Hui. "He's courting death." Just as he was about to rush out and teach this fool a lesson, he heard Su Wen speak coldly. "Your behavior constitutes the crime of insult." After saying that, Su Wen took out a pre-activated voice recorder from his pocket. "Based solely on your remarks, you're guaranteed a prison sentence of up to 3 years. Hua Shan was taken aback for a moment, then grinned. "I was just joking with you, it doesn't count." Su Wen didn't argue with him further. Based on just that one sentence, it was indeed difficult to make a judgment. "So you're not planning to pay me back today?" Hua Shan looked completely resigned, then spread his hands and shrugged indifferently. "I want to pay him back, but I don't have the money." "Why don't you lend me the money so I can pay him back?" Jiang Yaokai sighed and said, "Attorney Su, let's go. He's like a dead pig that doesn't fear boiling water. There's no point in us trying to collect the debt." However, the next second, Jiang Yaokai's eyes widened instantly. Su Wen slowly raised his middle finger at Hua Shan through the iron gate. Hua Shan was taken aback. "Lawyer? Aren't they all very well-mannered? Why is this seemingly refined lawyer? They even give the middle finger?" However, the next second, Su Wen took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket and slowly wrote 4 large characters on it. F***K your mother. F***K your mother. Upon seeing the words on the paper, Hua Shan immediately became enraged and pointed at Su Wen, cursing him loudly. Upon hearing Hua Shan's cursing, Su Wen immediately perked up as if possessed by a drama queen. You actually insulted me. I'm calling the police right now. I have evidence." As he spoke, Su Wen waved the recording pen at Hua Shan. "Damn it, this lawyer has absolutely no sportsmanship. You were the one who insulted me first," Hua Shan roared. However, Su Wen smirked coldly. "Do you have any evidence?" As he spoke, Su Wen lowered his head again and began to write furiously. Centered on Hua Shan and extending to his ancestors for 18 generations, all the most offensive words were written down and then displayed before Hua Shan's eyes. Hua Shan's face flushed red as he looked at the words on the paper. He wanted to curse, but he was afraid to do so because of the recording pen in Su Wen's hand. "You just wait." Hua Shan returned to his room in a fit of rage, took out paper and pen, and wrote some nasty things on it as well. But when he tried to show it to Su Wen through the iron fence, Su Wen slowly closed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Hello, I'm Jiang Yaokai's lawyer. You have 3 days to repay the debt or we'll be suing you. You'll be in big trouble then." Seeing Su Wen's shameless behavior, Hua Shan felt a dull ache in her chest. "Go ahead and sue me. I don't believe you can seize my house." Su Wen smiled slightly and said softly, "Sue me then." Bang! Hua Shan, looking furious, slammed his bedroom door shut. Su Wen shrugged, only to be turned away again. But this time the results were clearly much better than the last time. After returning to his room, Hua Shan took out his phone and wrote a short essay of 800 words denouncing Su Wen's actions in the group of debtors. In a short time, Hua Shan's short essay stirred up a huge uproar and aroused public outrage among the group of debtors who default on their debts. Everyone is condemning Su Wen. However, Su Wen, with a smile on his face, knocked on the door of the next debtor. At first, a few debtors refused to believe it and opened the door to argue with Su Wen. But ever since one debtor was so angry that he drank nitroglycerin, no one has dared to open their door. Attorney Su, more than a dozen households haven't opened their doors yet. Should we leave? Jiang Yaokai looked disappointed. He thought that Su Wen coming to his door to ask for money would help him get some of it back first. Unexpectedly, Su Wen was even more shameless than these people, resorting to all sorts of tricks. Not only did they not get a single penny back, but they also incurred public wrath, which will be very detrimental to their future debt collection efforts. Su Wen smiled slightly. It's just a little bit more perfect. After saying that, Su Wen slowly walked out of the building and came to an open space. Just then, a young man wearing a yellow vest rode his electric scooter and quickly arrived at the scene. "Hello, who ordered the takeout?" "I." Su Wen waved to the boy who opened the delivery box, took out a megaphone and handed it to Su Wen. "Please give me a 5-star review." After saying that, the young man riding the wind drove his electric scooter and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. "Attorney Su, what do you need this for?" The loudspeaker had a recording function. Su Wen turned on the loudspeaker and shouted, "Go ahead and sue." On a bright afternoon, loud shouts of "Sue me if you want" rang out. The sound echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. "This lawyer is absolutely despicable. Anyone want to team up and beat him up?" "Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I've never seen such a shameless person. Right now all I can think about is go ahead and sue. Should we just call the police and have him arrested? This person is a scoundrel. I'm going to report him to the Bar Association and sue him in court." It's no use, although his behavior was immoral, it wasn't illegal. "Huashan, I've had enough. I'll fight him to the death. You stupid lawyer, I'll G smash you to death." Hua Shan lived on the second floor, and even with his ears covered, he could clearly hear the shouts of "Gao Jiu Gao" coming from outside. He took 2 rotten eggs from the refrigerator, walked angrily to the window, and saw Su Wen standing calmly downstairs holding that damn megaphone in his hand. "Get the hell out of here." Hua Shan opened the window and, in a fit of rage, threw the egg in her hand at Su Wen. "They're here." A sly glint of triumph flashed in Su Wen's eyes as he quickly dodged the egg Hua Shan threw at him. Zhang Yaokai and Fang Hui hid not far away, watching the 2 eggs smash at Su Wen's feet, speechless. "Miss Fang, is this Attorney Su a legitimate lawyer?" Fang Hui's lips twitched slightly. "Maybe perhaps probably. Whose lawyers argue like old ladies at the market? What kind of lawyer is so unethical, wandering around the neighborhood with a megaphone? This is absolutely unbelievable." Just then, Su Wen looked at the furious Hua Shan upstairs with a mocking expression and pointed at the loudspeaker. "Thank you, Hua Shan, for the 2 eggs." Upon hearing this, Hua Shan was stunned, his eyes filled with rage. "This lawyer actually dared to mock me. Brothers, let's smash him to death." Hua Shan's roar echoed throughout the entire community, instantly igniting the anger in the hearts of all the debtors. "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Let's smash him to death together." In an instant, nearly half of the windows in both buildings opened simultaneously. The debtors, each holding a rotten egg and rotten vegetable leaves, hurled them fiercely at Su Wen. A hail of bullets. This is practically a different kind of gunfire. Even Fang Yao, who was not far away, was stunned and stood there. Countless eggs and rotten vegetable leaves flew in beautiful arcs through the air, densely packed, heading towards Su Wen's direction. Seeing this, Su Wen smirked triumphantly and hurriedly fled the scene. Seeing Su Wen run away, Hua Shan was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes and he roared with a choked voice, "We've won. We've won." For a moment, the debtors in both buildings cheered loudly, as if it were a New Year's countdown. "We won. We finally chased that awful lawyer away. Comrades, the supermarket downstairs is having a 20% discount on eggs. Let's go stock up." Su Wen ran to the entrance of the residential area in one breath, panting heavily. "Phew, thank goodness I ran fast, I almost got hit." Just then, Jiang Yaokai and the Fang siblings arrived. Fang Hui thoughtfully took a bottle of water from the car and handed it to Su Wen. Su Wen didn't stand on ceremony, unscrewed the cap and took 2 big gulps, then grinned happily. "I have successfully completed today's mission." Mission accomplished. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, the 3 of them froze on the spot. How is the task complete? Jiang Yaokai was even more confused by Su Wen's actions and looked at Su Wen with a puzzled expression. Could it be, does lawyer Su really have masochistic tendencies? They were chased away by people throwing things at them, yet they're still so happy. Jiang Yaokai couldn't understand Su Wen's purpose in doing this and asked with an embarrassed expression. Lawyer Su, what exactly are you trying to do? Just then, a man with a pointed face and a monkey-like appearance, a camera on his forehead and a small microphone in his hand, ran quickly toward Su Wen. Attorney Su. Seeing Han Su running over, Su Wen's lips curled into a slight smile. After arriving at Su Wen's side, Han Su looked at Su Wen with gratitude. Attorney Su, I just happened to be passing by and happened to film people from 2 buildings throwing rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at you and cursing at you. Could you tell me why? Su Wen gave Han Su a meaningful look. What a perfect line, just happened to be passing by and happened to capture the moment. This child is truly teachable. Su Wen faced the camera, sighed deeply and said with a wronged expression. I came to help my client collect a debt, but I never expected these people to throw things at me, yell at me, and even threaten to sue me at the bar association. I'm so miserable. Su Wen said that he felt incredibly wronged. Fang Hui was completely dumbfounded. If she hadn't known the truth, she actually believed Su Wen's nonsense. Fang Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had completely figured out Su Wen's plan. He then went straight back to his car, leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. There's no danger now. What he needs to think about is, what method can we use to teach that foul-mouthed Hua Shan a lesson heaped upon him? This kid has a death wish. He dares to insult Fang Hui. Looking at Su Wen's expression, Han Su suppressed a smile and asked, could you tell me the specific cause? Upon hearing Han Su's question, Su Wen pulled the bewildered Jiang Yaokai in front of the camera. This is my client, formerly the richest man in Jiangcheng. Now these deadbeats have left him penniless and unable to even afford food. You can ask him for details. Jiang Yaokai was taken aback. What? Why is there an interview? You should have said so earlier. I would have worn a suit. Seeing that Jiang Yaokai remained silent, Su Wen patted him on the shoulder. Old Jiang, please cry out all the grievances you've held in for so many years. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Jiang Yaokai looked at the scratched bicycle in the corner, recalling the bits and pieces of the past few years, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. These people scammed me out of 80 million. With tears streaming down his face, Jiang Yaokai faced the camera and recounted his bitter experiences over the years. Su Wen let out a long sigh of relief and stepped out of the frame. Fang Hui immediately skipped and hopped to Su Wen's side, her eyes sparkling. I understand, you're trying to use public opinion to force these deadbeats to pay back their money, aren't you? This is putting yourself in the game. Sir, you have a great sense of righteousness. I admire you greatly. Su Wen slowly shook his head, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips, and slowly spoke. This is merely a prelude to the ultimate goal. It's clearly impossible to expect these deadbeats to pay back the money. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui tilted her head and asked, so what's the next step? Before Su Wen could answer, Fang Yao's lazy voice rang out. Should we go find a real estate agent next? Su Wen turned his head and met Fang Yao's lazy, peach blossom eyes. That's right, shocking. Once the richest man in the region, now reduced to a beggar. Is this a sign of distorted humanity or moral decay? Follow me to find out. A massive debt case involving 80 million yuan has surfaced in Jiangcheng. The debtors are extremely arrogant, even ganging up to attack the lender's lawyer, causing chaos at one point. In the Fuxi Jiayuan residential complex, 2 entire buildings with over 100 households are all defaulters. Han Su's video quickly went viral and became a trending topic after it was released. After seeing the trending topic, many self-media bloggers and journalists began to follow Han Su's example. Su Wen was currently in contact with the real estate company, and the two agreed to meet the next day. This is also the most important part of Jiang Yaokai's case. Fang Hui looked at the video on her phone and asked with some concern, "Isn't it a bit wrong for us to do this?" Su Wen put away his phone, looked at Fang Hui who was slumped over the table, her eyes fixed on the pen in her hand, and slowly asked, "Are you pitying them?" Fang Hui raised her head, pouted, and shook her head. "I just feel it's not a good idea to do this." Fang Hui had only recently graduated from university, and for her, right and wrong were of utmost importance. In my eyes, there are no men or women, no good or bad people, only plaintiffs and defendants. You may think what I did was wrong, but I didn't break the law, nor did I fabricate any facts. As for moral standards, Su Wen sighed softly. He, too, once had his own moral standards, just like Fang Hui. Then why do you think those deadbeats who refuse to pay their debts can be so arrogant and domineering when facing Jiang Yaokai? Fang Hui was taken aback for a moment, then slowly spoke. It's because they have no moral bottom line. Su Wen nodded. Once a person loses their moral compass, they become fearless, and lawyers are no exception. Furthermore, I also told Han Su to guide them properly and not to incite the fans to do anything outrageous. In old Zhang's case, Su Wen seized upon evidence that Cheng Yao incited public opinion and guided her fans to engage in cyberbullying. Su Wen would certainly not do something so foolish. Fang Hui nodded, seemingly understanding. Aren't you afraid that if you lose your moral compass you'll become a bad person like them? Upon hearing this, Su Wen's expression instantly turned serious. He sat up straight and spoke with righteous indignation. I'm not afraid because the law is my bottom line. For a moment, Fang Hui was moved by Su Wen's voice. The law is my bottom line. These words instantly ignited her passion. Fang Hui raised her little fist and said with a serious expression, I must correct my habit of pathological theft and become a good lawyer. Su Wen rolled his eyes. From the interview the day before yesterday until now, while constantly on guard against Fang Hui stealing the pen, the law firm still lost 3 pens. I'm curious, why did you come here to steal my pen? Upon hearing this, Fang Hui's fair face flushed red and she lowered her head and whispered, I saw online that you rescued 3 international students, and I was so moved that I wanted to come and see for myself. I didn't mean to steal your things at first. I just saw that the place was too messy and wanted to help you clean it up. Fang Hui's voice grew softer and softer. Although she meant well, entering the law firm without obtaining permission is illegal. Upon hearing this, Su Wen was immediately shocked. This girl is incredibly bold. Didn't you encounter a group of troublemakers? Su Wen arrived at the law firm less than an hour after his broadcast ended. The door was locked and a group of people were causing trouble at the door. Fang Hui bit her lip. I had just left and they showed up. They almost scared me to death. As she spoke, Fang Hui patted her chest, a hint of fear in her eyes. What are you so afraid of? Why weren't you scared when you broke into the law firm to steal things? Now you're scared, so timid. How dare you steal? How many times have you committed burglary? Theft and burglary are different in nature, and Su Wen must understand this clearly to be on the safe side. Upon hearing Su Wen's question, Fang Hui buried her head in her chest, her face instantly flushing red down to her neck. No, that's all. Su Wen was stunned for a moment. Well, you're something else, so they only targeted me to steal from, but now that Fang Hui has joined her own law firm, all the potential problems surrounding her must be thoroughly investigated. Besides what you've stolen from me, how many other things have you stolen? Fang Hui looked up shyly, smiled awkwardly, and then slowly extended one finger. Su Wen breathed a sigh of relief. If it only happens once, there shouldn't be any problem. As long as the amount isn't huge, it won't have a major impact. Moreover, those committing pathological theft usually don't steal valuable items. They only steal small things like a pen or a screw. Fang Hui blinked, pursed her lips, and slowly shook her head. A box? Su Wen asked, puzzled, as Fang Hui shook her head. 1 box isn't too bad. As long as you admit your mistake and have proof of pathological theft, you won't have a criminal record. However, Fang Hui pursed her lips and shook her head. Su Wen frowned as he watched Fang Hui's 2 pigtails swaying back and forth. If it's just 1 vehicle, then the situation becomes quite serious, if they investigate jointly. Before Su Wen could finish speaking, Fang Hui shook her head again. Why don't you guess a little bolder? Damn! A whole warehouse full. Su Wen followed Fang Hui to Fang Yao's villa. Looking at the nearly 50-square-meter warehouse, it was filled with things that Fang Hui had stolen from childhood to adulthood. Even Su Wen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Instant noodles, bottled water, screws, a fruit knife, a sock, a dazzling array, but they were all very cheap items. I mean, this free purchase thing is outrageous. You've stolen a whole warehouse of stuff. Fang Hui lowered her head in shame. I couldn't help it. Just then, Fang Yao, wearing pajamas, came out of the room, stretched lazily, and had dark circles under his eyes, clearly indicating that he hadn't slept well. Strictly speaking, these things cannot be considered stolen. Su Wen was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? When Fang Hui saw her brother arrive, she stuck out her tongue at Su Wen, then peeked out from behind Fang Yao. Fang Yao ruffled Fang Hui's hair and said with a doting expression, "Ever since she started living with me, I've followed her around every day. If I see her stealing, I'll give the money back to the shopkeeper." Upon hearing this, Su Wen's lips twitched involuntarily. This older brother, he spoils his younger sister way too much. You saw her stealing, why didn't you stop her? Fang Yao's lips curled slightly as he smiled. They only stole worthless things. It's not like we can't afford to pay for them. As long as she's happy, I'd be willing to let her steal for the rest of her life. Su Wen pondered for a moment, looked at Fang Yao with a serious expression and asked, "There are at least tens of thousands of items in here. Are you sure you've paid for everything?" Fang Yao frowned in deep thought. He knew Su Wen wouldn't ask this question for no reason. After thinking for a long time, he finally shook his head. "There's only one thing I didn't pay for."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.